Bennett and Roy Macmillan.
Prologue. The 4th of June, 2005. I liked the girl. She had a nice smile. She was friendly. I could tell she liked us. She was asking loads of questions about the house, about how long we'd lived here, how old it was. Wanted to know if we knew anything about the history of it. Daddy was very nice to her. He was always like that with new people. Mummy, of course, was rude, as she always was with everyone. My older sister just stared at her as though she'd never seen anyone like her before. I did the opposite, looking all around her, but not at her, because it made me feel weird when I looked at her, and I didn't want her to think I was weird. "What's with the—" She was pointing at my top. It was my favourite T-shirt. Mummy and Daddy bought it for me for my birthday. It had a red nose printed on the front and a huge blue mouth, and pinned onto the front pocket was a plastic flower with a bulb at the bottom that filled with water, and you asked people to smell it and then you squeezed the bulb, which was usually hidden in your pocket, and the flower squirted water in their face. Except it didn't have any water in it, because I wasn't expecting a visitor. I would have filled it if I'd known. But actually, I don't think I'd have used it anyway, because the girl was too pretty, and I didn't want to upset her if she didn't think it was funny. "Oh," I said, trying to sound relaxed. "It's my clown T-shirt. I collect everything to do with clowns." I told her about the circus that came to the Heath every summer, how it was my favourite time of the year. Then I showed her how the squeezy trick worked, and she smiled and said, "Cool." She told us that she was a graduate, just finished her degree in music technology, wanted to be a sound engineer. Daddy said something about how unusual that was, that it was quite a man's world, and the girl said that wasn't going to put her off, and Daddy laughed, and Mummy just sort of sighed, as if it was all really boring. The girl said she could play the guitar, and my sister said she was learning, and then the girl and my sister had a conversation about that for a while, and I spent that time looking at the girl and feeling things. There was too much blood in my lap area. I felt hot down there, hot and tingly and like I needed to be touched. Then the girl looked at her watch. She said she needed to go. She was meant to be meeting some friends in a pub up the road for drinks, and she was already so late. I saw Daddy throw Mummy a look. Even though I was only a kid, I knew what that look meant. "Are you sure we can't tempt you to stay a little longer?" Daddy said to the girl. "Annie has a cheesecake in the fridge." "What type?" the girl asked, a playful twinkle in her eye. Daddy looked at Mummy again. Mummy said, "Strawberry." The girl smiled. She said, "My friends probably aren't even expecting me to turn up anyway, to be honest. They call me No-Show Claire." The girl stayed.
Chapter 1. On the 8th day of May, 2026, Jane Trevally does something terrifying. She invites an estate agent into her home. Jane's home is a ramshackle Georgian pile called Rosebery Hall, left to her by her mother and father, who both died of alcohol-related illnesses within 8 months of each other, when Jane was just 19. Her younger brother died 10 years later of a drug-induced stroke, and now Jane Trevally is the sole owner of this sprawling, ridiculous country pile that needs £1 million to be spent on it just to keep it from falling down. The main house itself has 10 bedrooms upstairs, and downstairs 8 huge rooms all linked together, so you could, in theory, roller skate from one end of the ground floor to the other, if there weren't so many ratty Persian rugs strewn all over the ageing floorboards. At the back of the property, there is a row of 3 small cottages that Jane has been planning to turn into Airbnbs for years, but which are currently mouldering and on the verge of becoming tumbledown. And there is land, too, 5 acres of lawns and woods and a wild meadow, which, when Jane was a child, had been home to 5 donkeys and 3 llamas. She'd never got around to replacing them after they died, and now the meadow is overgrown and tangled up with blackberry and hawthorn. She must sell it all, cash it in, let someone with time and love and money bring it back to its former glory. Her parents started the downward spiral of the property by not spending a penny on it, plugging leaks and filling gaps and covering things over with cheap wallpaper and cheap rugs. But Jane has done little to reverse the spiral. Over the past 3 decades, Jane has entered and left 2 marriages to 2 wealthy men who had already had their families, both of whom made her sign prenuptial agreements, and she has spent most of the settlements from both of those ill-fated marriages, given it to dog sanctuaries and builders and scaffolders and roofers, and now this pile of bricks and mortar and memories and damp and piss-stained mattresses and cheap Persian rugs, this little corner of Dorset, is all that is truly hers. This and her dogs. Jane's heart beats hard under her ribs as a glamorous young woman called Chloe Flint walks around the house that Jane hates and loves in equal measure, and talks of different types of buyers, talks of other similar places she has sold, talks of Crittall windows and holiday lets, and the perfect spot in the lawned garden for a swimming pool, and Jane nods and smiles, is utterly charming, lets the nice girl believe that she really, really does intend to sell this place, that she really is quite normal, thank you very much, every bit as normal and as lovely as she looks, a normal woman selling a scruffy house that is no longer what she wants or needs, when all the while she is silently screaming, "Leave now, please, please leave." And her heart races, and her breath hurts, and the moment that Chloe departs the house with more cheery talk of valuations and emails and "I'll be in touches," Jane shuts the door behind her and cries. An hour later, once she has pulled herself back together, Jane takes the dogs for a walk through the last of the spring bluebells. Overhead the sun shines crisply through a green canopy of leaves, and her dogs run on the path ahead of her. Jane has 4 dogs. They are all boys, and in the absence of any children of her own, they are the centre of her universe, though she suspects they would still have been even if she got around to having children. She has enough stepchildren, 5, plus a grand stepchild, to be aware of the gulf between the pure, unconditional love of a dog and the messy, ever-changing, often brutal love between a parent and a child. She pulls her phone out of her pocket and turns it to camera, wanting to capture the glory of the contrast between the dark, dying bluebells, the black soil, the green leaves, and the rich rust of the coat of Brian, her fox-red Labrador. "Brian," she calls to her dog, "look at me." Brian turns just once to face the camera. Jane gets the shot, and then Brian is gone again, catching up with the others. Jane puts her AirPods in and finds the podcast she was listening to earlier. True crime, always true crime, and follows the muted rustle and thump of her dog's paws on the path before her. But a moment later, she presses pause and pulls out her AirPods at the sound of one of the dogs barking. Bluto? She catches up with the dogs and is surprised to see in their midst a small white dog. Her dogs are all large and earthy colours, and the small white dog at the centre of the group looks like an unexpected blast of light. The dog seems comfortable in the heart of the band of bigger dogs, looks as if he wants to play, but Jane knows that Reggie, her oldest and best dog, won't take kindly to the suggestion, so she calls them all away and crouches by the small dog. "Well then, who the hell are you?" she asks, feeling its collar for a tag and not finding one. She sniffs the dog's fur, trying to discern the scent of a warm and loving home, but she gets a hit of damp earth. She feels his ribs and his belly, looking for his last meal, but his belly is empty, his ribs slightly pronounced. He looks like a West Highland terrier, not the sort of dog that you would normally find lost in the countryside, and he is incredibly friendly and licky. Jane stands up and turns 360 degrees, looking for the owner of this sweet, errant dog. "Hello," she calls out. "Person with small white dog? I have him here." She waits a moment for her calls to reach somebody, but all around is silent, in the way that this place is always so silent. It's one of the reasons why she is still here, 55 years after she was born, in that huge, awful, beautiful, cold house, in her parents' bed, a private midwife on hand, her birth leaving a bloodstain on the mattress that is still there to this day. It's this silence. And she knows already that there is nobody else in the Bluebell Woods with her today. She knows that this dog has not eaten for at least a day, maybe longer. She knows that this dog is now her responsibility. She sighs and pulls the spare lead from her pocket and clips it to the dog's collar. "Well," she says, leaning down to scratch him behind his ears, "I guess we need to take you home and get some food in you." She enters through the side door into the boot room, where she takes off all the dog's harnesses and leads, pulls off her own Wellingtons and puffer coat, pulls on the thick, fur-lined thermal socks she wears around the house, and then lets the dogs lead her into the kitchen, towards their bowls, which she fills from vats of incredibly expensive raw sludge she has delivered every month and stores in the freezer. She finds a smaller bowl for the new arrival, fills it with a few biscuits, and sets it down around the corner so that he is not disturbed. She watches him eat, and she looks at the time. 3:58. Still time to take him to the vet, find out if he's chipped, find out who is missing him. An old person, she imagines, maybe an old person who has died and nobody is aware. But she knows all the elderly people in the nearest village, and more than that, she knows all the dogs, and she has definitely never seen this dog before. The local vet is called Hester. She is, uncharacteristically for a country vet, very sentimental about animals, and now she puts her nose up against the white dog's snout and ruffles his ear. "Poor baby," she whispers up his nostrils. "Poor, poor, stinky baby." Then she takes her scanner and runs it over his scrawny body and says, "Aha, bingo." On the screen of her computer, the dog's details pop up. "Well, hello, Hugo." "Hugo?" says Jane. "Yes, Hugo Tucker, to be precise, of..." She scrolls through the details with a mouse. "Well, according to this, Hugo Tucker belongs to a Mr. Tucker who lives in London, NW3. "Really?" "Yes," says Hester. "What on earth are you doing, bang slap in the middle of nowhere, Mr. Hugo Tucker?" "Maybe he's been stolen." "Quite likely. They do like nicking people's dogs in London, don't they? I keep reading about it. Or he's been adopted, and the new owner didn't register the chip. Anyway, let me give them a call." The call rings out after a while, and Hester sighs and presses end. "Ah, well," she says, "I guess one of us will be taking him home tonight." "Wait," says Jane. "My stepson, Dexter, lives near Hampstead. Let me take Hugo. I can go and see Dexter while I'm there." "Well," Hester says, "if you're sure that's okay." Jane nods. Hester writes the address on a piece of paper and hands it to Jane, who puts it straight into her pocket without looking at it. "I'll give him some fluids," Hester says, "and then he should be good to go. Just keep me posted, will you?" That night, Hugo Tucker shares Jane's bed with her. He settles quickly and neatly, squashed between Reggie and Bluto. It's as if, Jane thinks, he's always been here, and she decides that if she can't find Mr. Tucker tomorrow in Hampstead, then Hugo can stay with her forever. Chapter 2. The following morning in leafy Belsize Park, Jane's favourite stepchild, Dexter, opens the door to his flat. His white blonde hair is scraped back off his face with a wide lycra band, and he's wearing an oversized sweatshirt, tiny shorts, and huge slippers in the form of a pair of sausage dogs. His face crumples at the sight of Hugo on the floor at Jane's feet, and he immediately drops to his haunches to greet him. "Oh my God," he says to the dog. "You are so beautiful." He looks up at Jane with gentle eyes. "He's so lovely. Don't give him back." I don't want to, says Jane, but we have to. Shall I come in then? Dexter lives with his best friend in a high-ceilinged 1.5-bedroom flat paid for by his father, who is Jane's second ex-husband, Tony. Dexter is Tony's eldest child, just turned 23, and despite a life of extreme privilege, he is one of the sweetest, purest people that Jane has ever known. He was just 8 when Jane married his father, a knock-kneed, skinny, scruffy boy with terrible eczema and a shock of wild white hair. They bonded over the family pet, a pug called Garibaldi that nobody else seemed to like, and have been close ever since. The flat is a tip. Evidence of the night before lies everywhere. Empty shot glasses, makeup mirrors, stained tissues, a vodka bottle, a half-drunk bottle of Prosecco, a sticky cocktail glass, and a carton of corner-shop pineapple juice. "Let me just throw some clothes on," says Dexter. "I won't be long." Jane eyes the disarray and resists the urge to tidy it away. "What time did you get to bed last night?" she calls out to Dexter. 3, 4, I think." It's currently 11 a.m. and Jane is impressed that Dexter was able even to get to the door, let alone appear fresh-faced and raring to go. He returns a moment later in the same sweatshirt with a pair of oversized jeans and a baseball cap and says, "Let's go." The address on the piece of paper that Hester the vet gave her sounds familiar. Thornwood, the Vale of Health, NW3. It brings a kind of flickering image to Jane's mind, a strange house at night, a Victorian streetlight, a sense of dread. But she can't put the image into any kind of context. It's only as she and Dexter head through Hampstead Village and down into the Vale of Health that she starts to remember. "Oh," she says, as they descend into the vale towards the hamlet, "I think I—" She stops, her breath held. "What?" says Dexter. "Nothing," says Jane. A man. A tall man. A bar in Soho. Jane was 29. It was the year 2000, and she'd just left her first husband, the Viscount. She'd been single and heartbroken and a bit desperate. She was very thin, she remembers, had barely eaten for weeks, and she is sure, very drunk and possibly crying. He was older than her, the man, probably in his mid-40s, and looked like a character from a black-and-white movie. "You look like you should be called Horace," she'd said, "or Cecil." He hadn't told her his real name, merely smiled and bought her another drink. "Why are you so sad?" he'd asked her, and she told him about the Viscount who'd turned out to be a huge disappointment, more interested in his old school friends than in Jane and his young, motherless children. "And now," she'd said, "it's just me again, a tragic orphan rattling around this big old world with nobody to hold on to." "You're very pretty," he'd said, "and utterly charming. It won't be too long before you're snapped up again." She'd clocked his wedding ring then and asked him about it. "Ah," he'd said, "yes, very happily married, for nearly 10 years. "So, why are you talking to me?" "Because you looked like you needed a friend." He'd told her he worked at a department store in the West End. He'd told her that they were hiring staff. He could, he told her, get her an interview as a shop floor assistant. "I'm not sure I'm a shop floor kind of person," she'd said. "I'd get complaints and be sacked in a week." He'd looked at her with wry amusement and then said, "You know, our au pair girl just left, went back to Brazil. You said you'd been living with small children?" Jane nodded. "I have 2 small children and a lovely home and a wife who doesn't really like housework. What would you think about maybe being some kind of housekeeper? Or nanny?" Jane laughed, but then stopped. "Seriously?" she asked. "Yes, seriously," he replied. "Why don't you come home with me? You can meet my wife, look at the house, see what you think." Jane had felt a pulse of something wrong then, a distant siren in her consciousness warning her of something she could not quite put her finger on. but also she remembers a little thrill of something dark and self-destructive, a sense of throwing it all away because she remembers feeling entirely worthless in that moment. There was no future back then that she could picture or hold on to. There was no mother, no father, no brother, no husband, no job, no sense of what on earth she even was. She remembers the feeling of her self-esteem lurking somewhere out of sight, too far away for her to grab hold of it in that moment and think, what am I doing? And so she and this tall, charming, nameless man, whom she insisted on calling Cecil all night long, sat silently together in the back of a taxi. And she remembers vividly the strange sensation of leaving the heart of loud, high-octane Friday night London, full of vodka and recreational drugs, and finding herself 20 minutes later in a sleepy Dickensian hamlet formed of tiny lamplit alleyways and rows of mismatched houses, seemingly cut off from the rest of the world. "Where are we?" she'd asked. "Hampstead," he'd said. "This isn't Hampstead," she'd said, thinking of the brightly lit urban village full of bars, pubs and boutiques. He'd told her that the Vale of Health had been annexed from the main village in the 18th century as a sanctuary from the plague. The hamlet had once been peopled by the most fashionable writers and artists of the time, but now it was a quiet backwater, surrounded on all sides by the wilds of Hampstead Heath. "How long have you lived here?" 15 years, he replied. "It belonged to my mother-in-law. She just passed away a few months ago, and now it belongs to my wife and me." She remembers her spinning head, the vertiginous mix of alcohol, excitement and fear as the taxi crept slowly down the tiny lane, almost vanishing into the blackness. As they slowed to a halt, Jane saw ahead of them a wooden fence that followed the curve of the heath. Beyond that was nothing. "Wow," Jane had said, "it looks like the last house in the world." "Sometimes," the man had said, "it feels like maybe it is." They walked through a green gate and onto a small driveway, just big enough for the open-backed army jeep parked across it. Jane's father once had an old jeep similar to this one, and like this one, it had sat outside their house for years, rusting into a grotesque eyesore. A woman had come to the window at the sound of their footsteps, a pretty woman with black hair in a feathered bob, dark eyes watching warily. At the sight of her, Jane had begun to sober up. As they approached the front door, she could hear the rumble of the taxi making its way out of the hamlet, and suddenly she'd wanted to turn and run, flag it down, beat on its doors, ask it to take her home. But then the man with no name touched her elbow gently and said, "Here, let me introduce you." And Jane had found herself, as she had so often over the course of her stupid, mismanaged life, being dragged along into someone else's narrative, because she had never had one of her own. And so she had followed him, that tall, imposing man, into his house, and had been introduced to his wife, and made awkward small talk with her while the man with no name mixed her a martini. And her memories are hazy now, splashes of colour, a detail or two, a brown cabinet housing a home computer, photographs of a boy and girl, both around 8 or 9, a grey cat, a Liberty print lampshade. Her image of the woman is hazy too, but she remembers a large engagement ring, a pursed mouth, and she remembers the sudden blinding, deafening realization she should not be there, that she had taken the wrong fork in the road. And then, as the man passed her the martini, there was a scream and a thud from upstairs that made her jump so hard she knocked the glass out of the man's hand. "Fuck," he'd said angrily under his breath. "I'm really sorry," she'd said. The woman jumped to her feet. "The children," she'd said. Neither made a move upstairs. There was no sound of a weeping child. "I'll make you another one," he'd said. "You know, actually, I think I'll probably skip the drink. I think—" "Nonsense," he'd said with enough force to make Jane flinch. "I'll make you another." He'd gone to the cabinet again, and she had smiled nervously at the wife, who had given her some kind of warning glance. Jane couldn't tell if it was friendly or unfriendly, but there had been a long silence. She remembers that, and inside that silence she made her plan. "Is it okay if I go outside," she'd said, "to smoke a cigarette?" She remembers not waiting for permission. She remembers the solid feel of the strap of her handbag held inside her fist. She remembers the pulse of adrenaline that pushed her heart up hard against her ribcage. She remembers the tall man coming towards her, a fresh martini in his hand, and staring at her. "Stay," he'd said, holding it out to her. "Drink your martini." "I won't be long," she'd said lightly. "I can't drink gin without nicotine. You know what it's—" "Stay," he'd said again. And she remembers the feel of his other hand on her wrist, the sense of being tugged, and she remembers the wife putting herself between them. "Let her go," she'd said to the man. "The children are awake." Jane had felt the tension drop, his grip soften and then loosen entirely. Her hands shook as she lit her cigarette outside the front door. She'd looked up at the dark windows above, wondering about the scream and the bang, but all was dark, all was quiet. And then, with a driving sense of urgency, she'd tiptoed across the crunchy gravel, quietly unhooked the inside latch of the gate, and then, and only then, had held her bag tight to her stomach and run and run and run. Now, as she watches the dot on her phone app moving through the vale towards the house called Thornwood, she feels it in her gut, even before they get there. It's the same house. Chapter 3. There's a wooden sign nailed to the fence with the word Thornwood painted on it, which Jane doesn't remember from that long-ago night, and there is a plastic button attached to a post by the gate, which Jane presses. She hears the faint tinkle of an old-fashioned electric bell chime from inside the house and notices Hugo react to it, look around expectantly, the beginnings of a low growl forming in the back of his throat. There is the sound of a door being opened, and then a male voice calling from the other side of the beaten-up jeep, which is still there. Jane feels her breath catch at the sight of it. If the jeep is still there, then the man must also still be there. "Yes," comes a male voice. Dexter and Jane exchange a look. "Oh," Jane calls back. "Hello, have you lost a dog?" There is a brief silence, and the sound of large feet on gravel. Then a man pulls the gate open and stares at them. Jane braces herself for the man from that chilling night all those years ago. But it is not that man. It is a very different man indeed. He is 50-ish, average height and scruffy-looking with long salt and pepper hair, thinning on top and pulled back into a ponytail. He wears a faded Ramones t-shirt, black combat trousers and warm black trainers, and holds a mug of something in a tattooed hand. His gaze goes down to Hugo. "Fucking hell," he says, resting his mug on a wall and crouching down to the dog. "Where the fuck have you been?" Hugo looks pleased to see the man and nuzzles against his hands, his tail whipping back and forth, but Jane can also read a slight confusion in the dog's body language, a sense that he doesn't quite know what's happening. "What's his name?" she asks the man pointedly. "Hugo," says the man, going back to standing. "He disappeared a few days ago. Thought he'd been nicked." "Where'd you find him?" "Near my house," she says primly. "On the coast." The man looks surprised. He starts, but then stops and shakes his head. "Whereabouts, exactly?" "Brighton," she says sharply. "Just outside." She senses Dexter throwing her a confused look and ignores it. "Well," says the man, "thank you for bringing him back. Is he okay?" Jane nods. "I took him to the vet. He was a little dehydrated, but apart from that, in good condition." "Do I owe you any money?" he asks, a hand going absent-mindedly to his trouser pocket. "For the vet?" Jane shakes her head. "No," she says, "it's fine." He takes his hand away from his pocket and nods. "Well, cheers, anyway. I appreciate it." He leans down with a sigh. "Come on, mate," he says to the dog. Let's get you inside. My name is Jane, by the way, and this is my stepson, Dexter. He only lives up the road, so if you ever need anyone to look after the dog, take care of him, I know he'd be more than happy. Dexter nods enthusiastically, but the man is already backing away, his hand on the gate, preparing to close it again. Sure, he says. Thanks, like I say, I appreciate it. How long have you lived here? She asks. He shrugs. 10 years or so? The Jeep, is it yours? Nah, belonged to my landlady's ex-husband. Why? Do you want to buy it? It's up for sale. Oh, she says, God, no, thank you. I just recognised it, that's all. My dad had one like it, when I was little. He nods at her, and then he turns. The gate closes, and the man and his dog disappear from sight. Chapter 4. Jane takes Dexter for coffee and cake in Hampstead Village. There is a heavy silence between them. Are you okay? Dexter asks. Jane cuts her salted caramel muffin into 4 pieces and puts one of them in her mouth. The sugar hit is immediate and gratifying. Not really, she says. And then she takes a deep breath and she tells Dexter the story of the night she always remembers as the night she nearly died. It's been her party piece for years. Did I ever tell you about the night I went back to a stranger's house, then decided I was about to be drugged and possibly murdered, freaked out and ran away? It always got a laugh. In her mind, the anecdote had become distilled down to a 1-sentence slice of life, but now it suddenly expanded back to full size. The feel of it, the chill on her flesh, the dead eyes of the man with no name, his pursed-mouthed beauty queen wife wordlessly aiding her escape, the bang and scream overhead, the trees rustling in the dark wind as she ran helter-skelter through the vale and back to the bright lights of the village. She spares no details now as she describes the incident to Dexter, and his face performs a theatre of reactions as she speaks. Fucking hell, Jane, he says when she's finished, and it was definitely that house. Oh God, yes, totally. It was the Jeep that sealed it for me. But that wasn't the man. No, the man would be 70-ish by now, I reckon, and he was very elegant and well-dressed, very tall. But did you hear what the man said about the Jeep belonging to his landlady's ex? That must have been her, the pretty wife. She must still own the house, and maybe she finally got shot of the old pervert. So that guy, Mr. Tucker, you've never seen him before? No, it was just the 3 of us that night, and the screaming child upstairs. It's such a strange coincidence, says Dexter. Freakish, almost. I know, says Jane, but then her life has always worked like this, she feels. There's always been a strange pattern to things, invisible threads making invisible connections, leading her from one bizarre episode to the next. Well, she says, that's that. The Hugo incident is officially over. Oh, I feel sad about it, says Dexter. Jane thinks about Hugo curled into a neat ball on her bed last night, slumbering peacefully between her own dogs, and nods. Me too. Her phone rings then. It's Hester, the vet. Jane! Hi, glad I caught you. Do you still have Hugo? No, we just left him with his owner. Is anything wrong? No, nothing's wrong. At least there's nothing wrong with the dog. But I just heard something weird from Helen Yaxley. You know, the woman with all the donkeys? She has that annex on her land that she rents out, and she's been renting it out to a young woman. She arrived a week ago with, according to Helen Yaxley, a small white dog. Helen didn't catch the dog's name, but she agreed that it was probably a West Highland. Anyway, Helen went to check in on them this morning. The back door to the annex was unlocked. The girl's stuff was still there. There was a filled mug of tea on the counter, hand-washed underwear hanging up to dry, half-eaten bowl of cereal congealed on the kitchen counter, and no sign of the girl, or of the dog. The police are on their way there now. I just thought you might want to know. Maybe you can let the owner know? It might be a friend of his. Someone he knows? Jane lets her fork drop onto her plate and eyes Dexter urgently. Yes, right, definitely. We'll go back. We'll tell him. And the girl, what was her name? Did Helen say? Yes, says Hester. Her name was Rose. Rose White.
Chapter 5. Stuart, 10 years earlier. She has that look about her. It's clear as day, despite the neatly combed hair, the collared jacket, the little white dog at her feet. It's only just gone midday. It's Tuesday. She might want the world to think that that's a glass of lemonade on the table in front of her, or even a soda water. But I know, and she knows, that it's a vodka and lemonade. A double. I can see it in her eyes, the sad gleam of relief as the vodka diffuses into her bloodstream. I can picture her, all morning, counting down the seconds, the minutes, the hours, until the time turns from 11:59 to 12, from uncivilized, unthinkable morning drinking to being just like everyone else in the pub in the back streets of Hampstead. She drinks here instead of at home, because then she's not drinking alone. She's drinking with other people who are drinking. The other people drinking here are not like her, and she knows it, but still, it makes her feel more normal, less like she has a problem. But she does have a problem. I know she has a problem, just by looking at her. I lift my fresh pint from the bar and carry it towards her table. Nice dog, I say. Westy? She nods. How old? Nearly a year. Oh, I say. Still a baby then. He's being very good. Surprised he's not trying to drag you out of here. I regard the dog, my pint, the woman. Do you mind if I join you? I say. She looks horrified, which is fair enough. I'm a strange man approaching her on a Tuesday lunchtime in her local pub. I see her eyes go from my pint to my face, to the door and back again. Why? Because I thought you might prefer company to drinking alone. I'm not drinking I cock my head to one side. My eyes go to her drink. I'm fine, she says. But thank you. I nod. No worries, I say. I'll be over there if you change your mind. I won't, she says with the kind of pursed-lipped smile that was trained into her by parents who cared about appearances. I take my pint to a table at the other side of the bar and scroll through my phone for a while. Within half an hour I see her at the bar, ordering another drink. Her back is tight and narrow through her smart jacket. I can see the tips of her shoulder blades. I see that her shoes are old-fashioned and scuffed. She is not a Hampstead yummy mummy, far from it, but she is not bad-looking. 30-ish, well-spoken. By 3 p.m. she is 4 vodkas down and unsteady on her feet. I see her check the time on her phone and head to the bar, where she orders herself a double espresso. She drinks it down in 2 gulps, gathers her dog, her bag, her coat, and leaves. I don't follow her. I've got the size of her. She's gone to collect a kid from school. She'll eat mints or chew gum on the way. The mothers at the gate will talk about her. She'll get home having probably picked up another coffee on the way and tell her husband, her partner, whoever, that she and the dog had a wonderful walk on the heath. I can guarantee she'll be back here tomorrow. And so will I.
Chapter 6. Mr. Tucker, it's Jane again and Dexter. Can we just have another quick word? The door opens and Mr. Tucker appears beside the army jeep, his arms folded across his slight paunch, eyeing them dubiously. Everything okay? He asks. Well, yes and no. I've just had a phone call from the vet who treated Hugo, and she tells me that Hugo had been staying at a local holiday rental with a young woman who has subsequently disappeared. I just wondered, I know you said you thought Hugo might have been stolen, but is it possible he was taken by someone you know? Jane watches the man's face, and she sees it all pass in a flash. Confusion, fear, anger, worry. But then his face resets into its original placid expression, and he nods. "Weird," he says, leaning back against the side of the jeep, his arms still folded across his belly. "Really weird." One hand reaches up to his stubble and rubs it absent-mindedly. "No," he says. "Definitely not." Jane's gaze goes to a scooter with pink and silver tassels. Mr. Tucker's follows it. "That was my stepdaughter's," he says. "She's an adult now." Jane nods. "Her name is Rose, apparently, the girl." "Don't know anyone called Rose, but I think it sounds like we found our dog napper." "It does," Jane agrees. "And I suppose if the police are getting involved, they might be in touch with you at some point." "Police?" "Yes, my neighbour has reported her missing. The girl called Rose." There is a small twitch at the corner of the man's mouth. "Right," he says. "Yeah, I guess so." "I can let them have your details if you want to follow up the dog theft." "No, nah," he scratches the back of his neck. "Whatever, it's probably my fault. Should have done a better job of keeping him indoors. Maybe that girl, Rose, maybe she thought she was helping. Maybe she was rescuing him. He's home now. That's all that matters." He smiles, but the smile is hard, almost rigid. Slowly he unfolds his arms and pulls himself to standing. "Thanks for the update. Have a nice day." He turns and heads back into the house. The door closes behind him, but not before, for just a brief bolt of a moment, Jane sees the side profile of a middle-aged woman in the hallway. Her eyes turn to them. Something sad and blighted about her expression as the door closes again. Chapter 7. Jane and Dexter walk back to his apartment. The May afternoon is bold and bright, in stark contrast to the murky aura around Thornwood, and Jane feels a rush of city lust pass through her. Shannon, her dog-sitter, said she could stay with the dogs overnight, and now Jane can feel the siren call of proper cocktails and pretty men, rooftops and fumes and dazzling shop windows. "Fancy dinner tonight?" she asks Dexter. "Somewhere snazzy." "Snazzy," Dexter smiles. "You and your funny speak. But I can't tonight, I've got a class." "What sort of class?" "A dance thing. Finishes at 9. But Dad's in town. Why don't you see if he's around?" Dexter's dad is called Tony. He's about to turn 60, and he lives in Nevada with his third wife, Maddie. But he also has a townhouse in Seven Dials, right bang in the middle of Covent Garden, and it has always been Jane's fantasy that even though they've been divorced for over 5 years, Tony might secretly leave it to her in his will. Jane gets on with Tony, especially when Maddie is not around, but she's not sure a night out with her ex is exactly the grimy city night she had had in mind. She messages him anyway. "I'm in town. Are you around tonight? Dinner?" Seven Dials is buzzing on this hopeful May afternoon. The sun still sits high enough in the sky to cast light onto the pavements. People wear sunglasses. The tables outside bars and restaurants are all full. The door to Tony's Seven Dials house is painted dark green, with the numbers 3 and 1 attached in gold. It's the dictionary definition of discreet. 1,000,000 pairs of feet have walked past Tony's front door over the 200 years it's been sitting there, and only a small percentage of people will ever have noticed it. On the ground floor of Tony's house is a shop selling high-end organic toiletries. When Jane first came to stay at this house, the shop on the ground floor sold second-hand vinyl. Tony buzzes her in, and she takes the steep old staircase to the first floor, where Tony sits at the kitchen counter in front of an open laptop. Tony is not a looker. He never was. It was always about his charisma, his rough edges, his money, his charm, and more than that, it was about the contrast between him and her first husband, who'd had a title and land and looked like a Prince Charming come to life, but was a horrible kisser and slept in proper pyjamas. "Hello, sweetie," he says in the slightly camp, native New Yorker way of his. He pulls her close for a bear hug and she smells a long day on him. She smells his lunch, the coffee he had after his lunch. The smell is reassuringly familiar and slightly dreadful, both at the same time. She's glad, she thinks, so glad that she is no longer his wife. She is glad, she thinks, that she is no longer anyone's wife. But God, she misses this house. Tall and narrow, renovated by an interior designer in the 90s, tired around the edges now, but still with the lingering glamour of an expensive job well done. Real marble, real mahogany, real leather trimmings, muted lighting, giving it the feel of old-school Manhattan, like an apartment in a Scorsese movie or an old Woody Allen. Tony pours her a drink. She says, "I really wanted a dirty night out, you know? Messy, drunk, maybe a club. Don't suppose you're in the mood for that?" Tony shakes his head. "No, not me, but don't let me stop you. You're welcome to treat this place like a cheap hotel and crash out here when you're done, as long as Maddie doesn't find out about it." Jane sighs. "Thank you, that's sweet, but I don't really want to go out by myself. I wish I still had friends in town, you know? I used to have so many friends in London. I wonder what happened to them all." "They all ended up dead, or in the country." "That's probably true," she says, then she sighs again. "Funny being this age, isn't it?" Tony laughs and passes Jane her drink. He offers her his glass for a cheers. "To being a funny age." Jane clinks her glass against his. "But I mean, we are not old. We really are not old. But yet what little time we have left. It's terrifying. Christ, Tony, you'll be 70 in 10 years, and then you're in the countdown, basically. Months, days, minutes. Where did all that time go? That formless, unimaginable infinity. Ugh, I just want every minute to shine, you know? Be amazing." "And," says Tony, "is it amazing?" "No," she replies crossly. "No, it fucking isn't. It's pretty shit, actually. I mean, I have the dogs, obviously, and they are my joy, but the house..." She pauses. "I had an estate agent round yesterday to value it. It has to go. I know it has to go. It's on the verge of falling down, just like me." "Nonsense, you're stunning. Always have been, always will be." "Like I say, on the verge. I can feel it coming, but it's not here yet. And I do sometimes wonder if I should just get a job or something. Heaven forfend." "I've been thinking," Jane says slowly, circumspectly, as it is the first time she has said this out loud, "that I might retrain as a private detective." "Ha!" Tony scoffs, but then narrows his eyes at her when he realizes she's being serious. "You mean it?" "Yes. Remember that thing earlier this year with that marriage scammer guy who murdered his wife, Simon Smith?" Tony shakes his head. "Well, it was a big story here in the UK, and I was kind of involved with it, tangentially. The daughter of one of the victims asked me to help her because I used to know her father. She didn't trust this guy, didn't believe he was who he said he was, and it was all so satisfying following all the leads, asking people questions. It just ignited something in me. And then yesterday, something really strange happened. The estate agent had just left and I was feeling super emotional, and this little dog appeared in the Bluebell Woods at Rosebery from nowhere, and it turned out he belonged to a guy in Hampstead. Me and Dexter dropped the dog back there today, and..." She pauses. "I don't know," she says softly. "There was something really off about the whole thing. About the guy. His weird house." She pauses again. She has never told Tony about the night she went home with a complete stranger on the flimsy promise of a job. She's certain he would not judge her, not all these years later, but still she can't quite bring herself to let him see the desperate, broken fool she'd once been. "Anyway," she continues lightly, "it turns out that the dog had been staying with a young woman called Rose at my neighbour's holiday rental, And now Rose has completely disappeared, and I'm just all tingly with it, you know? I want to get involved. Well, then why not? Because I'm not actually a private investigator. I'm just a nosy old bag who's barely worked a day in her life. Tony tuts. Jane, he says. Stop it. You're a brilliant woman. You just haven't had a lot of experience in the trenches. 55 and good for nothing. What happened to the dog rescue place in Spain? Jane had gone straight from their marriage to Andalusia, where she'd co-founded and helped to run a dog sanctuary, but returned to the UK late last year because she was homesick. Oh, I'm still involved with it. I still raise money for them, and I'll go back every year when I can, but I couldn't live there anymore. I needed to be here. This is where I want to finish. But it's also... She pauses again. It's also where I want to begin. Well, says Tony, go find Rose, I guess. Then he smiles and says, come on, let's take these up to the terrace and watch the sunset while we work out how you're going to do it. Chapter 8. Jane calls Helen Yaxley the following morning through the fog of a Kraken hangover. Helen, it's Jane Trevally from Rosebery. Oh, Jane, hi. I hear it was you who found the missing dog. It was. Brought him back to his owner in London yesterday, and then Hester, the vet, told me that the girl who had him at your annex had disappeared. What did the police say? Oh, not a lot. No signs of foul play, just done a runner, they reckon. But leaving her underwear, Jane asks. All her things? Her dog? Why? It doesn't make any sense to me, either, and she was such a lovely girl. Not the type to do a runner, and certainly not without her dog. She doted on that dog, adored him. Did she? Yes, you could tell they were very bonded. Jane frowns. So maybe not a dog napper after all. What are the police going to do? She asks. The dog's owner in London claims he doesn't know anyone called Rose and thinks whoever she was, she must have stolen the dog or found him on the heath and taken him. I really don't know. They weren't very forthcoming. But unless someone reports her missing or she makes a sudden reappearance, I think that's the end of it. Jane pauses, her gut telling her that that can't possibly be the end of it. That a young woman called Rose White could not appear in the middle of the countryside with a dog that she had either stolen or found in North London, and then disappear a few days later, leaving her dog to wander into Jane's Bluebell Woods. She thinks of the hand-washed underwear Hester had told her about. She thinks of strange Mr. Tucker, his air of discomfort. And then she thinks again of the overhead scream and bang that night in the Vale of Health 26 years ago. The tick, tick of the heavy clock on the mantelpiece, the pursed lips of the wife. She thinks of that sense that she'd walked into a trap. She thinks of the thin woman she and Dexter had glimpsed fleetingly in the house yesterday, and she shivers. Helen, she says, I've got a funny feeling about all of this. Could I possibly pop over this afternoon, have a look at the annex? Would that be okay? Well, yes, I don't see why not. I'll be around after 2. Great, says Jane. I'll see you then. As she sits on the train back to Little Belmont later that morning, Jane remembers Tony's words from the night before up on the roof terrace. Why don't you take a course? He'd said. In what? She'd said. In private investigation, he'd said with a tut and a roll of his eyes. What do you think, balloon animals? Jane hadn't realised you could take courses in private investigation. She couldn't quite imagine it. Pictured a room full of people in trench coats and trilbies with folded newspapers under their arms. Or was that spies? She'd Googled it on her phone in bed that night and seen a dozen courses, mostly online, done from the privacy of your own home. And actually, surely, if there was ever a job that was designed for an older woman who'd barely worked a day in her life, it must be that. Miss Marple herself had been in her mid-70s for the entirety of her career. But could she? She thinks now. Could she really? She hadn't studied since she was 18 years old, when she'd left her stupidly expensive sixth-form college with no A-levels because she'd spent the whole 2 years chasing tragic love affairs with stupid boys and the occasional stupid grown man. Then she'd become an orphan at 19 and clung on to her first love, a man called Paddy Swan, for dear life while she grieved. What a bloody idiot she'd been, hanging around waiting for him to marry her, when in reality he'd been trying to find a way to get away from her. She'd almost got a job after they split up, but then a few months later she met a man in a bar in Pimlico who looked like Paul Newman and talked like Hugh Grant, and it turned out he was a Viscount, and not a poor one, and he'd swept her completely off her feet. They were married less than a year after Paddy Swan dumped her for a woman called Nina. No need for a job when you live in an 18-bedroom stately home in the Cotswolds. No need for a job when you're looking after 3 young motherless children, 4 dogs and some peacocks. Job enough in all that.
Chapter 9. Stuart, 10 years earlier. It's winter now, and the woman in the pub has taken to wearing a long fur coat, fake, by the look of it, and mittens, which she peels off at the bar and folds one into the other. She also has a fabric wrap of some kind over her ears, which she pulls off before smoothing down her fine brown hair with bony fingers. The dog is wearing a coat with a fur lining. "Vodka and lemonade, please," she asks, crisply, as though it is normal for a young mother and housewife to order a vodka and lemonade at 12:04 on a Wednesday. "Single or double?" She pretends to think about it and then says, "A double, thank you." She notices me in the corner as she carries her drink across the bar, and I see her change direction slightly. I nod at her, unthreateningly, and continue scrolling on my phone. I watch her take off her fur coat, fold it neatly into itself, and drape it on the back of the chair opposite her. I know that in under 3 hours she will be pulling that same coat on messily and inelegantly, struggling to find the armholes, the sleeves. Someone calls her an hour later. I see her stare at her phone in horror, pick it up, look at the screen, put it down again, and then sigh heavily, pull herself straight and answer it. "Hello? Yes? Is everything... Right, okay. How bad is it? Should I... Yes? Okay. Okay, I can be there now. I mean in 10 minutes or so. I'm just up the road. Great. See you in 10. 15. Yes. Thank you." She ends the call, and I see her mouth "shit" under her breath. Then she lifts the remaining half of her vodka and lemonade to her mouth, tips it down her throat in 3 hard gulps, goes to the bar, asks for a double espresso, necks it in one, pulls on her coat, pulls on her headband, pulls the dog to his feet and heads for the door. As she leaves, I see that she has left something behind. Her mittens on the table. I finish my pint and pull on my jacket and my hat. I pick up her mittens, and from a distance of around 2 meters, I follow her through the streets of Hampstead.
Chapter 10. Tony had folded something into the palm of Jane's hand as she left his house that morning. It was a key. "Use the house," he'd said. "Whenever you want. I'm going back to Denver tomorrow and I won't be back in London until October." He closed her fingers over the key, then put one of his own fingers to his lips and said, "Just don't let it get back to Maddie." Jane had stared down at the key, her stomach swirling. "Seriously?" "Absolutely seriously. You're losing yourself out there in the country. You need a change of pace." "Do you trust me not to change the locks and keep it forever?" "Yes," he'd laughed. "Of course I do. You and I, whatever it was that went wrong between us, it was never about lack of trust. If anything, it was about too much honesty." He'd smiled and tipped his head to one side. "I would trust you with my life. Just don't bring all those crazy dogs here and let them on the beds, okay? Especially that one that drools." She'd smiled. That would be great. Honestly, just what I needed, she'd said. I can't thank you enough. Well, you are so great with the kids, especially Dexter. I feel better being all the way over there knowing that you're here for them if they need anything. I should have thought of it before, but I always assumed you were down there in the chaos living your best life. I didn't know you were lonely. I'm not lonely, Tony. Just bored. Bored, lonely, whatever. Use the house. Have some fun. Meet some people. Solve some crimes. Helen meets her at the front door of her smart cottage. She's crisp and charming as always in a white blouse and blue turned-up jeans, her grey hair tied back into a ponytail and her feet in Birkenstocks. Her dogs follow them as they walk across her land towards the annex, a black-clad rectangle with a wraparound terrace set in a quiet corner out of view. She was so young, Helen is saying. Felt almost too young to be out here on her own. She told me she was studying for her A-levels, that she couldn't concentrate at home because it was too noisy. She said she needed some space and peace. She just seemed really, really sweet. What did she look like? Jane asks as Helen turns a key in the door of the annex. Pretty, I suppose, says Helen. Tiny bit overweight, a little scruffy, dyed blonde hair, kind of to here. She touches her collarbone. Accent? Normal, London, I'd guess, not posh, just average. And what was she like? I mean, did she seem happy? Helen sighs. Happy? No, definitely not happy. Subdued, I would say, and I just put that down to shyness, maybe stress about her exams. But polite and sweet, yes, very. And she didn't tell you anything about herself? No, nothing. But then I didn't ask. I never ask about my guests. It's not my place. She leads Jane into the annex and pulls open the curtains. I haven't touched anything. I'm still half expecting her to come back. How long did she book the place for? Unspecified, but A-levels start mid-May, so I'd assume she'd be gone before then. She paid £100 deposit in cash, asked if she could pay the rest when she left, and I said I'd be happy to wait. In all honesty, I think I wasn't too fussed whether she paid or not. The place was just sitting there, empty, and I wanted her to do well in her A-levels. I saw her take the dog out 2 or 3 times a day. She smiled and waved, but didn't come over to say hi, and that was fine with me. I assume she gave you details? An address, passport, some form of ID? Well, no. Like I say, it was all very last minute. She messaged me the day before. I said it was available. She turned up with cash. She was young, sweet. I didn't think I needed anything else from her. Stupid, really, in hindsight. Helen shrugs. Anyway, she says, what are you looking for, exactly? I'm not sure, says Jane, eyeing the mug on the kitchen counter full of cold tea, the open suitcase on the floor by the unmade bed, the loaf of white sliced bread by the toaster left unsealed, a tub of butter, a tube of Baroccas, a phone charger still plugged into the USB socket above the kitchen counter, a tin of Lily's kitchen dog food, a bag of dog biscuits, the water bowl on the floor. No sign of any school books, she observes crisply. Helen grimaces. Yes, she says, I did wonder about that. The pants she sees hanging to dry on the radiator are not the sort of thing that Jane would normally associate with a teenage girl. She has known a lot of teenage girls over her long career as a stepmother, and not one of them ever wore pants that covered their bellies. But these are very large indeed. You said she was a bit overweight. Only a tiny bit. Puppy fat, probably. But not those pants overweight. I have to say, Jane, Helen says with a dry laugh, I hadn't really given it any thought. Jane crouches by the open suitcase and carefully goes through the contents. Plain T-shirts, a scruffy bra, a pair of pale pink leggings, a pair of knitted slippers with a fur lining, a packet of tarot cards, a Matt Haig novel, a small leather pouch containing 2 pairs of silver stud earrings, a roll of dog poo bags, a Ziploc bag containing small vials of essential oils, a packet of tampons. In the tiny bathroom in the corner of the annex, there is a damp towel pooled on the floor, deodorant, and simple face cream on the glass shelf above the sink, supermarket-owned brand shampoo and conditioner, both for blonde hair, Jane notes. A pair of discarded pants on the floor, this pair much smaller than the others, making Jane's observation of the oversized underwear in the main room more pertinent. There's no makeup anywhere in the place. No products beyond the very, very basic. Nothing nice, nothing fancy, nothing pretty. Which is fine, Jane surmises. Just because Jane loves pretty things, just because nearly every woman Jane knows likes pretty things, doesn't mean that everyone does. Well, she says to Helen, thank you for letting me have a nose around. The police have the details of the guy in London from Hester the vet, so there's a chance they might want to talk to him, to see if there's anything connecting the two of them. But otherwise, yes. Maybe she did just steal someone's dog in London, travel halfway across the country to a random Airbnb, then completely disappear minutes after making herself a cup of tea and washing her pants. Stranger things have happened, she sighs. Helen nods sceptically. Occam's razor, she says. But you'll keep me posted? I'll keep you posted, yes. Helen's smile is slightly long-suffering, as if she has had to spend a vast chunk of her life humouring Jane's private eye fantasies. Thanks, you're the best. Jane throws Helen one of her smiles, the one that she knows people find hard to resist. Sure enough, she sees Helen's face soften, breaking into a smile of her own. No problem, Jane. And how are things with you? How's the house? Everyone in the village knows that Jane's house is an ongoing nightmare. Helen is old enough to remember Jane's parents, Jane's brother, the tragedy of it all. Asking after the house is her rather British way of asking how Jane is dealing with the shrapnel of her life. Disastrous as ever, but summer's on its way. Rosebery is always better when the weather's good. This is not entirely true, but the last thing Jane wants is anyone to feel sorry for her. Yes, she had a raw, brutal childhood. Yes, she lost her parents to their addictions when she was barely a grown-up. And yes, her brother went the same way as her parents and left her all alone in the world when she was still a young woman. But she's had a good life. She has more than most. She does not want to inspire pity. She wants to find Rose White. That is what she wants. The dogs are ecstatic when Jane returns. She falls to her knees and allows the 5 minutes of wet noses and dank breath, the whoosh of tails and weight of heavy paws on her shoulders, on her legs. Shannon gathers her things and smiles fondly. They've all been so good, she says, and then regales Jane with the sorts of dog-based minutiae and anecdotes that only a dog's owner would want to hear. Jane hands Shannon 3 £20 notes. Shannon says, "Oh, by the way, what happened to the cute white dog? Did you get him home okay?" Jane tells her about the cottage in the Vale of Health, the strange man, the sense that something wasn't quite right. And then Shannon says, "Yes, I saw that girl a few times out in the woods near Helen's place. You know, the parkland where I walk the Clark's dogs." "Oh," says Jane, brushing dog hair off her jeans. "Right. Did you ever talk to her?" "Yeah, sort of." "What did you talk about?" "Nothing much. Her dog, the Clark's dogs, dogs in general, you know. She said she was going to be here for a few days studying for exams." "Did she seem okay?" "Well, yes. I mean, shy, slightly anxious, edgy, but all young people are like that these days, aren't they?" "You're a young person, Shannon." "Not really, not anymore. I'll be 30 in 8 months." "That is young." "Yes, but too old to be doing with all that anxiety and whatnot. Just got to get on with it eventually, haven't you?" "Yes," Jane agrees heartily. "Yes, you really do." "Anyway, I'm free a lot over the summer. I've left the spa, going to be focusing more on the dog business from now on, thinking of starting a daycare place, so I'll be around if you need me. Just call me whenever. You know how much I love your boys and how much I love this house." Shannon is obsessed with trashy Victorian literature about rich people in big houses falling on hard times. Thus, she loves the pandemonium of Rosebery Hall, the peeling wallpaper, broken hall tiles, dusty fireplaces, crumbling ceilings, and she loves Jane's tragic backstory, the dead parents, the dead brother, the Viscount ex-husband with a stately home and half of Gloucestershire to his name. Jane, meanwhile, craves the clean lines of Shannon's village apartment, 3 bedrooms and an open-plan living room above the spa where she sometimes works, lots of windows, a brand-new kitchen, a tiny terrace at the back, just big enough for a friend and a bottle of wine. But every time she thinks about the estate agent's visit last Friday to value Rosebery Hall, Jane's skin turns clammy, her heart rate picks up. She thinks of the utter essence of herself knitted into every inch of this place, and the realization that by selling the house, she will be selling the only thing that remains of what used to be her family, and she will be cast adrift. Well, thank you, Shannon. That would be great, actually. My ex, Tony, he's lent me his London place, so I might be away quite a bit over the next couple of weeks. It'd be great if you could stay with the boys. It would be my pleasure, says Shannon, her face lighting up at the prospect. Honestly, you barely even need to pay me. Well, obviously you do need to pay me, but you know what I mean. She smiles again at Jane, says goodbye to the dogs, and then Jane is alone, her head a mess of thoughts and feelings, and finally, after a time, the comforting sense that, as Tony so rightly said, there is a job that needs to be done. There are 8 rooms on the ground floor of Jane's house, but the kitchen and the morning room are the only 2 that Jane uses. Upstairs she has her parents' old master suite, a vast 25-square-foot bedroom with William Morris wallpaper, a bay window overlooking the grounds, and an ensuite that her grandfather fitted himself, which gives Jane the ick every time she uses it. It's a putrid putty pink with rusty, leaky taps and a green linoleum that is peeling around the edges. It also smells. Jane could have used the money from her divorce from Tony to replace the bathroom, but instead she'd given it all to the dog shelter in Spain, washing the decay and humiliation of another failed marriage off her psyche by giving the money away. She'd kept just enough, by her calculations, to live a relatively low-maintenance life until she was 90. She wishes now she'd kept just a little more, just enough for a new bathroom, maybe, some new kitchen cabinets. The money from her first husband, the Viscount, she'd spent on saving this stupid house from collapsing. It had gone on scaffolding and girders, breeze blocks, boilers and roof tiles, and the house had looked exactly the same after spending £400,000 on it as it had before, but less likely to collapse, explode or flood. She walks into the grandest of her 3 living rooms. Even at this pleasant time of year, when the last frost of the winter was at least 6 weeks ago, it is cold in this room, cold in its very bones. In here is a portrait that was painted by a friend of her parents when she and her brother were about 7 or 8. The 4 of them are posed under a large tree in the front garden with a dog called Blue, whom Jane still feels tearful about when she remembers her death, even now, nearly 50 years on. They look like a Hollywood fantasy of a quirky, eccentric British family, with their messy hair, muddy boots, ruddy cheeks, brightly coloured knitwear. A Paddington Bear wet dream. But behind the dream were addiction, depression, mental health issues. Behind the dream were bad decisions, dysfunction, and early deaths. She takes the painting from the wall, blowing away the lace of cobwebs that comes with it. The wallpaper behind is a perfect rectangle of richly coloured roses, unfaded by decades of daylight. Jane takes the portrait to the morning room and props it on the sideboard. This, she realises, is all she needs from Rosebery now. This painting of a moment, which might have been real, but probably wasn't, and encapsulates everything she thinks she would lose if she sold this house. She would not lose a damp bathroom, or a broken ceiling, or leaking kitchen tap. She might just lose herself.
Chapter 11. Stuart, 10 years earlier. I follow the woman to her child's school. It's up a cobbled footpath behind the church. The tiny playground is set low beneath the path, and from the railings outside you can see all the way across London to the shiny skyscrapers of the city, the Shard, the cheese grater, the walkie-talkie. The woman is buzzed into the school building through a small black door. "Hi," I hear her say brightly before the door closes, and I wonder if the school secretary will be able to smell the vodka on her breath, see the glaze on her eyes. A moment later, the woman reappears with a young girl. The girl has dark hair tied into plaits and seems to be about 10 years old. She has a bandage around her wrist and looks like she's been crying. The girl has, I surmise from listening into their conversation, sprained her wrist. The girl wants to go to hospital, but the woman says they can't because she has the dog with her. "We'll need to go home first." "But I want to go to hospital now. It hurts so much." "But we can't, Daisy. Dogs aren't allowed in the hospital. We have to go home." "Why didn't you take him home first?" The girl called Daisy is crying again. "Because I was panicking. I didn't think." "You never think," says the girl through her tears. "You never do. Look, let's just go home. We can give you some Calpol, drop the dog off, and then I'll get us an Uber to the hospital, okay? Why can't you drive us?" "I just can't, okay?" "But why not?" "That stupid car never starts, and anyway, it's cheaper to go by taxi than pay the car park fees. Come on. Let's just get you home and get some painkillers in you. You might not even need to go to hospital once those have kicked in." The girl grumpily acquiesces with dropped shoulders and a huge sigh. "Fine," she says. "Fine." I follow from a distance again until I realise that they are headed for the Vale of Health. Nobody walks in and out of the Vale of Health unless they live there, or are walking a dog. My presence will be obvious, and if she turns to look at me, she will recognise me from the pub, so I hold back and let them disappear. The following day, she is back at the pub. Today she arrives at 11:55 and waits for the doors to open. And so it goes, I think to myself, the slow incremental descent, whereby one day it's not okay to have a drink before midday, and the next it is. I've been there. I know it. I used to be like her, you see. I used to be an alcoholic. I still am an alcoholic, but I've learned to control it. I know they say you can't do that, but I can. Because, actually, I think my alcoholism was more aligned with my hedonism back then when I was young. I wasn't like this woman here, trying to keep up the pretense of a normal, decent life. I was totally absorbed in the chaos of addiction, sucked up and away by excess of all kinds. I was known. "Oh, it's that guy. He's mad. Keep away." I would shave my hair on a whim, piss in public, get into fights, get kicked out of places. Oh, I got kicked out of so many places. It was par for the course. I never expected to go anywhere without being kicked out. I broke girls' hearts and treated them like shit. I was truly appalling. Nowadays, yes, I like to drink. I need to drink. I like to drink every day. Probably 5 or 6 pints between midday and midnight. Sometimes a pint more, sometimes a pint less. I barely touch spirits or wine. I don't take drugs. I walk a lot. I don't get kicked out of places. I'm a calm and reasonable man, and I can recognise fellow addicts when I see them, all the differing shapes and forms of them. And this addict, right here, this addict who makes her dog sit in a pub for 3 hours every day, who can't drive her injured daughter to hospital, who stumbles out of the pub while the sun is still up, she's pathetic. I wait until she's reached the end of her second glass, and then I get to my feet and feign surprise and recognition. "Oh," I say, "it's you. Wait, Hold on." I turn back to my table and pick up the mittens I brought back with me today. I have these, I say, waving them at her. You left them yesterday. You were in a bit of a hurry. Oh, she says. Yes, right, thanks. She holds out a hand for them and I pass them to her. You could have just left them behind the bar. Yes, I know, but I went after you, thought I'd catch you up and give them to you on the street, but I lost you, so ended up taking them home. Well, thanks. She puts them on the table and slides them gently out of her way. I act as if I'm about to leave her alone, but then turn back and say, Was everything okay yesterday? Oh, yes, she says dismissively. My daughter, she hurt her wrist, a sprain, nothing serious. But she was making quite a fuss, so the school made me come and get her. She's a bit, dramatic. She can be, yes. She's a classic teenager, I suppose. Ah, I nod. Yeah, I've been there, done that. You have kids? Yeah, 2. The boy, he's 20. Jesus. You don't look old enough to have a 20-year-old. Well, yeah, I'm not. I got kind of caught out, I guess you'd say, when I was 18. I gave the girl the money to have it taken care of, but she kept the money and the baby. I didn't meet him until he was nearly 10. And then, yeah, my daughter just turned 17. She's an angel. But her mum took her back to Australia when she was 3, so I haven't seen a lot of her. Oh, says the woman. That's sad. Yeah, it is. It's very sad. I can sense that the woman is beginning to feel comfortable with me, and I make a move towards the stool on the other side of her table. Do you mind if I... She shrugs and gives her head a small, firm nod. I sit down. So how old is she, your girl? She turned 10 in October. She's a bit of a handful. And is it just you? Yes, she says, picking up her glass and taking a measured sip from it. Just us. I mean, Daisy, that's my daughter. Her father is in the picture, but it's complicated. He has another, She bangs the glass back down on the table and I see a tremor in her hands, her wrists. He's married to somebody else. Someone who doesn't know about us. It's, She clears her throat. It's not ideal. I say, no, that sounds tough. Really tough. Messy. Yes, she nods. Messy. He's been saying for years and years and years that he'll leave them, that he'll come to us. But now his other children, they're virtually grown up, and if anything, he and his wife seem closer than ever. It's like they've fallen back in love with each other. They keep going off on romantic holidays, mini breaks, nights out at the theatre, and he treats me more and more like I'm the mistake, when he used to make me feel like she was the mistake that he got lumbered with, and I was the precious thing he could never have because of the mistake he made with her. And, frankly, I think he just wants us to disappear. I actually do. Just disappear. Poof. She makes a small explosion with her hands that nearly knocks her drink over, and she catches it awkwardly in the nick of time. Ugh, she says. Sorry, I have no idea why I'm telling you all this. I don't even know you. No, I say, measuredly. But I know you. I'm sorry. I mean, I see you. I narrow my eyes at her, trying to judge if I've pushed her away or drawn her closer. She veers away from me slightly and eyes me the same way I'm eyeing her. What are you talking about? You are on the precipice, I say, glancing pointedly at her vodka and lemonade, of blowing your whole life apart. Her eyes flash suddenly, and I notice for the first time that they are green, just like mine. It's not too late. I can help. She frowns at me. The line between her brows is deep and hard. For a start, I say, I can walk your dog for you. I glance down at the Westie who is lying with his chin resting on his front paws, eyeing me warily from beneath patrician eyebrows. No, she says. Thank you. I can walk my own dog. Ah, but you don't, do you? Yes, she says crisply. I do. I walk him here. I walk him to school. I walk him back. I take him on the heath twice a day. Plus, he has a big garden at home to run around in, so thank you, but he's fine. I nod unconvincedly. Okay, I say. Cool. The conversation flags for a moment while she gets over her annoyance at me for calling her out on her poor dog parenting. Then she says, What about you? Do you live with anyone? Nope, I say. Definitely not. I say this with a hint of regret, which is more than I actually feel. I don't get lonely. I like my existence, my days divided up into pints of lager, wanders across the heath, nights on a futon on the attic floor of a very nice squat near the Royal Free Hospital. I can still get sex, if I want it. There are some girls, some women, I've known them for years, they're fine. I don't have to go searching for it, thank God. I meditate, I read books about birds, I go to gigs, don't care who it is as long as I can afford the ticket. I cut people's hair for free, or for a little cash in hand. I have friends I see from time to time. I have a brother who has a wife and kids and all the accoutrements. We get on fine. I'm welcome round there for Christmas. So yeah, all in all, I don't need anyone. I don't want anyone. I'm doing good. She raises her brow. Sounds like there's a backstory. I blow out my cheeks. Have you got all day? She glances at the time on her phone. 1:30. I've got 90 minutes, she says. Shall I get us another round? By the time her phone pings at 3 p.m. to remind her to collect her child from school, her eyes are glazed, her speech is slurred. I feel bad for her kid. Who the hell wants a lush of a mother collecting them from school in that state in front of all their mates? I help her into her coat and make sure she doesn't forget her mittens. She smiles as she leaves, and then she says, Oh God, I don't even know your name. I'm Jessamine, by the way. Nice to meet you, Jessamine. My name is Stuart. She waves her mittens at me to show me that she hasn't forgotten them, and sets out unsteadily into the cold December afternoon.
Chapter 12. The sun is bright on the courtyard garden behind Jane's kitchen the next morning, but there is still a chill of not quite summer in the air, and Jane wears fingerless gloves and a soft scarf while she drinks her morning coffee. The 3 younger dogs snake around the courtyard lazily, sniffing the new herbs and flowers that are emerging, while Reggie sits at her feet, sun-worshipping. Jane's head is full of the white dog and Rose White and Thornwood. She thinks of what Shannon said yesterday about bumping into Rose White in the public parkland behind Helen's farm. It's very popular with dog walkers. Maybe someone there will have seen something. She finishes her coffee, rinses her cup in the kitchen sink, puts on her boots and drives to the village. It's a 7-minute walk from Helen Yaxley's property to the main entrance of Waterfowl Park, so named after the rare ducks that circle the pond. Jane is considering the possibility that Hugo might have escaped from there, as it's closer to Jane's property than to Helen's and makes more sense. She follows some of the quieter paths around the back end of the park, trying to sniff out a possible route for Hugo to have taken once he'd found himself separated from Rose White. Nobody in the village, according to Hester, had seen the white dog running loose or free through lanes or fields or land or roads in the days since Rose White went missing. But before she disappeared, Rose White had been seen walking the dog on the road between Helen's property and the park, and Shannon had seen them in the park a few times. Hugo would have been familiar with this area. And sure enough, as she follows the delicate threads on her map that denote footpaths, she sees one that looks as if it leads to the brook at the bottom of her land. At this time of year, the brook is shallow, more like a deep puddle, easy to cross, even for a short-legged boy like Hugo. This, she considers, might have been his route to her bluebell wood. She tucks her phone back in her pocket and sets off. There is only one house on this footpath. Its backside faces abruptly onto a quiet lane, while its front faces the countryside. It's a shabby cottage, painted blue, with 2 outbuildings, one of which shimmers and coos with what sounds like pigeons. Jane crunches up a gravelled footpath and knocks at the door. An elderly man opens it a moment later. He has long grey hair and is wearing a knitted waistcoat over a check shirt. "Hi," he booms. "Jane, isn't it?" "Oh," says Jane, taken aback. "Yes, that's right. Do I—" "I knew your parents." He touches his chest with a gnarled hand. "Bill. Newsome. Last time I saw you, you must have been about 16, 17. You had very blonde hair, I recall, pounding up this pathway with a very stern look on your face. Looked like you meant business." Jane still has no recollection of this man called Bill Newsome, but he clearly remembers her vividly. "I probably did," she says with a wry laugh. "I was a bit of a mess then." "Well, you look like you've sorted yourself out very well. You look super." His face is soft as he compliments her, and she absorbs it and smiles widely. "Thank you. Anyway, I was wondering, over the last few days, did you ever see a young woman about 18 years old, blonde hair?" "That was you," he interjects with a hearty laugh. 40 years ago. "Ah," she smiles again. "No, different blonde teenager. This one is called Rose, and she had a small white dog with her, a Westie." "Oh, a Westie. I always wanted one of those." "Do you remember seeing one? Around here? With a young woman?" "You know," he says, putting a hand to a raw-looking, freshly shaved chin, "I actually do, now I come to think of it. It was the dog I noticed first, of course, and she was not as striking as you were at that age. Gosh, you were striking. But small and a little scruffy." Jane thinks of the shabby clothes in Rose White's suitcase and nods her head. "Yes," she says, "that sounds about right. When did you see her?" "A couple of times, actually. My kitchen faces out towards the path, so I see lots of walkers. I noticed her because she looked so worried." "Worried?" "Well, more than worried. Scared, I say. She looked scared." "Was she with anyone?" "No, just her. She was on the phone both times, typing things. She seemed to be agitated." "And when was this that you saw her walking past your house?" "A while back. Last Wednesday? Thursday, maybe?" Jane nods. "Well, Bill, thank you for your time. It's nice to have finally met you." "Finally," he says, "after all these years. And, Jane, I was so terribly sad about your parents. They were way too young to go, and you were way too young to lose them." Jane is thoughtful as she takes the rest of the footpath back towards her house, checking the undergrowth and the hedgerow for any sign of a human having passed this way and come to some kind of harm. She thinks of Bill Newsome's memories of her as a young woman looking like she meant business, when of course she'd meant nothing of the sort. She was an idiot of a girl, completely unfit for adult life, broken and feeble after a childhood being raised by low-functioning addicts. She wore a mask out in the world, pretended to be tough, when really what she wanted was to be scooped up and rescued by somebody, anybody, preferably a strong, wealthy man. As Jane's thoughts cycle through the mess of her upbringing, she scans the pathway, the branches, the possible routes to the left and the right that Rose White might have taken in an attempt to find her missing dog. Jane can't possibly go up all of them, but she tries a couple, her gaze taking in trampled foliage, footprints, litter. She picks up a discarded drinks carton. She has no idea why. All she knows is that she has to find something. Anything. And then, about halfway between the bottom of Jane's bluebell wood and the footpath slung across a fallen tree, she sees what looks like an item of clothing. As she gets closer, she sees that it is a hoodie, navy blue, small, and with a logo on the chest, a kind of pathway created out of curved white lines. It's a school uniform hoodie. She picks it up and pulls out the tag. 14 to 15, and there, in smudged felt tip, the initials D.B. So thinks Jane. Not Rose White. Just a local teenager. She takes pictures of it anyway, of the logo and the label, and then carefully places the hoodie back where she found it, just in case, she thinks, just in case the police are still looking for Rose White.
Chapter 13. Stuart, 10 years earlier. Jessamine and I sit together most days now, in the White Swan. She's an interesting woman, especially after the second vodka, but not so much after the fourth, when she becomes harsh and bitter. I order my pints in halves so that I can keep up with her, round for round, without getting drunk myself. Daisy and I live with my mother, she tells me now, in her house. What sort of house is it? It's a special house, I suppose. Her accent is North London, born and bred. A cottage, but it's detached, right at the edge of the heath. Feels like being at the end of the world. She smiles as she says this. Her teeth are straight, orthodontic straight. She was cared for. What's it like, living with your mum? She grimaces slightly, but then smiles again. Pros and cons. Mainly cons. She's a difficult woman. And where's your dad? It takes her a moment to find an answer to this one. No idea, she replies eventually. Disappeared 10 years ago. When Daisy was born, I observe. She shrugs. Where did he go? Who cares? She flashes her eyes at me, and I see it then. Her sadness, her fear, her fury, her hate. I think, you are a cruel, unhappy person. I think, you have been hurt. I think, I want to help you. Another one, I say, eyeing her glass. She shoots me a venomous look. She wants to say no, tell me to fuck off, but she doesn't. She drinks the last inch in her glass and hands it to me. Yes, she says. Please. Soon after that, school ends for the Christmas break, and Jessamine cannot come to the pub during the day. I wonder what she does at home with her moody tween and her miserable mother in their house at the end of the world. Does she drink vodka out of a water bottle? Does Hugo get walked at all? I wander down through the Vale of Health a few days after Christmas, pleasantly faded around the edges after a lazy, boozy few days with my big brother and his family of gigantic teenage boys in Banstead. I have brought a gift, or should I say, a re-gift, a bottle of champagne. I hate the stuff. A card and a Christmas stocking full of dog treats for Hugo that I picked up on sale from Tesco for 99p. It's a windswept kind of day, dots of rain in the air, the sky dark and grisly. But I've had a pint on the way through Hampstead, and I'm feeling good about life. I meander through the Vale. Is this place even real? I wonder, vaguely. Do people actually live here, in these Christmas card houses? Or are they cardboard cutouts, lit up from inside, puppets moving behind windows? At the end of the Vale, I have two options, left or right. I turn left just as the streetlights go on. A buzz, a fizz, a sudden transformation from grey to gold. At the furthest end of the street, I see it. A yellow cottage behind the gated driveway. It's scruffy, unloved, wreathed in damp, pus-coloured light. In front are a small red car that looks like it's never been driven, an old army jeep, and a trampoline with two broken springs. A small plume of smoke rises from a spindly chimney pot. There is a half-hearted string of fairy lights in the window, the suggestion of a tree. As I reach the side gate, I hear Jessamine's dog barking furiously. Then I hear Jessamine saying, "Hugo, shut up! There's nobody there." The dog keeps barking, and eventually I see her face at the small window to the side of the front door. I ring the doorbell.
Chapter 14. Alan. I was born in 1958 in Beckenham in deepest South London. My father was undiagnosed bipolar. My mother was addicted to sleeping pills. My childhood was unconventional. When my father was manic, life was fun. When he wasn't, well, you can imagine. From a very young age, I always wanted a wife. I always wanted children. I wanted apple trees and a neatly folded newspaper and something nice to eat when I got home from work. As a child, I wanted to be like the men in the illustrations on the covers of old-fashioned magazines, with a pipe and handkerchief in their top pocket, a small child by my side. I wanted to be a family man. I fell in love with Annie the first time I saw her, but she was only 13, so I had to back off and wait. She was my friend's cousin, and she rarely visited his house, only for birthdays and such. I saw her once a year at most. Then, when she was 19 or so, I found her in a shady corner of the garden during her uncle's 50th birthday celebrations, and I told her she looked lovely. That was the beginning. We spent a couple of years enjoying London, enjoying each other, and then we married. Annie was training to be a nurse, and I was on the partner program at John Lewis. It was early days, and I wasn't earning enough to pay rent for us immediately, so her parents said we could live with them, and frankly, I was delighted. A cottage on Hampstead Heath with apple trees in the garden, an easy commute to Oxford Circus, a caring mother-in-law, a kind father-in-law, and of course my beautiful wife. Her mother, Vivian, took care of both of us, so Annie didn't have to raise a finger, and I liked it that way. We were treated like a prince and his princess. I had my folded newspaper, my home-cooked meal, but I also had a wife who could spend all day having her nails painted, seeing friends for lunch, paying me surprise visits at work when I'd whisk her upstairs to the cafe for a slice of cake or over the road to Cavendish Square Gardens for a cigarette or two. And then the children arrived. Jessamine came into the world looking as though she'd been in a street fight. Then there was Jasper, who came into the world 2 years later looking like a 90-year-old man. And although, of course, I loved those children very much, I can't say they did much to improve my existence. You don't know what you've got till it's gone, as they say. No more impromptu cake in the cafe. Annie was always stressed, always exhausted, even though, to be entirely honest, her mother, now widowed, did most of the childcare. But still, finding time to do all the things she used to take for granted made her tense and unhappy. By the time I'd been promoted enough times to be able to afford a nice little house for the four of us, Annie had grown somewhat addicted to the presence of her mother, always there to catch the shortfall, and I suppose I was a little addicted to it too, all that space in the middle of London. I knew I could never afford to find us something as good elsewhere, so I spent my income instead on spoiling my family, on nice clothes and expensive toys, on jewellery for Annie. I think maybe I felt that I needed to compensate for not providing a roof over my family's head by giving them absolutely everything else. I didn't want to see anyone in my family do anything grubby or unpleasant. I liked to see my children comfortably studying or watching children's TV or playing with a ball or jumping on the trampoline or reading books. I did not wish to see them scraping cold food into bins or sorting socks or polishing sandals. Annie's mother was happy to fulfill most of those duties, and what she didn't manage I took care of. I wanted to see only contentment and relaxation when I came home from work. Tidy shelves and clean hands and happy people. You probably think I took advantage of my mother-in-law, but I promise you that wasn't the case. Vivienne loved to take care of everyone. You're probably thinking, what is this, the 1950s? What about feminism? What about equal rights? What sort of old fuddy-duddy were you? And frankly, you'd be right. I was an old fuddy-duddy, but God, I was happy. There was only one thing that didn't quite complete the picture. My darling wife, after the birth of our second child, decided that sex was off the table. Something happened to her inside parts, apparently, some sort of damage which was fixed by a wonderful surgeon, but her confidence was irreparably dented and she was scared of another pregnancy as well as the physical discomfort of intimacy. Of course I understood. Of course I did. She told me I could take a lover, but I didn't want a lover. There was only one woman who would ever be my lover, and that was Annie. Who else could possibly compare? So I would pay for sex whenever it was convenient. I visited young women in sad rooms in mansion blocks and over shops and had rough, impersonal sex with them. For many years I was content to live like this. But then Vivienne got ill and was less able to take care of Annie and the children. She tired more easily. Her joints hurt. And then she had a terrible fall in her 60s, and everything went rapidly downhill after that. She was more like an 80-year-old than a 63-year-old. She died in the year 2000 when she was only 70. One day, shortly after she died, I came home to find Annie hanging laundry in the garden, and it did not sit well with me. I mentioned it to one of my regular girls. Her name was Tulip, or at least that was her professional name. Her real name, it turned out, was Sandra. She was from the Isle of Wight and had fake breasts that were fashionable at the time, and a tattoo of Betty Boop on her forearm. She said she'd look after us. She said she was good at housework, at cooking. She could serve us meals, take care of the children. She said she would take care of me, too. She said, and I always smiled wryly at the memory, that she would be our au pair girl.
Chapter 15. When she gets back to Rosebery, Jane makes herself a cup of tea and scrolls through her phone to the photo she's just taken of the school sweatshirt. She does a reverse image search on the logo and keeps scrolling through the results until she spots it, 10 images down, the exact same logo. She clicks on the link, which leads her to a website for a school uniform supplier in North London. She finds the logo halfway down their page and sees that it belongs to a secondary school in Islington called the Waterside Academy. Islington is in North London, close to Hampstead. Jane's breath catches. Might the sweatshirt then belong to Rose White, regardless of the initials DB penned on the label? It's a stretch, but it's possible. And either way, Jane is sure that Mr. Tucker has lied to her, that Rose White is in fact his stepdaughter, and that she has been the victim of some kind of domestic trauma, possibly at the hands of Mr. Tucker, or of the man who tried to drug Jane with a martini in the very same house 26 years ago. She believes that Rose White took the family dog and made her escape, and that something went horribly wrong and caused her to flee without the dog, and Jane feels it like a punch in her gut. Jane wants this mystery, wants it all for herself, because on some subconscious level she wants to return to that terrible night in the Vale of Health and fix it. Jane takes an early train into London the following morning. By 8:45 a.m. she is outside Waterside Academy in Islington, and by 9 o'clock, 30 students or so have told her that they've never heard of a girl called Rose White. The morning rush outside the big, shiny, new-build school dwindles down to a small trickle of latecomers, and Jane accosts the last to arrive, a boy and girl holding hands, both smelling strongly of cigarettes. The young boy squints at her from under a hood. "Nah, never heard of her. You should ask the head of sixth form. They'd know." "Thank you," says Jane, pleasantly taken aback by the amenability and good thinking of the young man. "Where would I find them, and what are they called?" The boy and girl look at each other. The girl shrugs. The boy looks back at Jane, scrunches up his face, and says, "Wen something? Wenlock? Wendover? Wenham?" He looks at the girl, and she shakes her head. "No clue. Anyway, we need to..." He indicates the school gates. "Sure. Sorry. Off you go. Thank you. You're both adorable." The boy says, "Calm," and they head inside. Jane wanders away, feeling a little deflated. She's not sure what she was expecting. She was stupid to imagine that she would be able to find Rose White so easily. In a nice cafe on Upper Street, Jane drinks mint tea and eats a large, sugary cookie to soothe herself. She finishes the last crumbs of the cookie, chases the fallen granules of sugar around the plate with a wet fingertip, and licks them off. It's nearly 10 a.m. and she has no plan. Right now she just wants to go shopping. Upper Street is jammed full of brilliant-looking boutiques, and then maybe head back to Tony's place to open a bottle of wine. But that is precisely, exactly what she should not be doing. Although Jane has never had a full-time job, she has been a good person, cared for animals, looked after other women's children as if they were her own. She has been a reasonable friend, though she wonders now why she doesn't seem to have any, and she is a good laugh and fun to be with. Jane has also had, let us call them, episodes, during which she may not have been all that easy to live with. She'd been a little wild, a little cuckoo. She might in fact have been an absolute pain in the arse. She virtually terrorised poor Paddy Swan, the man she was with from the ages of 18 to 22. She had behaved appallingly, turning their entire existence into an overlong, badly paced drama from which he wisely escaped before the final act. She was a restless wife to both her husbands, tricky to deal with, prone to moods and existential nonsense. But she has also brought joy to people. She knows she has. Her good relations with both her ex-husbands and their offspring surely bear that out. But now, before she hits the next decade of her life, the age that marks the end of most adults' working lives, she should really have something more to tell people at parties than that she looks after a crumbling house and 4 dogs. She thinks of her failure to uncover one useful piece of information outside the Waterside Academy, the blank faces and shaken heads, and how stupid she'd felt as she walked away from the gates an hour ago. But then she remembers how helpful the kids had tried to be, how each of them had stopped and connected with her, really engaged, called around for other people to come and join the conversation, and she reminds herself that if there is one thing she is really good at, it's getting people to talk. All her life she has inspired confidences, been a person that others turn to share their secrets, their woes. People feel comfortable around Jane. People trust her. And surely that, more than anything, provides the essential basis of performing a private investigation, getting people to talk to you. And there is one person more than any other that Jane wants to talk to her right now, And his name is Mr. Tucker. Jane collects her belongings and heads towards the tube, back towards the Vale of Health.
Chapter 16. Stuart, 10 years earlier. "Hello, Jessamine," I say. Then I look down at the dog. "Hello, Hugo." I wave the bottle of champagne at them both. "Merry Christmas." Jessamine's face is doughy with drink and lack of fresh air. She looks behind me and then around. "What are you doing here? How did you know where I live?" "You told me." "I did not tell you." "Well, you as good as told me. I worked it out. Anyway," I wave the champagne bottle again and beam at her. "I mean," she looks behind herself again, "we're just watching TV." "Oh," I say. "Anything good?" "No, not really." Her eyes dip to the champagne, and I can see the machinations, the idea that she now has a legitimate reason to drink in the middle of the day. "Come in, just excuse it's messy." The house is indeed messy. It looks as though someone got halfway through moving out or moving in and then abandoned the project. Boxes. Lots of boxes. Lots of plastic storage units. But also antique furniture. Beautiful antique furniture. The type that is so unfashionable now. Ornate credenzas, bow-fronted chest of drawers, crystal chandeliers, chinoiserie coffee tables. I know about furniture. My dad was a cabinet maker. "Beautiful house," I say, brushing my feet on the doormat. And it is beautiful, but it is also strangely cold and unwelcoming. There's something in the atmosphere that makes me feel on edge, as if I should be ready to make my escape at any moment. I follow her into the kitchen. It's old-fashioned. Pale green formica-covered units with cream plastic handles, a pock-marked terracotta floor, frilly gingham half curtains at the window, pots and pans hanging from a wooden pulley. Jessamine selects vintage-style champagne coupes from a shelf, tiny, as if they belong to a doll's tea party. I watch her moving around, the urgency of it, the tight silence. I can hear the TV on somewhere else in the house. Hugo sits in the doorway and watches her. Then he turns his head and watches me. "Here, boy," I say, crouching down on my haunches and offering my fingers to him. "Here, boy." He comes slowly, and I scratch him under his chin. He backs away slightly, but then inches closer again. I cup his head in my hands and kiss his crown, and I know that we are friends. Jessamine places the tiny coupes of champagne on the kitchen table and pulls out a vinyl-covered chair. I follow suit. The champagne isn't chilled. I hate champagne at the best of times, and even more so when it's not cold. But I need to drink it, so I do. "Cheers," I say, lifting my glass towards her. "Cheers," she says, lifting hers in return. "How was your Christmas?" "The usual. He's off in Istanbul. I'm stuck here." "He?" I ask. "You mean the married man?" "Yes, him. He's just landed in Istanbul, another mini-break, with her." "His wife?" "Yes, his wife. His wife who is 20 years older than me and 2 stone heavier." I flinch. "Sorry, I'm a bitch. Whatever. I just don't understand it." "She's his children's mother." "I'm his daughter's mother." "Yes, but to keep you, he'd have to sacrifice everything. And maybe," I take a small breath in, "maybe she's easier than you." "Ha!" she reacts loudly. "Easier? Are you actually mad? The woman is a nightmare." "What sort of nightmare?" "Demanding, spoiled, stupid." "Stupid? And you know this how?" Because he told me. I sigh. That's what men do, I say. They tell you the current woman is substandard to suggest that you're superior, when often the current woman is not substandard, merely not you, not the fresh meat. For what it's worth, I think it's quite nice that he's found his way back to his wife. I'm sorry. I know that's not what you want to hear, but it's true. She grunts. You know, I say, that you can control the way you feel about this. This isn't his story. It's yours. That's bollocks. Her tiny glass is empty, and she pours herself another one. He's the one in control. Always has been, always will be, because he's the one with my heart. A layer of tears spring to her eyes as she says these words, the first suggestion of warmth I've seen in this woman. Well, take it back then. It's yours. Go on your own mini breaks. Stop drinking. You have options. Fucking hell, she says under her breath. You've got a lot to say for yourself. I don't even know you. Yes, you do. You do know me. And I know you. I literally have no idea what you're talking about. You're just a man in the pub. And now I'm a man in your house. She runs her finger over the rim of her glass and narrows her eyes at me. Yes, she says. And what's that all about? I lean away from her, eyeing her appraisingly. I have no fucking idea what I'm doing in your house, to be honest. But I knew you'd let me in. Should I be scared of you? No. I shake my head and smile. You most definitely should not be scared of me. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to help you. I pick up the bottle of champagne, top her up, and then myself. I keep my gaze on her the whole time. She looks twitchy, but she also has a flush of something on her cheeks. It could be the champagne, but it could also be excitement. Show me a picture, I say, of this man, this remarkable man who has taken your heart to Istanbul. She looks at me sideways. Then she picks up her phone and scrolls through, with an air of slight impatience. She says, no, not that one. This one. She turns the phone. There's a vague-looking man in a grey shirt and jeans, limp white hair combed to one side, trendy glasses, a pained smile. Jesus, how old is he? 60? 60? You're losing your shit over a 60-year-old. Well, he wasn't always 60, was he? He was in his late 40s when I met him. So you were 18. He was my boss when I was temping. Ha, yeah, of course. I smile and lean in towards her. You've been dragged down the wrong road, Jessamine. Imagine, I say, how different everything would be now if that dirty old bastard hadn't persuaded fresh-faced little 18-year-old you that he was a good idea, that fucking around with a married man was going to somehow improve your life. I see a shiver of discomfort run through her, then she shakes her head. What's going on here? She says. What's your deal? No deal. Just had a great Christmas at my brother's place. Lots of people, lots of fun. Kept thinking about you. One of her fine eyebrows shoots up her forehead. What the fuck? She mutters. But I see it again. That flush, a sudden rush of something through her system. Not necessarily in that way, I counter. I mean, just thinking about you being alone down here in the last house at the end of the world, with your mum and your kid. I wanted to see you. Make sure you were okay, that's all. She shrugs again and tries to look as if that's exactly what she thought I meant. I feel bad for her, so I smile, a sly, flirty smile. I might also have thought a bit about how pretty you are. Ha! Her response is so loud it makes me jump. Don't be ridiculous, she says. Why? I say. Why is that ridiculous? Doesn't he ever tell you you're pretty? No, she says sniffily. Because I'm not. I pull my chair roughly across the terracotta floor, and it squeaks horribly. I reach her side of the table, and I stare at her. You, I say, are pretty. I stare a bit longer, enjoying the array of mixed emotions passing across her face. Then I push myself back again. Listen, I say, if I'm making you feel uncomfortable, I'll leave. I have no interest in making you feel weird, I promise. Just say, and I'll be on my way. No, she says, her eyes suddenly dark and urgent and on me, fully. No, don't go. Please, just stay.
Chapter 17. Jessamine. Granny died 2 days after her 70th birthday. Daddy was frantic about everything. He saw Mummy hanging washing one day and nearly cried. He talked about getting a housekeeper, but Mummy said we couldn't afford one. Then a few weeks later, Daddy told us that a nice girl was coming to stay to help look after us. An au pair girl, Daddy had said. But Sandra didn't look like an au pair girl, and Daddy wasn't talking to her like an au pair girl. I glanced across at Mummy, who was watching Sandra with her arms folded across her chest and her jaw set tight. She seemed angry, but she wasn't doing anything about it. Just watching. I didn't know what to make of the girl. She looked cheap, rough. I didn't understand what she was doing here, in our home. I followed my father into the other room and said, "She doesn't look like an au pair girl." "Well, she is." "Aren't they meant to be foreign?" "Not always." "It feels weird having her here." "You'll get used to it, Poppet." I shook my head. I knew already that I never would. But Daddy was right. I did get used to having her around. By the time she'd been living with us for a few weeks, I almost liked her. She was so different to Mummy and Daddy, so modern compared to them. It was the year 2000, but Mummy and Daddy still acted like it was the olden days. They were very private. They didn't have friends or go to parties. They just wanted to be with each other. Or with us. They told us we were better than everyone else, and I decided to believe them. But with Sandra around, I started to see the world differently. It wasn't bad, I realised, to wear cheap clothes. It wasn't bad to leave the ends off your words, or not brush your hair 3 times a day, or have bare feet indoors. It wasn't bad to have a loud laugh, or fillings, or to bite your nails. None of these things made you a bad person. Sandra was a good person. I could see that. And I wanted, at that young age, just in the grip of adolescence and in my 2nd year of high school, to be more like Sandra and less like Mummy. Mummy noticed the changes in me. She saw the badly painted fingernails in a colour called wild cherry. She saw me change the way I did my hair. I didn't want tight plaits anymore and hard, scraped-back ponytails. I wanted small braids in my hair. Cute clips. Sandra bought me things from Claire's Accessories, including a pair of clip-on earrings that I pranked Mummy with one afternoon. "Look," I said, entering the kitchen. "Sandra took me to have my ears pierced." I pulled my hair away so that Mummy could see. Immediately, I knew that something had shifted. Everything tilted in the wrong direction. Mummy's face turned hard. I saw her nostrils flare, and then I saw her stride across the kitchen to Sandra and slap her around her face. There was a terrible moment of silence, and Sandra's hand went to her cheek. Her eyes went wide. And then, and I don't know why, Mummy slapped her again, even harder, hard enough to unbalance Sandra and nearly knock her over. I saw that there was a small trickle of blood coming out of Sandra's nose, and I wanted to go to her to offer her a tissue, to check she was okay. But I was too scared. "How dare you?" Mummy said to Sandra. "How dare you mutilate my child?" "Oh, my God," said Sandra, touching the blood on her lip with the side of her finger and looking at it in horror. "Calm down. They're fake. It was a joke." I saw Mummy's nostrils flare again. I saw her eyes absorb the extent of her overreaction. I saw her double down on everything. When my father walked into the kitchen, she said to him, "Get this woman out of here. Now." I watched my father open the door of his Jeep to Sandra, then close it after she put herself in the passenger seat. I saw her little wheelie suitcase on the back seat, her puffy winter coat, a shopping bag bulging with clothes. I could still see the red mark on her cheek from where Mummy had slapped her. She looked tired, resigned. She turned just once to look back at the house, to smile at me. And then she was gone. 2 days later, Daddy brought back another au pair girl. But this one didn't live in the guest room. She lived in the attic. This one didn't smile, and this one wasn't allowed to talk to us.
Chapter 18. Jane heads back to the Vale of Health later that day. Mr. Tucker pulls open the front door of Thornwood and looks at her with an expression of displeasure and annoyance. "Hi," says Jane. "Sorry to bother you, again, but—" She stops at the sight of the white Westie appearing from behind the man's legs, his tail wagging hard. "Hugo," she calls out, and he runs from the doorway to the gate. Jane crouches and pets him through a gap. Her feelings for this dog seem strangely disproportionate to the amount of time she has known him. She wishes she'd never brought him back. "I wondered," she says to the man, "if I could have a minute of your time to talk?" He scowls at her and folds his arms across his rotund middle. "What is there to talk about?" "Well, this whole thing," she says, "with Hugo and the girl and the Airbnb and all of that. I found a hoodie in the woods near my house, near where Hugo found his way onto my land. It comes from a school not far from here. I mean, it could be a coincidence. Obviously it could. But seriously, where I live, it's the back end of nowhere. It's not full of North London holidaymakers. And yet, there he was, Hugo, a North London dog, far from home, and now a sweatshirt from a North London school, and, of course, the missing girl called Rose White who ties the two things together." "I told you," he says. "I don't know anything about this girl. She clearly nicked my dog. End of. What more do you need from me?" "The child," Jane says, dropping her gaze to the old scooter, the old trampoline. "You told me your stepdaughter used to live here. What was her name?" The man stares at Jane impassively. "Does she have the initials DB, your stepdaughter?" I haven't got time for this, he says. I'm going back indoors now. And seriously, I don't want to sound rude, but I'd rather you didn't come round again. Jane sees it then. A slight pulse through his frame, a shiver of discomfort. He pauses, just for a second. Then he grabs Hugo's collar and guides him back inside the house. A moment later, the door closes hard behind him. Jane gets back to 7 Dials, where she immediately swings open the lid of her laptop and begins a deep dive into everything Mr. Tucker and Thornwood related. She's infuriated with herself for not asking for his name just now while she had the chance. She tries dozens of different combinations of his surname and his address and scrolls through nearly 20 pages of results before finally finding something. It's an online petition signed in July 2018 calling for an early general election. Stuart Tucker. Bingo. And not only that, but there is another signatory at the same address, a woman named Jessamine Black. Jane inhales sharply. This must be the mother of Stuart's stepdaughter. And if she is, then she might also be the daughter of the weird man who brought Jane home all those years ago. And maybe, just maybe, she was the child asleep in bed that night. The child who fell and screamed. Adrenaline courses through Jane's veins as all these tiny cogs and wheels start to slot into place, and things feel as if they are moving again. On a roll, she types the name Jessamine Black into Google and is stunned when there is a direct hit on the first page of search results. IMDb. www.imdb.com. Jessamine Black. Known for The Bedsitter, 2006. Jane quickly clicks the link and scans the rest of the page. There's no photo, no biography, no signs of Jessamine having appeared in anything before or since. Then she stops. There, next to costume designer, is the name Natasha Delage. Jane knows someone called Natasha Delage, but the woman she knows is a dog trainer. She picks up her phone and flicks through her contacts. No Natasha. She switches to Instagram, and there she is, at Natasha, the dog woman. She looks ruddier than Jane remembers. Bigger, a little perimenopausal maybe, but it is definitely her. Jane hasn't seen Natasha since roughly 2012. She'd just started her dog training business then, and Jane had taken a beagle called Numpty to see her. She'd spent a small fortune having him trained to stop barking all night long, and then poor Numpty had died of cancer less than 6 months later. Jane composes a message. Hi, Natasha. Remember me? And Numpty, the noisy beagle? It's been a long time. Strange question, but did you ever work in costume design? I'm doing some research and found your name in the credits of a low-budget movie called The Bedsitter from 2006. Was that you? And if so, would you mind if I picked your brain a bit about the film and the experience? If it's not you, then just call me mad and pretend you never read this. Smiley face. Lots and lots of love, Jane. She adds her phone number to the end of the message and a photo of her dogs, then presses send, her pulse racing with a sense of finally making progress.
Chapter 19. Stuart, 9 years earlier. Her name runs through my head at all hours of the day and the night. Jessamine, Jessamine, Jessamine. The tragic, pretty woman with the strange lace-up shoes, the undyed grey hairs running through her mousy bob, the shimmer of mauve lipstick that makes her look as if she just got out of a cold swimming pool. Under those odd clothes, beneath the deathly lipstick, there is a woman beyond anyone's uninformed imaginings. I knew it. I had wanted to yell when she first dropped her clothes onto the floor in front of me that late December afternoon. I knew you'd have that body. And I knew that you'd be wild. Your hands all over me, your eyes burning. And I knew that whatever it was that was happening in that moment, warm champagne still burning at the back of my throat, the bass of the movie on the TV downstairs still echoing through the walls, the distant sound of coughs and muted voices, the click of Hugo's claws against the floorboards outside Jessamine's bedroom door. I knew it was wrong. I knew she was wrong. I knew we, the two of us, were wrong. The union we made of ourselves and our addictions and our brokenness was wrong. But it felt so incredibly good. "Mum?" A voice had sounded outside the door, soft and uncertain. Jessamine had grabbed her dress and thrown it over her head. "What? What are you doing in there?" "Nothing. I'll be down in a minute." "Hugo's out here. He looks like he wants something." "Well then, take him downstairs and give him something." "Like what?" "Some cold turkey, maybe, or let him out, I don't know." We had both stopped breathing, then exhaled again as we heard the child's footsteps going down the stairs, the dog following behind. As I'd meandered homewards through Hampstead that night, I checked the time. 10:08. Still time for a pint or two before bed. I enjoyed those pints, post-conjugal, post-whatever the hell it was that had just happened. They tasted extra sweet. I walked back to my squat an hour later, the pavement rolling pleasantly beneath my feet, the Christmas lights on the high street spangling into fireworks, with a sense that maybe I was in love, a sense that life had shifted, moved. A young guy was in my room when I walked in. I didn't know who he was. He was curled up on my futon in a grey t-shirt and jeans, dark hair spread out around his head, one sock on, one sock off. I slept in my armchair that night. I slept well. New Year's Day is a Sunday. The sky is dark blue. The sun is strobing white through the bare branches of the tree outside the window, and the boy is still on my futon, and, pleasant as he is, I am sick of sharing my space with him. I'm nearly 40. I'm too old for this shit. He's the son of Drew, the guy who runs the squat. Not that there's meant to be any kind of hierarchy here, but Drew was the first person to live here with his wife and kids when they were small. Then the wife left, then the kids left, then the rest of us arrived, and now his youngest son is back, and I'm pretty sure he's promised my room to him. I crossed paths with Drew coming out of the bathroom that morning. He's been avoiding me for 4 days, but now he can't. "What's the deal?" I say. "With your boy? I mean, I don't mind sharing the space, but I'm pretty sure it's not his dream come true, having some old fart snoring in an armchair in his room every night." "Yeah," Drew rubs at the stubble on his chin. "It's not ideal. I don't know. I mean, it's only going to be a couple of weeks. He's having some kind of crisis, and I'm trying to persuade him to go back to uni. Is there anywhere else you could..." I don't want to rock the boat. This is the nicest place I've ever lived. Well, apart from my childhood home, that is. So I nod, feigning nonchalance. "Yeah," I say, "no problem." Inside I'm thinking, fuck. I only just got back from my brother's, and frankly I'm not that keen to return. We did all the goodbyes, farewells, see you soons, let's not leave it so long next times. They've only just put away my sofa bed, folded away my bedding, felt the pleasantness that accompanies the departure of a house guest. I have friends all over the city, but not friends I can stay with for 2 weeks. "Give me a couple of days," I say, "and I'll be out of your hair." The minute she opens the door to me, I think I might have made a mistake. Her eyes flash with relief, but also fury. disgust. I wave a bottle of wine at her, and I see the fury dissipate, the thirst obliterate the disgust. "What do you want?" she says. "I want to see you. You've got a funny way of showing it." I frown. "What do you mean?" She sighs loudly, exasperated, as if I should know what she's talking about. "Are you annoyed with me?" She sighs again. "I've never been humped and dumped before. Not ever." Humped and... I can't help but laugh. "Is that what you think happened?" "Well, it is what happened. It's only been 4 days. 4 days is a long time after something like that." "Something like..." I smile. "Well, in which case, I apologize. I thought I should leave you alone, it being New Year and everything. To be honest," I say, not entirely disingenuously, "I thought maybe you'd regret it." She gives a tiny shake of her head. Her eyes dart from left to right. "Not really," she says. "Well, can I come in?" I wave the bottle again. She shrugs and then reaches behind her to buzz the gate open. "Are you alone?" I ask. "Yes," she says. "Mum's taken Daisy to the cinema. They won't be back for a couple of hours." I step through the door, leaning down to pet Hugo, then follow Jessamine into the kitchen. She immediately reaches for the wine glasses. I wonder how long it's been since she had a drink. "When does Daisy go back to school?" I ask. "Wednesday." She unscrews the cap from the bottle, and then there is the urgent glug, glug of wine into 2 tiny glasses, a perfunctory cheers, a swooshing sigh of relief. I see the colour return to her cheeks, a flash of something across her eyes. "Well," she says, "where have you been?" "At home." "Where's home?" I tell her about the squat near the Royal Free, my attic room, the dark-haired boy called Frankie. "Where are you going to stay?" I sigh, top up her wine glass. "No idea, to be honest." She cups the back of her neck with her hand and nods. "Do you want to go upstairs?" I start slightly, but then I nod. "Yeah," I say. "Sure, absolutely. Lead the way." She grabs the wine bottle. I grab the glasses. I follow her up the stairs, Hugo hot on my heels. Even though I know what to expect this time, it's still a raw surprise when I see her naked. She is basically perfect. I mean, obviously there's wear and tear. She has some scars, a large one near her groin, which I assume to be from a C-section, but in terms of what I like in a woman's body, she has it. Skin that looks as if it never saw a ray of sun, not once. That kind of yogurt colour, with dips and troughs, pink nipples on soft, small breasts, yielding flesh on sturdy thighs, like a Rubens nymph. And no, I don't know why I like these old-fashioned bodies, but maybe it's because you don't get to see them anywhere. Modern bodies are on view everywhere, with their taut, tanned thighs, furious chiseled bones, tight torsos, sinewed arms. I can see that body anywhere, but these secret bodies, bodies from a time gone by, there is something deeply rooted in my psyche, maybe a relic of a past life, a 17th century version of me who was rampaging through the back streets of gaslit London, fucking maidens in rancid petticoats, that wants this body, this creamy, forgiving creature who looms above me now, mousy bobbed hair swished back and forth, a look of grim determination on her face as she puts me inside her, rocks me back and forth, and while most of me is lost, mesmerized, stunned with pleasure and lust. There is another small part of me asking myself, why? Why? Why am I doing this? Why am I here? But then she has folded herself flat against me and is running her tongue in circles around my nipples. And how, I think, how does she know that I love that, and why is she so good? And why does everything fit together so well? And that skin, and the red heat in those cheeks, and the fury in her eyes, and then I stop asking why. "How old are you?" she asks me afterwards. She is not buried in the crook of my arm, hot cheek pressed against my shoulder, running her fingers through my chest hair. She is far away from me, on the other side of the bed, her knees pulled up to her chin, eyeing me suspiciously. "Coming up to 39. "Why are you single?" I shrug, top up our wine glasses, pass one to her. "Because I like it." "You like it?" "Yeah, I like being single." "Do you sleep with loads of women?" "No, at least not as many as I'd like. I mean, look at me. I'm not exactly God's gift." She shrugs and drinks her wine, leans down heavily to one side to rest the glass on the floor at the foot of the bed, and then straightens again. "You're all right. I mean, you're not fat. You're kind of..." But she runs out of words. I know I'm not a great catch. Nearly 40, living in a squat, with a low-level drink problem, a paunch and a swiftly encroaching thin patch at the back of my head, which my nephews took great delight in pointing out to me numerous times over the Christmas break. I haven't done any exercise since I was a teenager, and I'm kind of hopeless. But people like me. Women like me. People feel safe around me. So yeah, that can go a long way, making people feel safe. Especially with women who've had more than their fair share of men making them feel scared. "Thanks," I say. "Shucks." "But don't you ever get lonely?" "Nope. Do you?" "I'm lonely all the time." "But you have your kid, your mum." She shakes her head emphatically, reaching down again for her wineglass. "No," she says firmly. "No, a mother is not a substitute for a partner, and neither is a kid. A partner," she squeezes her eyes shut and sets her jaw hard, "is everything. A completion. An answer." The wine is suddenly gone, tipped down her throat in one fell swig. "When did you start drinking?" I ask. She throws me a look. "About an hour ago," she says. I laugh roughly. "No, I mean habitually. When did it start?" She narrows her eyes. "I don't know what you mean." I sigh and reach across the bed, cup her kneecaps with my hands, softly. "Come on," I say gently. "You know. Don't make me say it." She shudders and pulls her legs away from my hands. "You know, they'll be back soon. It's probably..." I sigh heavily and lean back into her pillows. Yeah. I better get out of here. I start to pull the duvet away from my body. She says, "No." I look at her questioningly. "Don't go. Stay. I mean, stay here." She gestures at the bed. "You haven't got anywhere to sleep tonight, have you? So sleep here. But my daughter, my mother, you'll have to stay low, for now. My little secret." Jesus Christ, I should have said no. I should have said no. But she was right. I had nowhere to sleep, and her house was warm, her bed was soft, her body was perfect. So I said, "Are you sure?" And she said, "Of course I am." And I said, "Thank you. I promise you I'll be quiet."
Chapter 20. Jane feels restless in Tony's house that evening. Beyond the walls of his peaceful bolt hole, the city is tremulous, alive with the energy of people enjoying a night out. She peers through the window down onto the pavement and sighs at the sight of young people, the bright evening sun shining off their smooth faces, lighting up their eyes. She sees the shimmer of movement behind restaurant windows, imagines cold wine in dewy glasses, complicated cocktails with smoke and twisted rinds, seared steaks, yogurty, garlicky sauces, shrimps and squids, and unctuous ribbons of homemade noodles. And she wants to be out there, in the world, eating it and drinking it and smelling it. She can pretend this world doesn't exist when she's at Rosebery Hall, a mile and a half from the nearest pub. But here, so close, she aches for it. An hour later, Jane is sitting at a table for one in a beautiful French restaurant, lit with flickering candles, sipping a spicy margarita and researching every cast member of the 2006 low-budget movie called The Bedsitter. She is being beautifully looked after by a young waitress who is giving her, Jane is sure, extra careful service. Jane has always rejected the idea that women become invisible after a certain age, believes that if you exude enough bright energy into the world, everyone will see the shine and you will always get the attention of people, be found attractive, regardless of your age. Jane is rarely ignored and mostly favoured by good service, flirtatious encounters and kind interactions. Invisibility is, she theorises, a choice, and it is a choice she has never wanted to make. Few of the actors or contributors to The Bedsitter appear to have gone on to work in any other capacity in the world of film and TV, and Jane can only assume that it must have been some kind of amateur production, a one-off project. And then, just as she has chased the last piquant drops of her margarita from the bottom of the glass and started to contemplate a second drink, her phone vibrates, and she sees that she has a notification from Instagram. It is from Natasha Delage. "Oh my God!" ! The message begins. "Jane, how are you? I'm still doing the dog thing, as you can see. Life goes on, kids growing up, all good. Lovely to see a photo of your doggos. They look great. And yes, that was me in The Bedsitter. Crazily enough, I studied costume design at Central. I know you wouldn't think it. And there was this guy. He was someone's boyfriend, I think. And he made this little movie with me and some of my mates in Central. And he was a total knob. Nothing ever happened with it, but I did meet my hubby on set, so there was that. The rest is history. How about you? How's your hunky American husband? What was his name? I always thought he might be a mafioso. I don't know why. Happy to chat on the phone or in person if there was anything else you wanted to know. Lots of love, Nat. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Jane smiles wryly at the mention of the hunky American husband. She never really thought of Tony as hunky, not compared to the Viscount. But maybe he was. She sighs a little at the thought of Tony and the madness of their 10-year marriage. What a time that had been. The jet-setting, the arguing, the sex, the laughing, the skiing, the yachting, the drinking, the kids, the glorious kids. God. She misses her stepkids. She must, she thinks, organise a get-together while she's here in London. It's an impossible task to drag everyone down to her stupid house in the middle of nowhere. It's not like the movies where crowds of amenable people turn up to order for country weekends. Her stepkids are always busy. Away, babies, jobs, clashing schedules. And she knows, of course she does, that they make excuses, because getting to her place is a nightmare, and once you're there, there's nowhere comfortable to sleep, and Jane is a terrible cook, and everything is covered in dog hair and dried mud. And no, she gets it, she really does. But a gathering in central London is simple. Ubers, babysitters, nice hotel rooms, easy peasy lemon squeezy. She's about to post a message in a WhatsApp group called The Kiddies when the sweet waitress arrives at her side and asks her if she'd like another drink. Jane beams at her and says, "You know what? Yes, that would be lovely. Maybe a glass of champagne. Thank you." The young waitress beams back at her. "If I wasn't here," she points at her spot, "doing this, I would totally be there." She points at Jane's chair, drinking champagne. She winks at her and then turns. "1 glass of champagne coming up." Jane lets her eyes go back to her phone after the waitress leaves and sees that she was about to message the stepkids, but then remembers that as much as she wants to make a wonderful plan, give herself something lovely to look forward to, that is not why she is here, and Natasha Delage is currently her priority. "What can you tell me," she types in reply, "about Jessamine Black?" Jane returns to the townhouse on 7 Dials an hour later, in very good spirits. She pours herself a glass of wine from the fridge and takes it to the roof terrace. The night is not as warm as it had been, and she pulls on a cardigan. But still, here, in the pulsing heart of everything, full of tequila, champagne, wild mushrooms, garlic, soft, warm bread, good service, a hot pink sunset, her own pleasant company, and a mystery to solve, Jane feels complete. Natasha Delage had replied almost immediately. "Come to mine for breakfast tomorrow if you're free. I'll tell you everything I know about Jessamine Black. And not only that, but I can play you the movie. I'm in Chiswick. Hope that's not too far out for you. 10 a.m? Jane had replied immediately. "Send me your address and I will be there." And now she goes back to the stepkids' WhatsApp group and types an invitation. "I'm in London on and off for the next couple of weeks staying at Tony's. Would love to see you all in one place. Could do lunch here, delivery, or book a table somewhere fun. Saturday or Sunday? Babies, dogs, everyone welcome." She pictures the message arriving into homes she cannot envisage, into lives of which she is barely a part, not really. A beloved stepmother, a happy memory in a painful childhood, a fleeting person who hopefully brought succour, comfort and fun to their lives, but wasn't around for long enough to knit herself firmly into the fabric of their beings. The realization is like a solid kick to the gut for a moment, a sense of unutterable aloneness. Not loneliness, no, because she is not lonely, but she is alone. And here in London, without her dogs, surrounded by somebody else's things, she feels more alone than she has ever felt, and the flush of the fancy dinner fades and dies, and the wine feels less like a treat and more like a sad necessity. But then her phone buzzes, and there is a reply from Dexter. "Yes, please, I'm free." And Jane gets a small hit of oxytocin and thinks, well, there you go. There'll be 2 of them, at least. Chapter 21. Natasha greets Jane at the door of her lovely Chiswick house the following morning, with a glamorous blonde dachshund under her arm. "Well," says Natasha, "you've barely changed. You must have one of those portraits in your attic." "No," says Jane, ruffling the long ears of the dachshund. "Just Botox and a very expensive hairdresser." "Oh, God, I can't be bothered with all that stuff. Needles!" Natasha shudders. "Yuck!" She leads Jane through her home. It's neat and warm and tasteful, full of family photos and scented candles, throws and cushions. It's a house for a normal person to live in, Jane feels strongly, the sort of house in which she has never, ever lived. Natasha makes them cappuccinos, and they take them out onto a lovely back terrace where the morning sun is just starting to spill over a long, manicured lawn. "Where are your dogs?" Natasha asks. "Left them at home, with a sitter." "Oh, you must be missing them." "I really am." "And hubby?" "Ex-hubby." Jane smiles tightly. "Oh no, I'm sorry to hear that. I liked him very much." "Yes," says Jane. "So did I. And actually, I still do. He's a lovely man, but just sadly not the right lovely man for me. Frankly, I've reached the conclusion that no man is the man for me, that I was absolutely mad to think that they ever were when everything in my life was screaming at me to keep away from them. For everyone's sake." "Oh, I'm sure that's not true," says Natasha, "but I do have fantasies sometimes about me and the dog, all alone in a tiny one-bed flat above a shop somewhere, just the two of us, eating crisps for dinner and never having to fold a pair of underpants." She smiles wryly. "Not really, obviously, but, you know." Jane does know. She really does. "So," Natasha draws the conversation back, "Jessamine Black, what's the deal with her?" "Well," Jane places her coffee cup on the table to her side. Then she explains about finding the white dog in her Bluebell Woods, the strange man in Hampstead, the missing girl, the sweatshirt from the school in Islington. "And I Googled the address that we took the dog back to and saw that the woman who lived there, called Jessamine Black, had signed an online petition a few years back. So I Googled her and ta-da! You found the IMDb page." "Exactly. So, what do you remember about her? Did you stay in touch after filming?" Natasha nods. "We were friends for a little while, you know, in that weird London-y way of being friends when you're young. Very intense. We went clubbing a lot. She was a lot younger than me, only 18, 19 maybe. Highly strung, lots of drama. I was always propping her up, getting her home, listening to her woes. Boy woes. Constantly. But that's what it's like, isn't it? Being young. I had a lot more time for needy people then." "Did you ever go to her house?" "Yeah, a few times. She lived in a flat share, I seem to recall, somewhere in North London, and she was desperate, just desperate to get married and have kids. She was always chasing someone. Then I went to Australia for a year with Jacob, and Jessamine and I lost touch. I never saw her again." "What did you know about her family?" "Not much. They lived in Hampstead, I think." She pauses. "Oh, isn't that where you said—" Jane nods. "Ah, right. So that must mean that—" "Yes, the woman I saw through the door could be Jessamine." "What did she look like?" "Barely got a look at her, but 40-ish, I'd say." "That sounds about right," says Natasha. "She was 6 years younger than me or so. Come on, let me show you the film." They go back into the kitchen, and Natasha slips a USB stick into the side of her laptop. She clicks on the folder, opens the file, and presses play. The credits roll. "She was quite good, actually," says Natasha. "I always thought I might see her in something else, but clearly life took her on a different path. Here." She presses pause as the first scene opens on the screen. That's her. A young woman sits curled into the corner of a tatty sofa. She holds a book in one hand, a cigarette in the other. She has mousy blonde hair cut into a bob and is wearing a green polo neck and a brown miniskirt. Natasha presses play again. On screen, Jessamine looks up towards the camera and says, "What? What do you want?" A male voice behind the camera says, "I've been looking for you everywhere." Jessamine says, Well, now you've found me, I suppose. She has a neat red mouth, smooth white skin, very wide-set green eyes. She's beautiful, in a way. Not head-turning, but quietly striking. I got that outfit from an Oxfam shop in Stoke Newington, I recall, says Natasha. We wanted her character to be kind of 60s looking, you know, a bit Marianne Faithfull. I had so much fun shopping for her, and she was a great clothes horse. Everything just looked fantastic on her. Was she nice? Nice? Natasha pauses and narrows her eyes. Gosh, no. I wouldn't say she was nice, but she had something magnetic, you know? You wanted to be around her, even when she was a pain. Jane smiles wryly to herself. She is pretty sure that this is exactly what anyone who'd spent time with her in her youth would say if asked. Have you ever seen anyone else you made this film with since? Anyone you think might still know her? Natasha shrugs. No, Jessamine was the only person I stayed in touch with after making this film. Well, and hubby too, of course. There. Her eyes dart back to the screen as a young man appears from the left. There he is, my Jacob, wasn't he beautiful? Gosh, so much hair. But Jane can't take her eyes off Jessamine, those wide-set eyes, that confident glare at the camera, the dips beneath her high cheekbones, the untold story lurking behind her eyes.
Chapter 22. Noemi. I am shown to a room at the top of the house. It isn't as nice as the rooms in the rest of the house, but it's 100 times nicer than the dingy room in a Paddington back street where I've been raising money to fund my time in London for the past 3 months. I make the room look as nice as I can with what few possessions I have. Drawers, a few books, my stripy duvet cover, a couple of plants. The daughter, Jessamine, who looks about 12 or 13, comes up to my room and sits on the edge of my bed. I smile at her. Hello, I say. She looks at me thoughtfully and picks at the corner of my duvet. The last au pair got sacked. Oh, yes? I respond, surprised to hear that there had been another au pair. Why was that? Jessamine shrugs and lets the duvet drop. My mum didn't like her. I think she thought she was too fun. We played a joke on Mummy. Pretended I'd had my ears pierced. She didn't like it. Daddy drove Sandra away the same day. So, yeah, you need to be not fun. I nod sternly. Right, got it. Don't be fun. She gives me a half smile. And also, she says, my brother is weird. Really, really weird. He thinks he's a clown. Yeah, I say. I noticed that. I wasn't going to say anything. Just ignore him, though. He's harmless. At least, I think he is. She winks at me, and I laugh. I like her. She has a twinkle in her eye. She looks as though she might be a handful, just as I'd been at her age. All the best kids are a handful, in my opinion. And your mom? Yeah, just do what she tells you to do and keep out of her way. The mother doesn't like this arrangement, it's clear. She knows why I'm here just as well as I know why I'm here. I'm here to service her husband and tidy her house and feed her children. All jobs that she should be doing, quite frankly, and I have no idea why she isn't. In Brazil, where I'm from, it is a patriarchal society. But here I thought that women had more power. Annie has no power from what I can see. Annie is a prop in her husband's stage play. But, whatever. I don't want to be in that dirty room anymore, with those dirty men. I would rather be here. Here, I believe, I have more options. Less money, but more choices. I noticed there's a computer in your dining room, I say to the girl. I mean, do you think your mom and dad would let me use it? I was thinking I might get back into some kind of studying. She shakes her head. No, she says. They definitely wouldn't. They don't even let me use it. Fair enough. Is there a library around here? Yes, up the road. It's only small, though. But listen, I don't want to be the bearer of bad tidings, but honestly, I don't think you'll have time for studying. Mum will work you to death. I let out a snort of laughter, but the girl looks at me seriously. No, she says. Being an au pair here? Seriously, it's a full-time job. She turns then at the sound of footsteps coming up the wooden stairs. I need to go, she says. I'm not meant to be in here. They said, I can't talk to you. She jumps to her feet and straightens out the duvet where she's rumpled it. Then she backs towards the door and opens it. Daddy, she says. I was just telling Naomi about our crazy family. Very good, he says, squeezing his daughter's shoulder. Very good. See you downstairs. She smiles and leaves, and Alan looks at me, a small smile curling at the corners of his lips. So, he says, day one. Day one, I repeat. What's the deal? Laundry, he says crisply. Laundry, and then floors. Floors? Mopping of, hoovering, etc. I give him a questioning look. That doesn't sound like light housework, Alan? Who said anything about light housework? Well, you did. That's what an au pair is, isn't it? Light housework and childcare? He peers down at me, tips his head to one side and pushes out his lower lip. Not quite, he says. At least, not in this house.
Chapter 23. Stuart, 9 years earlier. The bedroom door creaks slightly. I am wide awake and breathing heavily, disturbed from a very deep dream. Jessamine doesn't stir, and it feels like the middle of the night, but it is hard to tell at this time of the year. A bolt of pinkish light falls into the room from the open door, and I can just make out the shape of a human being. Hello? I whisper into the darkness. Dad? A child's voice whispers back. Fuck. I duck under the duvet and hiss into Jessamine's ear. Jess, it's Daisy. She rouses and groans. What? Mum? The child's voice is closer now, and I wriggle further under the sheets. What? I hear Jessamine mumble. What is it? I can't sleep. Then a second later. Is Dad here? No, Dad is not here. But there was a man's voice. I feel a hand passing over my form in the darkness. Who's that? And then Jessamine sighs. It's nobody, it's just a friend. Is it the friend who brought the champagne? Yes, it's the friend that brought the champagne. Why is he here? Because it was late and he doesn't have a place to stay at the moment. There is a long silence, and then I feel a finger prod at me. Man, you need to come out of there. Daisy, Jessamine chides. Don't be so rude. I'm not being rude. He just shouldn't be hiding. I peel back the duvet and smile sheepishly at the girl. The girl recoils slightly at the sight of me, and I don't really blame her. Hi, I say brightly. I'm Stuart, and you must be Daisy. She nods. Her eyes go to her mother plaintively. Jessamine says, Daisy, it's 4 a.m. Please go back to sleep. But I can't. I've told you before that you have to teach yourself how to sleep. You're going to be 11 in October. You can't depend on other people to put you back to sleep at your age. You need to find what works for you. Her tone is brusque, teacher-like. Counting sheep, I say. Have you tried that? She nods. Counting backwards from 100? She nods again. Reading? She nods. I try reverse psychology sometimes when I can't sleep. I tell myself that I don't care if I don't fall asleep. That usually does it. Daisy gives her mother another beseeching look and then huffs and leaves the room. Fuck, says Jessamine a moment later. Fuck. Now that I am out of the bag, so to speak, Jessamine has no reason not to bring me downstairs for breakfast the next morning. She makes me tea in a small cup on a saucer and offers to fry some eggs. I'm not really a breakfast kind of guy, so I say thanks, but no thanks, and I fuss Hugo under the table. Should I go? I ask. Before your mum gets up. No, she shakes her head. She's wearing a nightdress with socks and a cardigan. Her hair is tied at the nape of her neck with a very big satin scrunchie in pale blue. Stay, it's fine. She pours me another cup of tea from a pot and hands me the milk in a plastic bottle. Are you sure? Totally. Just then I hear the sound of her throat being cleared, the thud of shoe soles against floorboards. I brace myself. Morning, Mum, says Jessamine. I turn. The woman standing in the kitchen entrance looks about 50, but has a girlish air about her. She's dressed in a pair of slim-fitting jeans and a fluffy black jumper, and her dark hair is in a centre parting. She stops when she sees me at the kitchen table and turns her gaze to Jessamine. This is Stuart, she says. He stayed last night. Stayed? She has the same voice as Jessamine, well-spoken, with slightly hacked-off North London edges. Yes, stayed the night. I watch the woman's face and see it vividly, the disgust, the horror, the distaste. Gosh, she says, that's very unexpected. I breathe in and hold it. The atmosphere has become dense and acrid. Well, says Jessamine, turning away from her mother and towards the sink, where she begins fiercely washing something up. He is in Istanbul with his wife, and Stuart... She turns dramatically, soap suds hanging from her wrists. Stuart is a very nice man, so really there's nothing unexpected about it at all. Her mother turns her face up slightly, peers down her aquiline nose at me. Nice to meet you, Stuart, she says. I'm Annie, Jessamine's mother. Her hands clutch each other across the front of her fluffy jumper. They are thin hands, ribbed with fine bones. The nails are painted red, and she wears a wedding band and a huge diamond engagement ring. Lovely to meet you, Annie, and sorry to give you a shock this early in the morning. Really, not a shock, more a bizarre surprise. She sighs. I'll have a coffee, Jessamine. I'll take it in my study. I narrow my eyes. I'll take it in my study. What decade have I been transported to? I watch Jessamine dutifully prepare the coffee using instant powder, skimmed milk and sweeteners from a tube. It all goes into a wide-mouthed cup on a saucer, and there on the edge of the saucer, a single thin brown biscuit. Jessamine carries it carefully from the kitchen and returns a second later. What was that? I ask. What was what? That. The whole performance. Jessamine cocks her head towards the kitchen entryway and then back at me. Why do you have to make her coffee like that? Like a housemaid? Like a... She grimaces. Don't be so stupid. No, seriously. I've never seen anyone make a drink for a parent like that before." "Well, then you've clearly lived a very sheltered life." "Far from it, Jessamine. Far from it." "How would you make coffee for your mum?" "In a mug. Give it a stir, packet of biscuits." "All families are different." "They are. That is very true." A silence passes between us then. It seems to be asking for me to fill it with an intention to leave, but I feel, strangely, as if I should stay. There's something in this dark house, something in the air, something that needs me here to bear witness to it.
Chapter 24. Jane leaves Natasha's house and heads to the tube station at Chiswick Park. As she is exiting the tube at Covent Garden a short while later, her phone buzzes with 3 WhatsApp notifications in a row. 2 are messages from stepkids saying yes to her invitation to lunch at the weekend, and the other is from Dexter, asking if she's busy. Would she like him to come over and help her with her case? Jane's heart soars, and she replies as she walks, "Yes, please, come now," and then adds in a row of party poppers and throbbing hearts. She redirects herself to Marks and Spencer, where she fills a basket with crisps and dips and tubs of tiny brownies and millionaire shortbreads. She also picks up a carrot cake and some decent tea bags. The house in 7 Dials sparkles with dust motes when she walks in a moment later. She can smell chemical cleaner and wood polish, and remembers Tony mentioning that the cleaner comes on Wednesday mornings. She thinks with a flash of embarrassment of her used underwear pooled on the floor in the bedroom and can't quite recall if she flushed the toilet this morning. She shudders. She's forgotten what it's like to have a cleaner. She lived with her first husband for 7 years, her second for 10, and in all those years she never had to lift the seat of a toilet or push a mop around a tiled floor. She didn't know where the Hoover was kept or where to find a bottle of bleach. But she has lived alone for 5 years now and cleaned her own filthy house, and she's forgotten about the weird intimacy of cleaners, forgotten that actually she never really liked it. Dexter arrives an hour and a half later in a Ganny t-shirt that Jane is sure used to belong to her. His hair is tucked under a baseball cap, and he is wearing oversized Dior tortoiseshell sunglasses that Jane is also fairly certain used to be hers. "You look gorgeous, sweetheart," says Jane, ushering him into the cool of the townhouse. "How are you?" He has a gleam of sweat on his forehead and wipes at it with the back of his hand. "It's bloody roasting out there," he exclaims, dropping a scruffy canvas bag on the back of the sofa and kicking off a pair of dirty Crocs. "What's going on with this weather?" "It's going to be 16 degrees and raining next week," says Jane. "Make the most of it." Jane pours him a tall glass of cold water, and they sit for a moment in the shade of the living room where the shutters are closed against the sun. "Haven't been here for ages," says Dexter, his eyes trailing around the place. "You haven't?" "No," he replies. "When Dad's in town, we tend to meet up my way for dinner. He never invites me here. I forgot how nice it was." "How often do you see him, your dad?" "Once or twice a year, I suppose. Maybe 3 times. Not much, and always kind of quick." "Oh," Jane blinks. She's long entertained fantasies about the rich lives her lost families have lived in her absence, not rushed suppers à deux in Belsize Park dineries. Dexter's sister, Romy, is at university in Leeds, so it's only Dexter left stranded here in London. "That makes me sad." "It's fine," Dexter smiles tightly. "I'm a big boy, and I've got you." He leans towards Jane and squeezes her kneecap. "You have," says Jane, 100%. "Well, maybe 20% after Brian, Bluto, Reggie and Beamish." Jane laughs wryly. "Well, yes, maybe. But I'm so looking forward to the big get-together next weekend. It will be great for you to catch up with the others." "I was always in awe of your other stepchildren. They were so cool, with their posh names and ponies and country houses." Ponies and country houses don't mean anything, says Jane. I should know that. But in spite of it all, they've turned into lovely, level-headed adults. Do you want something to eat, by the way? I have crisps and stuff. As she lays out a selection of snacks, Dexter asks her about her investigation. Jane tells him about finding the hoodie, going to the school in Islington, the student movie starring Jessamine Black, her third visit to the house in the Vale of Health, and another frosty doorstep interaction with creepy Stuart Tucker. Dexter nods enthusiastically as Jane talks. Wow, he says, sounds like you're really getting somewhere. Jane sighs. Well, no, not really. Precisely nowhere, in fact. So far, I have a young woman called, possibly, something beginning with D, who lives, possibly, with her mother, Jessamine, and stepfather Stuart. She possibly took the family dog, absconded to the countryside, and made herself at home in an Airbnb, paid for in cash, and then somehow, possibly, got entirely lost while walking the dog. The police seem to have stopped looking for her, and as far as I know, they haven't followed up with the man in the Vale of Health, even though the vet gave them his details. So, what next? Jane blows out her breath. Good question. Any ideas? Don't you know people like, dance people? Well, yes, Jane replies, thinking of the man Tony had once paid to keep him safe, both personally and professionally, a man called Tobias, who had access to high-security corners of the internet, to police records, to people with information. She'd used that very man earlier in the year when she was trying to identify the marriage scammer. But this is different. She's not looking for a crook this time. She's looking for a young woman who may or may not be a runaway. It's all just feelings and ideas. There's nothing substantial enough for Jane to throw at a third party and say, "Here, check this for me, get me stuff." "I'm not sure it's appropriate to use him here," she says. "I think this is down to us. Well, me." "No, us," Dexter replies. "Definitely. But we need to find out more about Jessamine and Stuart, about Rose White, Black, whoever. We could always, maybe, ask their neighbours." "We could," says Jane, sitting up a little straighter. "Yes, we actually could. But we'd have to be careful. I wouldn't want it getting back to Stuart. I mean," she says thoughtfully, "if there is someone in peril in this situation, we really do need to tread carefully." Dexter nods. "I could pretend to be an old friend, maybe. Like the girl and I used to go to school together and lost touch." "Yes!" Jane claps her hands. "That could work, though we still don't know what her real name is. I've been thinking, White, Black? Maybe she swapped the first name for something similar too? Maybe a floral thing to go with Rose? It might be, I don't know, Dahlia or Daffodil, or..." She runs out of ideas. "Daisy?" Dexter suggests. Jane nods. "Yes," she says brightly. "Maybe let's just assume that it is something flowery and take it from there." They start at the furthest end of the terrace that leads towards Stuart Tucker's house. Here there are 3 small stucco-fronted cottages in a row, each one a different shade of cream. It's 4 o'clock, and Jane hopes they're in time to catch people at home after the school run, or maybe working from home. Nobody comes to the door of the first house. At the second house, an au pair or nanny opens the door. She has an accent and no idea about the neighbours. She tells them her boss will be home at 6, but that her boss has only lived in their house for a year. At the third cottage, a middle-aged man answers the door. He is handsome and stylish in a t-shirt and shorts, horn-rimmed glasses, and a deep suntan. He looks at Jane and Dexter curiously. "Yes?" Dexter begins. Sorry to bother you, but I used to have a friend who lived down here. about my age. I'm not sure which house she lived in. I can't quite remember, but we were both at Waterside Academy. She lived somewhere up there with her mum, Jessamine. Hold on, says the man. He turns slightly and looks over his shoulder. Then he calls out, George? There is no response from behind him, and the man calls out again, George, can you come here a minute? What? A disembodied male voice calls back. The man sighs. Just come. Jane hears a loud groan, and then a second later a beautiful boy appears, stupidly tall. Why are young men all so tall these days, with black eyes peering out from beneath a dark blonde fringe? These people are asking about Daisy Black. Jane's heart jumps in her chest, and she resists the urge to share a triumphant smile with Dexter. The boy's face brightens, and he nods. Oh, yeah, Daisy. I know Daisy. She's like... The boy points to the left with one long finger. Down there, in the end house. Is she there now, do you think? I don't know. I mean, I think so, but, yeah, I also haven't seen her for a while. Did you used to see her? Well, yeah, every day. We went to the same primary school. She was in the year below me, and then we went to different schools after that. Didn't see her as much, but we still hung out sometimes. We played Fortnite together, but yeah, now you say it, it's been a while. I haven't really seen her since lockdown. I think she might even have moved out. Oh, says Dexter, feigning disappointment. You could ask the guy who lives there. He might know. Yeah, right. I'll try that. What's his name? Stuart, I think. He's kind of like her stepdad or something. I can't remember for sure. Anyway, he was like her primary carer. The mum was... He squints and pulls at the back of his neck awkwardly. I don't know, really. Not around. Is she still alive, the mother? The man and the boy exchange a look, and the man sighs. Who knows, that family, the man shifts his glasses a little up the bridge of his nose, was always a little strange. There were rumours. The boy shifts awkwardly from one huge socked foot to the other. Dexter says, I do remember her saying that things at home were difficult. Well, I don't know the ins and outs of it, the man continues. You want to stay clear of things like that in a community like this, so close-knit, everyone cheek by jowl. You can go mad knowing everyone's business. But one thing I do know is that that house is not somewhere I'd want to spend any time, and those people are not people I'd want as friends. The parents? Jane asks. The man nods. Well, her mother, mainly. I don't remember ever seeing her father. The boy called George interjects. Daisy liked that guy, though, Stuart. I think he was the only one who really took care of her. I think they were quite close. Jane absorbs this unexpected observation. She had assumed that Stuart was the bad guy in relation to Daisy, the reason for her running away from home. But maybe it wasn't that simple. George continues. We saw the police there a few years ago, during the first lockdown. They were there for, a long time, and I don't know what it was. Daisy wouldn't say, but, it felt really bad, the whole atmosphere, you know? And Daisy was, when I think about it now, she was, really different after that, not as friendly. George turns to Dexter. How do you know her? He asks. Oh, Dexter replies, we went to school together too, Waterside Academy. Oh, yeah, I remember. She was there till, I don't know, year 8 or 9? Yes, Dexter nods, and then she left just after lockdown ended. Dexter nods. That's right, I remember that, and that's when we lost touch. The boy nods too. Any idea, Dexter begins, where she might have gone? Did she know anyone outside London? No idea, says the boy. We didn't really talk about things like that. We didn't really talk about anything. Just played games, chatted shit. But I mean, she was your friend. She must have said stuff to you, right? Jane gulps. Good question. But Dexter doesn't break his stride. She said some stuff, but yeah, she wasn't very open about things. I could sense it. You know, that things weren't right at home, that she wasn't happy. That's for sure, says the boy. I think, says the man, that your friend Daisy has done exactly the best thing she could have done and got the hell out of that house.
Chapter 25. Annie. I met my husband when I was a child of 13. He was 19. Not how it sounds, I can assure you. He was my cousin's best friend, and I was smitten from a distance. I didn't tell him how smitten I'd been with him back then, until we were on our first date when I was 19, and he was 25. He laughed uproariously and said he didn't remember me. How can I describe Alan as he was back then? Or should I start with how he was at the end? No, I'll start at the beginning. He was handsome, but not too handsome. Not handsome enough to outshine me. I was unbearably pretty. The early 80s weren't a good time to be a young girl, in terms of the fashions, the ugly haircuts. But I somehow found a look that worked. Elfin, I think you might say. I was very popular with the boys, but I only wanted Alan. Alan dressed in a retro style, quiffed hair, vintage overcoat, peg front trousers. We went to rockabilly clubs together and we danced endlessly until the early hours. We thought we were amazing, and we probably were. I lived here at Thornwood with my mother and father at the time. I was an only child. Mine were older parents, had me in their 30s. It was a happy enough childhood, but it was when Alan asked me to marry him that my life really began. We married at Hampstead Town Hall, and we had a party in the back garden here at Thornwood. Not many people came, because we didn't really know many people. Alan moved in here. My parents gave us their room. Alan redecorated it for us all by his own hand. You never had to get a tradesman in, or a builder with Alan in the house. He was remarkable like that. I was training to be a nurse back then. I didn't really want to be a nurse, but I loved the uniform, the accessories, the idea of being adored. I qualified shortly after we married, and then the babies came. Jessamine, when I was 23, Jasper, when I was 25. Beautiful babies, of course, but difficult, so difficult. My mother was a godsend. She was reborn when those babies came. She'd waited so long to have me, and then hadn't been able to have another, and she virtually raised them herself, and that was fine, because I was still too madly in love with my husband to want to care for them full time. She had some old-fashioned ideas, my mother. She was born in 1930, after all, had lived through a war. It wasn't necessarily the way I would have done it, but I wasn't in much of a position to complain. I knew what Alan was like. I absolutely knew the man I'd married, his lightness and his dark. I knew that he liked to be in control, and fortunately for me, I liked to be controlled. For even as he controlled me, he loved me. And then my mother died in 2000, and everything changed. Alan insisted on the au pairs, refused to allow me to clean the house or cook a meal. I did not want the au pair girls, but neither did I want to have sex with my husband, or wash his clothes. It made sense at the time, until it didn't. And by then, it was too late.
Chapter 26. Stuart, 9 years earlier. Jessamine hasn't suggested that I leave, and so I haven't. I'm still here when Daisy goes back to school that week, and I offer to accompany them on their walk to school. Daisy is an interesting girl. Like her mother and her grandmother, there is something strangely old-fashioned and formal about her, like a character from a slightly mannered London-set film of the 60s. "I can't face it all," says Daisy, tying up the laces of her sensible school shoes. "All those stupid people, after we've had such a nice time for Christmas." "Well," says Jessamine, sliding Daisy's packed lunchbox into her school rucksack, "it'll do you good to get out of the house. You've barely been outdoors." "Neither of you?" "No, that's true. But it's a new year now, a new term, a fresh start. Let's all try and be a bit healthier, shall we? Let's all try and leave bad habits behind." When she says bad habits, she's talking about two things. She's talking about the booze, which I have been gently trying to coax her into considering giving up, and she's also talking about the old man. Harvey. That's his name. Harvey Moore. She didn't tell me that. Daisy did. And, of course, naturally, I immediately Googled the fuck out of the dirty old bastard and discovered a few things about him. Harvey Moore is the founder of a very traditional ladies' wear company called Moore & Co., with a head office in London and a factory based in the Midlands. His son, Jason, now runs the business, and Harvey is semi-retired. Harvey's wife is called Sherry, and there is a younger son, too, Alex. I wonder if Alex and his brother know they have a little sister in London called Daisy. "What job do you do?" Daisy asks as we cross over the busy road that separates the Vale from the rest of Hampstead Village. "I don't do a job." "So how do you pay for stuff?" I was both lucky and unlucky, I suppose. My mum and dad died when I was quite young and left me £1 million. Daisy gasps. I continue. "My brother bought a house with his. I put mine in the bank, and I live off the interest." "What's interest?" "It's what a bank pays you to let them keep your money when you're not spending it. It's not much, but it's enough to pay for the basics." "Why don't you just buy a house?" "Because then I'd need to get a job to pay for the upkeep of the house." "Well, what about a small flat then?" I sigh. Good questions, all of them. I smile at Daisy and shrug. Just not my cup of tea. Property. In my will, whatever's left goes to my kids. I don't want it all tied up in knots for them. "You've got kids?" "Yes. They think I'm a nutter. But it's fine. I know what I am. I know my own limitations. I'm a free spirit. I know what works for me and what doesn't. It's good." "I can't believe you're a millionaire," says Daisy, shaking her head. "Wow!" I see Jessamine throw me a look. It's a look of skepticism, but with a softness that shows she knows I'm telling the truth. Because I am. And now I've made myself vulnerable. Now she knows my big secret, and she could, if she wanted, try to take advantage of me. But the money's locked down. I can barely get to it, let alone anyone else. She'd have to work me so hard to get a penny out of me. After we drop Daisy at school, I suggest a walk, a coffee in the village. "Was that true?" she asks me urgently as we head down the narrow alleyway together. "What you told Daisy about your money?" "Totally true. I'm living a good life this way. I'm free. I can meander, and And if that means that one day I cross paths with someone who makes me feel compelled to turn up at their house uninvited with a bottle of champagne one dark December afternoon, then all the better. Didn't your children's mothers try to get the money off you? I shrug. I paid my maintenance. I send them cash on their birthdays, at Christmas. Both of them know what they've got coming when I die. Everyone's happy. I turn and look at her. I'm a good person, Jessamine. Then what the hell are you doing hanging around me? You're a good person too. No, I'm not. Hugo pulls her gently towards a lamppost and sniffs its base urgently. What makes you say that? She sighs impatiently. Listen, Stuart, this is all... okay, I'm sure you're a good person. She says this as if it is purely a theoretical possibility. I'm sure you are, and I enjoy spending time with you. But you can't just move into my house, you know? It's mad. I haven't moved into your house. Well, you know what I mean. You've stayed. I have, and now I can leave. I can leave whenever. Just say the word. But you've got nowhere to stay. I've always got somewhere to stay. Hugo finishes sniffing the lamppost and we move on. How much do you make in interest every month? Varies, but roughly $1,000, sometimes $2,000. Once I made $3 back in the day. She eyes me thoughtfully. So you could pay rent? I'd rather not. That's kind of the whole point of me sleeping on a futon in an attic for the last 3 years. I don't want to pay rent. She nods. I can see machinations upon machinations. I think, she says finally, her voice thick with deep introspection, that you should stay with me until you get your room back, and we will see what it's like to have a man in the house again. I cock my head slightly at her. What a strange thing to say, I think, to have a man in the house again. You mean like when your dad was around? Yes, Dad was very handy. He was very strong. He was very alpha. He fixed things, made things, kept us safe. He was useful, and me and Mum, we're useless without him, without a man. Totally. You've seen the way we live. You've seen us. I just think... She looks at me with clear, bright eyes. We need something. All of us. Daisy, too. But you have to promise, she says, touching my arm with clawed fingers. Promise not to make me regret this. I look at her and smile. Romantic, I say. Really, I'm touched. I wait for her to smile, to acknowledge my joke. But she doesn't.
Chapter 27. Before Jane and Dexter leave the handsome man in the Vale of Health, Jane turns back to ask him one last question. Is there anyone else around here? Anyone we could talk to who might know what happened to Daisy? Who knows the family? Not really, says the handsome man. People come and go. Anyone who might have known the family probably left years ago, and the people who've stayed didn't know the family. If anything, you hit the jackpot with George. He knows Daisy better than most people. But there is a woman, she lives just around there, up that path, Larch Cottage, and I know she sometimes used to collect Daisy from school and bring her home, sit with her for a while. Oh, amazing. What's her name? Jane, I think. Same as me. You're called Jane? I am. Well, nice to meet you, Jane. I'm Spencer. Nice to meet you, Spencer. Jane shakes his hand, feels a hint of something pleasantly scintillating in the touch of his skin against hers, thinks, Down, Jane, down, and then says goodbye. The other Jane comes to the door of her tiny clapboard cottage. She is small and pretty and wears her silver hair in a bun and lots of eyeliner. She looks about 65. Behind her, Jane sees a strong aesthetic message, clashing patterns, rampaging wall art, bright colours, chandeliers. "Hello," she says. "Are you Jane?" "Yes." The woman smiles warmly, quite happy, it appears, to see randoms on her doorstep at 4:30 in the afternoon. "What can I do for you?" "I wonder," says Jane, "if you happen to know anything about Daisy Black, the girl who lives up the lane. My stepson went to school with her, and he's trying to track her down for a reunion, but nobody seems to know where she lives these days. And the nice man around the corner, Spencer." "Oh, yes, I know Spencer. Lovely man. Him and his lovely boy." Jane nods and makes a mental note of the fact that there doesn't appear to be a Mrs. Spencer in the picture. "Well, he told us that you sometimes used to collect Daisy from school. When she was small, I wondered if maybe you'd kept in touch with her at all." Jane looks beyond Jane and Dexter, from left to right, as though there may be others lurking out of sight in this silent, deserted backwater. "Why don't you come in?" she says, "if you have time." They follow her through the tiny door and straight into her cosy living room, which smells of scented candles and expensive furniture polish. She gets them each a glass of water and invites them to sit side by side on two small tapestry poufs. At the back of the room, French doors open out onto a tiny courtyard garden crammed with potted plants. Jane spies a black cat curled up in a shaft of sunlight. She thinks, "This is nice, small, manageable." She thinks, "I could live here," and then she remembers that she has 4 huge dogs and sighs softly. "Daisy Black," says the other Jane. "Gosh, I mean, where to start? Such a funny little girl. Grumpy. Very grumpy. And then, of course, she went to big school, and I barely saw her again. But you," she glances at Dexter, "you went to school with her." Dexter shrugs and smiles. "Well, not for that long." "Well, no, because she left, didn't she? Early." "That's right," Dexter rejoins smoothly, "just after lockdown. I never really saw her again after that, and we're having a reunion, and someone asked if I could invite her. I couldn't remember her address to send her an invitation, but I did remember what her house looked like. The man who lives there wasn't very helpful, though." "Well, no, that doesn't surprise me." "So, who exactly is that man? He said his name was Stuart." "Yes, Stuart. I feel that he might be some kind of carer. I know he took over looking after Daisy when she was about 10. Didn't see so much of the mother after that. I never really see anyone coming and going anymore. And you know, that dog of theirs? It walks itself. You'll see him, just there." She gestures towards the far end of the vale, where Thornwood meets the crook of the heath. "Just snuffling around. He gets picked up sometimes by people who think he's a stray, taken to that posh vet's in the village, and they say, 'Oh, that's just Hugo,' and someone drops him home." Jane is taken aback. "So nobody walks him?" "No, and I mean he is getting a little old now, I suppose, but still, I do feel a little sorry for him." "Do you have any idea where I could find her?" asks Dexter. "Daisy, I mean, or would you be able to pass on the invitation for me if you have a number?" She shakes her head. "I lost touch with Daisy a long time ago. I can't even remember the last time I saw her. I assume she still lives here, but then again—" "The boy around the corner," says Dexter, "George, he said he thought she might have moved out." "Well," the other Jane shakes her head gently, "that doesn't surprise me at all. I can't imagine if it was a heap of fun living in that house as an only child. What was it like in there?" "I never went in. The mother would come and collect Daisy from here, or the grandmother." "The grandmother?" "Yes, Daisy lived with her mother and her grandmother. There used to be a grandfather and an uncle too at one point, I vaguely recall, but they both seem to be out of the picture now. Jane blanches, thinking of the older man who picked her up in a bar when she was 29. What was the grandfather like? Oh, not terribly pleasant, very full of himself, thought he was a cut above. I think the wife, Daisy's grandmother, I think she threw him out in the end, and I didn't blame her. Jane nods. Of course, she thinks. Good for her. There were au pair girls, too, from time to time, but I don't know what happened to them. Au pair girls? Jane feels something cold creep down her spine. Yes, when Daisy's mother was a young girl, there were often girls staying there, some foreign, some British, all very young. They never stayed long. Gosh, it sounds like the Bermuda Triangle in there. Ha, says the other Jane. I suppose it was, a little bit. But you know, an area like this, it's strange. It's a village, so everyone knows everyone. But also, it's London, so people keep themselves and everyone else at arm's length. You only have half the information you need about people to work out who they are, to work out what they're up to. And if you're nosy, like me, you just make things up to fill in the gaps. I have stories for all the neighbours, believe me, but that family... She pauses and sighs. It's hard to know where to start. Spencer told us that the police visited there a few years ago. That's right, says the other Jane. It was during lockdown, COVID time, I think. So many weird things happening back then. I just thought maybe they'd done something wrong, broken one of those stupid rules. But the police were there most of the day. Some cars, blue lights spinning. I looked it up on the internet for days afterwards, trying to find a story, nosed around the few neighbours I was able to talk to, but nobody knew anything. Total mystery. Well, says Dexter, I guess that's a mystery I'll have to solve if I want to find Daisy. I suppose it is, but you know, Daisy used to tell me the strangest things. She told me her mother had told her there was a ghost that lived in their attic and it hated little girls, that she told her never to go up there. Daisy said she heard it sometimes at night, banging on the ceiling to scare her. She also said her uncle had run away with the circus. I mean, come on, what strange things for a little girl to say. What was her uncle's name? Dexter asks. She never mentioned him. Jasper, I think. Funny little chap. Gave me the creeps. She shudders slightly. Oh, well. Sorry I haven't been much help. Leave me your number, and if by chance I ever see or hear anything from Daisy again, I'll let her know you were looking for her. Tell her there's a party. When is it? Oh, Dexter replies breezily, not until Christmas, but you have to plan these things early. Yes, says the other Jane, yes, you do. And if you happen to find her, do send her my love. She was a strange little girl, but I did always have a soft spot for her. I really do hope nothing bad's happened to her. It's gone 5 o'clock when Dexter and Jane leave the other Jane's cottage and head into the warm edges of the late afternoon. I've got some tins, says Dexter, pointing at his gigantic canvas shoulder bag. They might not be very cold by now, though. What flavour? Dexter peers into the bag and reads the tins. Gin and tonic, grapefruit margarita, dark rum and passion fruit. Sounds great, says Jane. Let's go and find a nice bench. They follow a dry path at the bottom of the vale that leads them eventually towards the busier parts of the heath. Schools are out, and the heath is full of mothers and kids, school children and dogs. They open the cans, and Jane toasts Dexter. You were amazing, little one, she says. Fearless and fleet-footed. I was in awe of you. Dexter smiles and clicks at the ring pull of his can with a bitten thumbnail. If the dancing career doesn't work out, I could always come in with you. Trevally and stepson, says Jane, forming quotation marks around the phrase with her hands. Wouldn't that be fun? You know, he turns to face her, it actually really would be amazing, genuinely. I think you could rock being a private eye. I could totally see you doing it. Thank you, darling. Jane sighs and rests her can on the grass at her feet. But a real private eye would have some sort of a plan, and currently I have nothing. So, what next? Well, we need to find out what happened with the police back during lockdown, and we need to find this uncle who joined the circus. Jasper. Jane nods. Yes, absolutely. Should be a doddle with a name like that. She pulls out her phone and taps her thumbs against the screen. She says. A tech DJ. Looks about 25, maybe not. And, a character from The Walking Dead. And, no, wrong colour, wrong age. No, not him. Dexter sighs. Might need a bit more of a heavyweight approach, he says. Might be time for Dad's people.
Chapter 28. Stuart, 9 years earlier. Annie hates me. She hates everything about me. She behaves as though I smell, simply because of the way I dress, the way I present myself. But if there's one thing you learn when you're sleeping in a different place every few months, every few days, when you're sofa surfing, squatting, short-term renting, a night on the streets, whatever it is, you learn how to stay clean. You learn where to get your clothes washed, or you learn how to hand wash. You learn how to shampoo over the side of a bath with a jug of cold water and a bar of soap if necessary. You learn to keep your shoes fresh, your breath fresh, all the shortcuts to hygiene. So I may look rough from a distance, but close up, I smell like a summer meadow, I can assure you. However, Annie will never know that because she will never get that close. She is like a magnetic particle, repelled across whichever space we find ourselves sharing. Boing. I don't care. I can't say that I'm fond of Annie either. I'm only here for another week, I tell her reassuringly that weekend. Don't you worry. And in the meantime, I will do all that I can to help around the place. I'm pretty handy. I can build things, fix things, move things. Whatever you need doing, Annie, just ask. There's a dead cat in the shed. It's been there for over a year. Maybe you could get rid of it for us? Dead... I sigh. Jesus, I bloody love cats. I don't want to see a dead one. But I need to earn my keep, to earn my place here. Sure, I say. I ask for rubber gloves, a bin bag, and a point in the right direction. I set off through the back door and head up the scruffy, overgrown path that leads through the scruffy, overgrown garden. I can imagine it was beautiful once. A proper English cottage garden. Flower beds, apple trees, cherry trees, nooks and crannies, a greenhouse at one end. And there, just ahead of me, the shed. I pull the neck of my jumper up over my mouth and nose and yank the door open. All the accoutrements of a keen gardener are here to see. Bags of compost, neatly arranged gardening implements, an apron hanging from a peg, little plastic seedling boxes on a tall wooden table. And there, just as Annie promised, a desiccated cat, curled into a corner, its grey hair matted into knots, its eyes wide open, mouth hanging ajar, the tip of a dead grey tongue protruding. Jesus. I snap on the gloves and crouch down. Oh, buddy, I say to the cat. Buddy, buddy, buddy. Poor bastard, I think. What a way to go. I collect him carefully and realise that he is a she, and I say, sweetheart, and slide her into the bag. Then I take her out into the garden with a spade in my other hand, and I head towards a quiet corner to bury her with dignity. What are you doing? Annie calls out to me from the back door. I'm going to bury her, I say. Somewhere up the back there.
No, she snaps. Do not do that. Throw it in the bushes. Let the foxes deal with it.
I frown. It's a she, I say, not an it, and I want to bury her.
Well then, take it onto the heath, bury it there, but do not dig up my garden, absolutely not.
I shake my head and tut gently under my breath. Whatever you want, Your Majesty, I say, and then I take the cat and the spade into a quiet corner of the heath, far from prying eyes and CCTV. I call her Tina. I don't know why. I mark the spot with a cross made out of dry sticks, and then I head back to the house. Annie eyes me curiously when I return. All done, I say. But I guess there's probably a family somewhere around here wondering where their beloved pet ended up. Would be good to let them know. Could put posters up, maybe. She looks at me aghast.
Absolutely not. The cat's dead. If they loved it so much, they should have kept it indoors.
How do you think it got in? To the shed?
No idea. Must have followed one of us in there without us noticing.
So you're the gardener?
Gosh, no. My husband was the gardener.
So what were you doing in the shed? She narrows her eyes at me, purses her lips.
Looking for secateurs, for the rose bush by the front gate. And talking of which, the frontage is a mess. Brambles, chaos. Could I trouble you to tidy it up a bit?
Absolutely, Your Majesty, I say. Pass me the secateurs and I am all yours. I see her shudder slightly at the idea of me being all hers, but she turns and pulls open a drawer in the Welsh dresser behind her and hands me a pair of secateurs. As she passes them to me, my eye is caught by other items in the drawer, a glint of a pair of handcuffs, a pair of white leather gloves, and there, smiling up at me chillingly, a plastic clown mask. The January sun has disappeared beneath the January horizon, and I am alone for now, cooking dinner for the family. It turns out that left to their own devices, this family eats shit. Nobody cooks. They make meals out of toast and frozen chicken pieces, out of powdered potatoes and packet sauces. There are no vegetables in the fridge, no fruit in the bowl. They eat cereal for dinner and toast for lunch, and if there's one thing I can do to help around here, it's to get some proper nutrition into them. Hampstead is wall-to-wall food emporiums, and I've filled their fridge with organic veg and fresh meat. Tonight I'm making a chicken stir-fry with noodles, but first I really want to check inside that drawer in the dresser because, frankly, this house has given me the creeps since the moment I arrived. And what with the dead cat and now the clown mask, I'm this close to booking into a hotel for the night. I check the entryway into the kitchen and see that the coast is clear. Then I pull open the drawer. The clown mask still manages to make me jump, even though I'm expecting it. I touch it gingerly. It looks old, vintage almost. It repels me in a way I can't quite fathom. I move my fingers to the handcuffs, feel a swell of relief when I realize that they are plastic, not metal, a toy, not a restraint. But still, there is something about them that sets my nerves jangling, that makes me wonder about this family and what other secrets they might be hiding. Annie's not in at the moment. She's gone to Brent Cross, her favourite place in the world, according to Jessamine. Brent Cross is a shopping centre out near Hendon, built in the 1970s. The very first in London and beloved of those with northwest London postcodes and cars. She will return later, fizzing faintly with the electricity of retail therapy, with bags that she will ferry directly to her bedroom, maybe a spritz of department store perfume on her wrists, a bale of Egyptian cotton bath towels from John Lewis. The fizz will die down slowly over the space of a few hours, and then she will seat herself back in her study, the tiny room opposite the kitchen where she spends nearly 90% of her time. Nobody is allowed to be in that room for more than a few seconds, just long enough to deliver the cups of tea and coffee on saucers. But even during such brief moments, I feel something bad in the air in there. I tiptoe into the hallway now and gently push against the door, but it does not give. I notice that there is a keyhole halfway up, and I realize that Annie has locked the door. There are other locked doors in this house, including one up in the attic that has a large piece of furniture placed in front of it, behind which you can just make out the rectangle of the doorframe, and another into an outhouse attached to the back of the house. As someone who grew up in a house with no locked doors at all, I find this unnerving. I hear footsteps coming down the stairs from the hallway and quickly head back into the kitchen. Jessamine appears, rubbing anxiously at the nibs of her elbows inside the sleeves of a baggy cardigan. "When's it ready?" "Oh." I turn to regard the ingredients still half chopped on boards. "A little while." "Shall I open some wine?" "I thought," I begin carefully, "we were knocking that on the head for a couple of weeks." She shrugs and backs away. "Never mind," she says. The atmosphere has been tense these past few sober days. I can feel the burn of Jessamine's physical longing like a bubbling cauldron. She pretends she's all right, but I can feel the magnetic pull that flows through the house at 11:30 every morning when she looks at the dog, looks through the window, envisages her table in the corner of the White Swan, the sharp, blessed glow of a vodka and lemonade hitting the base of her stomach, the edges of her world bleeding out, the pain of whatever it is she carries around with her day in, day out, quickly fading away. I make sure to distract her at this time of day. I suggest a walk to the shops or on the heath. I ask her what she wants for dinner, show her recipes on my phone, but she is short-tempered, even more so than when she is drinking. She is unhappy, and she is dark. And I can't say I'm surprised, because there is something in this house, something living and breathing behind locked doors and in the creases between this world and another. I'm not talking about ghosts or spirits. I'm a little woo-woo, but not all the way. But there are fissures and scars in this house. Something misaligned. Something horribly, brutally broken. And I am determined to find out what it is.
Chapter 29. Annie. The new au pair was a problem. She wasn't like the first one, Sandra, who had been horribly annoying and crass, and had overstepped boundaries left, right and centre, but had at least seemed to enjoy taking care of the house and the children. This one, Naomi, seemed to think she was too good for us. She seemed to think that she could run a wet cloth around the kitchen counter, put a bowl of food down for the cat, empty a bin or two, cook dinner for the children, and her work here was done. Also, Alan seemed more taken with this girl. He spent more time up there in her room than he'd spent with the other one. I didn't like to think about this happening under my own roof. Of course I didn't. But I understood that it had to. Because worse than it happening was it not happening. Our home was not a solid home. I could see that then. Our lives hung on flimsy strings, our happiness dependent on tenuous conditions. Alan was blinkered in a way that suggested he'd written out the script of his existence and would not veer away from it for a second. Inflexible. That's the best way to describe Alan. Entirely inflexible. But this girl Naomi, she was pushing at his boundaries. She was creating issues. From what little I could glean, she came from a very middle-class background in Sao Paulo. Her parents were professionals. She had an inflated view of herself for someone who'd been selling herself to men in a Paddington bedsit. I could barely bring myself to look at her. If she walked into a room, I left. Unlike her predecessor, she made no attempt to ingratiate herself with me or with the children. But I could hear her and Alan bickering, griping at each other. She asked him for money. He told her not to be ridiculous. She had a huge room in a beautiful house in Hampstead. How on earth did she think she should be given money too? Do you know, he told her how much it would cost to rent this room? Do you know, he told her how lucky you are? But I could feel it in the air all the time, the heat building, the possibility of a spark setting off the whole tinderbox. Within a month, Naomi was gone. 2 weeks later, Alan came home late at night with another girl. Her name was Jane. She was very pretty and older than the others. Too old, I thought, to be of any use to us, and far too posh. She wasn't a sex worker. She wasn't itinerant. She was a divorcee, and felt too similar to myself for me to countenance sharing my home and my husband with her. I watched Alan that night, mixing her a drink, and I knew what he was planning. I knew it was a terrible mistake. Thank goodness for Jessamine tumbling out of bed, as she often used to back then. I saw the girl called Jane knock the drink from Alan's hand, and I realised we'd all been given a second chance. When Alan tried to get her to stay, I did not allow it. I watched her from the front window running helter-skelter into the night, and I hoped that there would be no more girls.
Chapter 30. After their drinks on the heath, Jane says goodbye to Dexter and takes the tube into town. She alights at Charing Cross and walks through the buzzy back streets from the Strand towards Seven Dials. Another glorious evening, another reminder that she has no one to share glorious evenings with, another opportunity to chastise herself for feeling bad about her aloneness. Her mind tumbles with images and facts, and not quite facts, which flicker and fade through her thoughts with nothing to grab hold of. She pulls out her phone and types Helen Yaxley another message. I know you said you'd let me know if you heard anything. Hate to be annoying. Any word? Any news? Then she messages Shannon. I'll be back on Monday, she types. Hope that's okay. No reply from Helen, but a reply instantaneously from Shannon. No probs. Me and the boys are having the best time. Bit of an issue with the tap in the kitchen sink, though. No water coming. Using hose water instead for now. But you might want to get a plumber in. Also, that bit of ceiling in the room next to the kitchen that was hanging off. It's finally come down. Looks a bit grim up there. Soz to bear bad news. Sure, it's fine. Have a good weekend. Jane groans under her breath, adds a thumbs up emoji to Shannon's message, and puts her phone back in her bag. She can't think about it all now. That bloody house, the decay and the frailty of it, the money she doesn't have to spend on it, the job she doesn't have to earn the money to spend on it, the life she has lived that has made her indolent and work-shy, the time trickling through her fingers to change anything, fix anything. She thinks of Chloe Flint, the glamorous estate agent, her talk of crittle windows and foreign buyers, and she knows that that is the only sensible solution, but she's still not ready to face it. Back at Tony's house, Jane sits up on the roof terrace and watches the clips of Jessamine Black's B-movie that she'd recorded onto her phone from Natasha's laptop. She casts her eyes across the rest of the actors. There's Natasha's now husband Jacob, playing a surly young neighbour, and a girl with red hair, playing Jessamine's stepsister, staying for the weekend, and a slightly older man with dark blonde hair in thick millennium-style curtains, playing Jessamine's on and off love interest Tristan. According to IMDb, his name is Oliver Bloom, and he appeared in a few movies during the 90s and early noughties, but a quick Google earlier showed that he was now an artisan cheesemaker living in the West Country. Natasha told her the cast had lost touch after filming, that only she and Jessamine had stayed friends. But was it possible, she wonders, that Jessamine might have said something on set or done something that had stayed with anyone else, something they might remember? It was worth a shot. Jane goes to Oliver's cheese website and sends a message via his contact form. Hi, I'm investigating a missing girl and trying to find out more information about a woman called Jessamine Black, who you shot a movie with in 2005 to 2006. Wondered if you knew anything about her or had contact details for anyone you think might still be in touch with her. I spoke to Natasha Delage this morning and she couldn't help. Do drop me a line if you remember anything. Thank you. The film is still paused on Jane's phone when she switches back from her browser, capturing Jessamine's face in full detail. Jane stares at it again. It's a fascinating face, somehow. There's something in her eyes that reminds Jane of herself. She feels an affinity with this woman, something pulling at her from her gut. She sighs and turns off her phone, then Googles how to find out who owns a house. She fills in the form on the Land Registry website and pays her £24.95 to get the title register emailed to her. Then she spends another £19.19, including VAT, to get a background report from 192.com for Jessamine Black. The temperature starts to drop, and she takes her empty wine glass down the tiny stairs and shuts the door to the roof terrace behind her. She's done as much as she can for one day. When Jane wakes up the next morning, she's uncomfortably aware that the aircon has been on too high all night in Tony's bedroom, that the air is too crisp, and her throat is dry and sore. She gets up and turns it off from the panel on the wall, then finds her reading glasses, picks up her phone, and sees that she has a message from Helen Yaxley. Nothing from the police, but I did find something in the annex that I thought you might be interested in. I was packing away her things for the cleaners, putting everything in her suitcase, and there was a little pouch on the inside of her suitcase, and I found this. The next message is a photograph of Helen's fingers clasping a photograph of an older man with a moustache and thinning black and grey hair sitting on a faded floral sofa between two teenagers, a boy and a girl. He has his arms around both of them, and all three are smiling. In the background is an old-fashioned dresser full of knickknacks and old books. Jane gasps. It's the same man she came home with from the bar that night. It's also the same sofa she sat on that night back in 2000, and the same dresser on which he'd mixed her martini. She zooms in closer on the girl. It's Jessamine, probably about 17 or 18 here, her face already set with that dark, broken beauty, her eyes already wild and lost. And then she zooms in on the boy. On his lap is something strange. It looks like a clown's head, an obscenely bulbous red nose protruding from the front. She notices then that the boy is wearing white gloves with white frilled trim at the wrists. And there, reflected in the glass of the dresser door, is the photographer, a woman with dark bouffant hair, a slim-fitting outfit, her features indistinguishable in the blur, but Jane knows it is her, the man's wife, who helped her escape that night. She recognizes her instantly. There is another photograph in the next message. This one is of the flip side of the picture, where in neat ballpoint pen someone has written the words, "The last one of us, Thornwood, 30th of April, 2005. The last one of us, ponders Jane. What does that mean? The last photo of us, maybe? In which case, did something happen around this time? Maybe this is when the brother ran away. There he is with his scary clown mask and his creepy white gloves, ready and raring to go by the look of him. Jesus, the whole photo gives Jane the heebie-jeebies. Everything about it is slightly wrong, slightly off. The way the father's hands grip the two children's shoulders a little too tightly, the children pulling slightly away from him. And what has happened to Jessamine's father, the man with no name who brought her back to his home all those years ago? Jane replies to Helen, thanking her for sharing the photo. Then she sighs and puts down her phone. What started as an obsession with finding the girl who disappeared from Helen's annex has turned into an obsession with Thornwood and the Blacks. She desperately wants to get into that house. She wants to know who lives there, what's happened there, what happened to the father, why this was the last photo of them, and where, dear God, is that haunted-looking boy in the clown gloves. Chapter 31. Jane showers and dresses and makes herself a coffee. Looking down through the window of the first-floor living room, she sees the tops of people's heads, early workers or maybe the previous night's workers heading home. The sky is an acid blue turning hot white at the edges as the sun begins its ascent over the rooftops. Jane can hear the rumble of rubbish trucks, the clack and shatter of bottles being tipped into containers, the distant thunder of buses on Charing Cross Road. It's just turned 7 a.m. She has a full day ahead of her and no plan. Then her phone buzzes and she picks it up and sees that her phone has just received a dump of emails, and in between all the junk from boutiques and pet food companies, there is the report from the land registry. Her heart races as her thumb clicks the email open, and then the attachment. Her eyes rush across the forms, looking for the bottom line, and there it is. Thornwood, Vale of Health, London, NW3. Currently owned by Alan and Anne Black, but formerly owned by someone called Vivian Rich. Jane immediately Googles her and finds nothing. Then she adds the postcode NW3 to her search, and the results narrow to one solitary item. Our beloved mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, Vivian Rich, passed away on 12th of February at the age of 70. We will be holding a celebration of her life at the White Swan, Hampstead Square, NW3, at midday on June 30th. All welcome. It is a post on a local message board, and the poster is someone called Annie B. Jane immediately clicks on her name, but no other posts appear. The year of the post is 2000. It is time, Jane realises, to make a timeline. She opens and closes a dozen drawers in Tony's home before realising that Tony does not own paper, pens, or in fact anything useful of any description beyond bottle openers and cocktail stirrers. She leaves the house and heads out to find a branch of W.H. Smith that is open this early in the day, ending up at Charing Cross Station, where she buys a notepad, some A3 card, a packet of multicoloured fibre-tip pens, and 2 blocks of post-it notes. Back at the house, she sets up a work area at a desk that appears to have been used only as decoration and begins to arrange all the facts and pieces of evidence that she has accumulated over the past few days into some kind of aesthetically pleasing order. When her timeline is complete, she clips it to the door of Tony's fridge with a magnet and stares at it for a while. Where is the boy in all of this? Jasper, the weird clown boy. The other Jane said Daisy had told her he'd run away with the circus, and Jane had assumed it to be some kind of childish nonsense. But maybe Daisy was being literal. Jane opens the email from the land registry again and goes through the attachments. She gets to the title plan and zooms into the delineated line drawing of Thornwood. She's amazed to see how far the property extends at the back, The plot looks to be at least 3 or 4 times bigger than the plots of any of the nearby properties. It's shallow at the cottage's front, but then spreads out from behind in a fan shape, with what looks like connecting footpaths through shrubs onto the back corner of the heath, where it joins Spaniards Road. Is it possible, she wonders, that she could find a way onto this land without alerting Stuart Tucker, that she could get another view of Thornwood? Well, she thinks, she will certainly give it a go. Jane is about to leave the house when her phone buzzes once more. It's an email notification, and she quickly clicks it open when she sees it is from Oliver Bloom, the cheesemaker man from the Bee movie that Jessamine made back in the noughties. Hi, very mysterious. Yeah, I remember Jessamine. Between you and me, we had a thing. Brief, weird. I could tell you things. Here's my number. Give me a call, but make it later. Maybe midday? Jane puts a reminder into her phone to call Oliver at midday. She does not subscribe to all the brain fog nonsense that is continually spouted about menopausal women. She is quite sure, sharp as a pin. HRT and lots of fresh air. No fog whatsoever. But she does find it's usually a good idea to set things down in writing, to pin things into the matrix to make sure they don't slip away. Chances are she will remember to call Oliver at midday with or without the automated reminder, but it really doesn't hurt to set one anyway. She finds her sunglasses, fills a bottle with water, adds a slick of SPF to her nose, and heads out towards the tube station.
Chapter 32. Stuart, 9 years earlier. I ask Jessamine about the clown mask a few days later. What's with this? I ask, holding it up towards her. I see her flinch very slightly and then shrug. It belonged to my brother. I thought you were an only child. Yes, well, I'm not. I have a brother. His name is Jasper. I haven't seen him since I was 19. Where is he now? I have no idea. I moved away from home for a few months. When I came back, he was gone, disappeared. Whoa, I say. That's heavy. I mean, he's your brother. If my brother disappeared, I'd... Well, yes, she interjects sharply. I'm sure your brother is a very different kettle of fish to mine. My brother was... Well, she nods towards the old mask in my hands. He was weird. I didn't like him very much, and I really, really don't miss him, not at all. So, what was the deal with this thing? I point at the mask. She sighs. He had this obsession with the circus from when he was a child. My parents took us to the circus on the heath one year, and it started then. He wouldn't stop talking about it. He'd go and hang around there during the day, watching them all. She gives a little shudder. He had this sort of alter ego thing going on. Oh my God, I laugh. A clown alter ego. Sounds like the stuff of nightmares. I hold the mask up to my face and do a stupid clown impersonation. Hello, my name's Stuput the Clown. I tip myself giddily from foot to foot, but immediately the mask is snatched away from my face and out of my hands, and I am confronted with Jessamine's furious face. Not funny, she exclaims darkly. Not even slightly funny. I defer to her anger and shrug. Sorry. I see her soften. It's fine, it's complicated. All of it. She forces a smile. And thank you, she says, for everything you're doing for me, for us. It's good having you here. What about your dad? I find myself asking, and I want to kick myself the moment it's out of my mouth. She grimaces. What about him? Nothing, I say. It's just, you never talk about him. She shakes her head slightly. It's fine, I say. We don't need to talk about him. Thank you, she says. Then she turns and puts the clown mask back into the dresser drawer. She asks me to take Daisy to school the next morning. She says she thinks she might be coming down with something. Daisy is perfectly happy for me to walk with her. Unlike her grandmother, and to some extent her mother, Daisy seems to quite like me. I clip on Hugo's lead and grab a raincoat from the pegs by the back door, then wait while Daisy zips up her own raincoat and collects her rucksack and her water bottle. The rain is light but wet, and Hugo stops a couple of times as we walk to shake out his coat. What do you know about your grandfather? I ask. Grandad Alan? Yes, your mum's dad. Not a lot. Mum and Grandma never talk about him. Not at all. No, only in terms of missing having a man about the place, complaining that the place is a mess, that things need fixing. I nod. That has definitely been a recurring theme in my brief experience. And your uncle, Jasper, did you know him? No, he disappeared before I was born too. When your mum was pregnant? I think, I'm not sure, it's like nobody really wanted to meet me. She laughs dryly. I smile. Their loss, I say. She doesn't say anything, but I can see from the slight softening of her facial features that she appreciates the concept. And did you ever meet your great-grandmother? Why are you asking so many questions? I shrug. Because I'm nosy. She shrugs too, and sidesteps a big puddle, almost stepping off the curb of the narrow pavement and into the road. I pull her back quickly. Careful, I say. God, can you imagine me going back to your mum and telling her that I let you get run over? Jesus. I press my hand to my heart and feign fear. She laughs. I don't think she'd mind that much, she says. I glance at her. Don't be silly. Your mum loves you. Daisy sighs. I know she does, but I think her life would go on just the same without me in it. You know, she'd just carry on. I find my breath held as these words make contact with my consciousness. As much as she's a little odd, I've found myself growing very fond of this child, who is, in my opinion, very easy to love. It hurts me that she feels her mother doesn't care about her. Wow, I say. That's quite a big thing to say. It is what it is. She is what she is, I think, she says thoughtfully. That Mum had a bit of a weird childhood. That's all. When I get back from dropping Daisy at school, Jessamine has taken herself to bed. I sit on the foot of her bed, next to the steeple in the duvet formed by her bent knees, and I ask her what I can do for her. She asks for mint tea and honey and 2 ibuprofen. I slide up the bed and touch her forehead. Her temperature feels normal. She looks fine. But I head downstairs to the kitchen anyway and fetch her the tea and pills. Where's your mum? I ask as I drop the pills into the upturned palm of her hand. She's gone out. Where? Shopping, I think. I nod. When will she be back? After lunch. I smooth her hair away from her brow and tell her that I will leave her to sleep. Then I head downstairs and systematically move through the house, looking for something to explain the people who live here. I find a photo album in one of the heavy dressers in the living room. It's old and jacketed in a dark, slubbed linen with a metal spiral spine. I sit down and open it up on my lap. There, immediately, is the face of a man who I take to be Grandad Alan, a stern-looking man with a dark moustache and a very slim physique. In the first photograph, he has been caught unawares, secateurs in one gloved hand, a cigarette in the other, a fully blossomed rosebush behind him. He's wearing a white shirt, unbuttoned to reveal a vest, and is looking at the photographer with barely disguised annoyance. In the picture beneath, he is posing in the same garden scene, wearing the same clothes, but this time he is smiling into the lens, his arms folded across his stomach. In the background, I can see the blurred figure of a young woman staring across the garden towards the photographer. I can't tell who it is. I feel it must be Jessamine, but something doesn't seem right about the set of the figure's shoulders or the shape of the face. On the next page are photos of Jessamine and, I assume, Jasper. They appear to be teenage or on the cusp of teenage. They sit at the kitchen table and look as though they weren't expecting to be photographed. Jessamine wears blue trousers and a white t-shirt. Jasper wears a t-shirt with a photograph of a clown on the front and a pair of jeans. Both children look drawn. There are dark circles around their eyes and what looks like bruising to the side of Jessamine's face. I flip faster and faster through the album, trying to piece things together. There are photos of an elderly lady who wears her white hair in a top knot, and photos of Annie when she was much younger and very attractive. The looker of the family, it is clear. There are photos of Alan looking stern and vaguely annoyed, and then photos of Jessamine and Jasper when they were older, still looking tired. Jasper appearing increasingly unhinged, his thick hair grown out into an unruly mop, his eyes slightly wild, his face often blurred as if caught in the act of movement. Jessamine is thin and unkempt, while Annie shines at her side in designer clothes and coiffed hair. Then I turn the page, and there is a photo of the older man, the one with the moustache who I take to be Alan. He is wearing a tweed jacket with a packet of cigarettes poking out of the breast pocket, and in his arms is a beautiful grey cat. I stare at the cat, and even though the last time I saw this cat it was an emaciated sack of bones sucked dry of life in a black plastic bag, I know that this is the same one. This is Tina. A terrible bolt of sadness and darkness runs through me. There's a dead cat in the shed. The way Annie had said it, as if it was just any cat. Not their cat, not a family pet. And here is said cat, alive and well and in the arms of Annie's husband. There is warmth in the way he holds the cat, visible affection. How long, I wonder, how long had Tina been in that shed? And how aware was Annie of the fact that she was there? I pull the photo out of the album and turn it over. In ballpoint pen on the back it says, Alan and Bella, 2001. Bella, then, but she will always be Tina to me. And even assuming she was young in this shot and lived until she was 20, she would have died at least 5 years ago. I push the photo back into the album and turn the next page, but the album ends abruptly, a few empty leaves left unfilled. I shut it and put it back in the cabinet.
Chapter 33. Jane follows the little blue dot on her Maps app, showing her location on the heath. She's currently heading on foot down a narrow, gravelled pathway between an imposing mansion block and the Italianate footage of a stucco villa with a wrought-iron balcony that overlooks the deep dip of Hampstead Heath. According to the Land Registry map, this path will eventually meet up with a much smaller path that should, if the drawing is accurate, connect her to the very back end of Thornwood. This corner of the heath is mysterious and feels strangely uncharted. There are no dog walkers here, and very little sunshine gets through the thick green canopy of leaves overhead. Jane can see the rooftops of the villas and cottages of the Vale just below her to the right, but the map takes her in the other direction, through narrower paths and denser foliage, down a very steep slope. And there, in front of her, she sees the distinctive tiled roof of Thornwood. The land is fenced at the back, but the slats are rotten and flapping away from each other. It's easy to pull one panel partly open and to squeeze through. She can see the back of the house from here, through a mess of overgrown rose bushes, bony apple trees, outhouses, neglected vegetable patches, and fallen trellises. She can only imagine what this garden must have looked like in its prime when it was being properly tended. She makes her way down a side path, away from view of the cottage. At the back of the house is a ramshackle conservatory, old plant shelving rusting on York stone slabs outside. The interior of the conservatory is messy and unkempt. To the right of the conservatory is a door that looks as though it leads into a kitchen. Through the window next to it, Jane can see a cluttered windowsill, old-fashioned curtains, a dark wood dresser against a pale green wall. She pulls out her phone and takes photographs. Further along, she sees the dimpled, opaque glass of what must be a toilet or a bathroom, and to the other side of the house, she sees an outhouse attached to the external wall. She heads around the back of the garden again, and then towards the outhouse. It is small, about 10 feet square, and has a metal door with a padlock on the outside. The padlock, as she gets closer to it, appears to be open. She glances around herself, and then upwards towards the first-floor windows, but doesn't sense anyone's eyes on her, so she pulls the padlock gently open and eases the metal door towards her. It makes a terrible grinding sound as she does so, and she flinches and squeezes her eyes shut. She stops and looks around again, but nobody seems to have heard. When she pulls again, the door makes another small squeak and then opens, revealing a chilling sight. A solitary chair, metal with a ripped vinyl seat, and there, on either side of the chair, a pair of metal rings, screwed into the walls. Jane steps into the outhouse and takes some photos. Then gingerly she sits on the dirty old chair. She stretches out her arms and gasps when she sees that they reach perfectly on each side to the metal rings. Chapter 34. Her stomach turns with horror and disgust, and she jumps to her feet and pushes through the metal door out into the perfect limpid air of the May morning, breathing in deeply to quell a terrible wave of nausea. Alan Black's face races across her mind's eye, his back to her as he mixed her drink, the tightness of his jaw when she knocked it from his hand. Had she drunk the martini that night back in the year 2000, she thinks, she would have ended up in that room, on that chair, shackled to those walls. She knows it. She just knows it. She bends in half, her fist pushed deep into her stomach, certain that she is about to throw up. But then, from the house, there is a low rumble building quickly and dramatically into a succession of high-pitched barks, the sound of claws scampering hard and fast over York stone and heading straight towards her. Hugo, of course. She doesn't turn to look at him, just runs as fast as she can up the side path of the garden to the very back, where she jumps through the gap in the broken fence and pushes it back into place. On the other side of the fence, she can hear Hugo's insistent barking, his paws banging at the wood, his furious curiosity. "Hugo," she whispers from the other side. "It's me, Jane." His barking stops, and she hears a small whimper. "Be a good boy and go back indoors, good boy." He whimpers again, and then it is silent. Distantly, Jane hears Stuart's voice. "What the fuck, Hugo? Chill. There's nothing there." Jane holds her breath hard and waits for a minute or two, then heads back through the depths of the heath and out into the daylight, to the Hampstead ornamental pond gleaming in the sunshine, The shiny traffic in 4 directions. People, dogs, light. In a pub called the White Swan a moment later, she orders herself a gin and tonic. It's early for a drink, but her nerves are shredded, her stomach is churning, and she needs something to absorb the shockwaves. She has 5 minutes before her call from Oliver. Yes, she remembered without her phone telling her, and she needs to gather herself. She squeezes the lemon slice into the drink and stirs it through, then takes a large slurp through a straw and readies herself to look at the photos of Thornwood on her phone. She swipes through them quickly until she gets to the photos of the interior of the outhouse. She thinks of the smell in there, the putrid green smell of moss and decay and damp, and she thinks of that chilling feeling of stretching her arms from wall to wall and realising that they fitted. She sends the photos to Dexter with shocked face emojis and the words, "In Stuart's back garden," and then she sees the time on her phone switch from 11:59 to 12 o'clock and calls Oliver. "She was nuts," says Oliver, and Jane immediately rankles. Only the worst men describe their exes as nuts, and she knows this because she has, in her time, been described as nuts. She was known as Mad Jane Trevally by some, but the best men she has been with never talked about her in derogatory terms when their relationships broke down, and she includes both of her ex-husbands in that. "Nuts," she says circumspectly. "In what way?" "Oh, just intense. Too much, you know?" "No, I don't. Not really. Give me some examples. Tell me how it started." "Well, I mean, there were some scenes in the film, intimate scenes. We had to play them out together. I had a girlfriend at the time, and this was the first time I'd ever had to kiss someone, do sex scenes on a film set. And I think I misread the situation, thought it meant something that it didn't, kind of pursued her off camera when I really shouldn't have, and possibly gave her the impression that I was, crazy about her, when really, in retrospect, I was just crazy about being young and making a movie and getting to kiss a pretty girl on a film set and all of that. And she kind of fell in love with me, and I kind of didn't handle the situation very well and tried to get out of it, and she kind of went a bit bunny boiler on me." "In what way?" "Turning up places. She literally walked into a restaurant one night when I was having dinner with friends and took a seat at a table across the room and stared at me. Just stared. She followed my girlfriend all the way down Oxford Street once, from one end to the other, 3 paces behind, in and out of clothes shops. I tried to be nice to her, tried to make up for leading her on, but she wouldn't take it. I was close, to getting a police restraining order out on her, and then suddenly it all stopped. Silence. I never saw her again." "How long did your affair go on for before you ended it?" "Oh, maybe 4, 5 months, tops. She was living in a rented room in a shared house, not with friends, with strangers. Her room was Spartan, not much in the way of decor. Thin sheets, nothing on the walls, none of the, clutter that you normally find in a woman's bedroom. Cushions, that kind of thing. She was filthy, sexually. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh, but she wanted it every way which way it came, non-stop, to the point, frankly, that I couldn't keep up." "Did you know much about her background, her family?" "She didn't talk about her family. I never met them. She had scars." "Scars?" "Yeah, strange marks on her body. I asked her about them. She said she was in a car accident when she was 14. There's a small, dry silence on the line between them. Jane thinks again of the horrible little jail cell attached to the back of the house. "Do you think she might have been abused?" she asks softly. It would not surprise me, and it would explain a lot of her strangeness. Can you remember where she lived? When she was sharing the house? Somewhere near Ali Pali. You could see it from her bedroom window. That's all I remember. Jane scribbles Ali Pali into her notepad. And at this time, how old were you both? I was, 22, 23, and Jessamine was about 18, 19, young, both so young and stupid, and I do feel bad to this day. I don't make it my business to hurt people, but I feel like I really did hurt her. I caused her pain, and at the time all I could see was what she was doing to me, but it was my fault. I can see that now. I hope she's okay. He sighs heavily and then says, "Why are you trying to find her?" "Oh, I'm not trying to find her. I'm trying to find her daughter. She's gone missing." "Daughter?" Oliver sounds surprised. "Yes, her name is Daisy." "And what makes you think she's Jessamine's daughter?" It's a good question, Jane thinks, but she's sticking by her instincts. "Well," she says, "they have the same surname." What? "Well, I don't know. Jessamine was a bizarre girl, and she might have been lying to me, but when we were together she told me that she was infertile." Chapter 35. It's only as Jane is returning her glass to the bar and getting ready to leave the White Swan that she recognises the name of the pub she's in. It's the same pub that Annie B. posted about in the local message board about her mother's memorial event. The man behind the bar looks about Jane's age, and Jane assumes him to be the manager. "Excuse me," she says, "slightly random question, bear with me, but did you work here in 2000? I've been in this place since I was virtually a child, for my sins." Jane smiles at him encouragingly. "Great," she says. "So, do you by any chance remember a funeral wake here that year for a lady called Vivian Rich, organised by her daughter, I think? Her name is Annie Black." The man screws up his face, shakes his head slowly. "Doesn't ring a bell, but we do a lot of wakes and the like, and 2000 was a bloody long time ago. What did they look like? I'm good with faces, not so good with names." "Well, I don't know what the woman who organised it looked like, but I have a picture of her daughter when she was young." Jane takes out her phone and finds the screenshot she'd saved from Jessamine's B-movie. She turns the screen towards the man, who puts on his reading glasses and peers at it. "Oh, yeah," he says. "That's the lemonade lady. I remember her." "The lemonade lady?" "Yeah, she used to come in every day without fail, drink vodka and lemonade till she could barely stand straight, then she'd set an alarm for 3 on the dot. She'd have an espresso at the bar and then wobble out with her dog. Poor woman, we felt really sorry for her." "A white dog?" "Yeah, little Westie. Felt sorry for it too, sitting under her table half the day." "Did you ever talk to her?" "Only in the way of talking about the weather, that kind of thing, nothing proper." "When did she last come in?" "Haven't seen her here for a few years. She got chatting to a man, another keen drinker. I think they might have, hooked up, moved away together or something. They seemed to get on very well." "Long hair, the guy? Kind of scruffy?" "Yeah, spot on, that was him. Has something happened to them?" "Not really, no. I'm just trying to find a young woman who's gone missing from a village near where I live. I think she's called Daisy Black, and I'm pretty sure she's your lemonade lady's daughter." "Missing?" "Well, she spent several days in an Airbnb in my village, then disappeared into thin air, leaving her Westie running around my back garden. The same Westie you used to see in here with that woman. I really do think that something bad has happened to her." The man nods his head thoughtfully. "Wow," he says. "Looks like you've got yourself a true crime special going on in the real world. I'm sorry I can't be more helpful." Jane smiles. "You have been," she says. It's good to get more insight into Daisy's mum. It all helps. She's about to leave when she remembers what the man had said about running the pub since he was virtually a child, and she switches her screen back on and finds the photo of Jessamine and Jasper sitting on either side of their father. I don't suppose you remember these two, do you? This is Jasper, she points at the boy, and this is his dad. She sees a shadow pass across the man's face as he peers at the image on her phone. Oh my God, he says, pointing at the man in the middle of the photo with one bitten-down fingertip. That's him. That's who? That's the guy. He taps the screen 3 times. What's his name? I told you I'm bad at names, but him, I know him. He lived down in the Vale of Health. You know, he begins cautiously as if he's wondering whether to say it or not. Jane nods encouragingly. There was a rumour about him a while back. The police turned up at his place during lockdown, this was, and someone told my wife they were looking for someone, for a missing person. He shrugs and holds his hands up as if to say that none of this is anything to do with him. But that's as much as I know. And it might well be total nonsense, but... He pauses dramatically. That man was dark. Dark as all hell. Hated people. You could tell. Just hated them. There's nothing you could tell me about that man that would surprise me. Nothing.
Chapter 36. Jasper. The au pair girls were not really human beings as far as I was concerned. When I was young, I saw them as props, actors, people to practice my magic tricks on, my mimes, my persona. And then, as I got older, I started to find their presence arousing. I knew why they were here. I knew what Daddy was doing with them at night. I would stare at their breasts, touch myself sometimes when I thought about them, sometimes even when I was in the room with them. I was only a child, and I knew it was wrong, obviously, but I wasn't me when I was doing that. I wasn't Patch either. I'd switch into another persona, and then I could enjoy doing it without feeling guilty. There was one au pair girl, I forget her name, but I remember her crying while I was doing it, staring at me with sad eyes and just crying. One day, 2 police came asking about one of our au pair girls. I can't remember which. We all played dead in Daddy's study until they'd gone, and after that, Daddy took our au pair girl into town. When he came back, he said it was okay, that he and the girl had reached an understanding, that the police wouldn't be coming back. But I think it rattled him. For a year after that, we didn't have an au pair girl. For a year after that, it was almost normal. Mummy and Daddy seemed happier. We had a cleaner who came twice a week and tidied up our mess. Daddy went out at night to meet girls in special places, and when I think about it, life could have gone on like that forever, until Daddy was too old to want to have sex anymore. I think that would have been better all round than what actually happened. What actually happened was that Claire Connolly walked into our garden one sunny June afternoon and destroyed all our lives forever.
Chapter 37. Stuart, 9 years earlier. By the end of that first January, I am totally desperate to get out of Thornwood. I've pruned the front garden, cooked a dozen nutritious meals, nursed Jessamine through a bad cold, walked Daisy to and from school numerous times, walked Hugo twice a day, and cleared up some outdoor areas that were frankly a health and safety hazard. I have kept Jessamine out of the pub and sober for almost a fortnight, and I have kept on top of laundry, hoovering, dusting and cleaning. The house looks a lot more savoury than when I first arrived, but it still freaks me out in some way I find hard to articulate, and I feel claustrophobic and ready to make my break. I get a text message from Drew at the squat in Southend Green, letting me know that his boy is finally heading back to uni on Saturday, and that the room is all mine again. My heart sings when the message comes through. I punch the air and silently mouth the word yes. For some reason, though, I find it hard to approach Jessamine with this news. I'm not sure why, but I can tell it won't go down well, that she has grown used to having me around, having me in her bed, having, as she puts it, a man around the place. So I put it off, and I put it off, and soon it is Friday morning, and I still haven't told her that I'm going home tomorrow. Instead, I find more and more jobs to do. I poke my head around the door to Annie's study, where she is usually tapping away at an ancient laptop or listening to the radio on an old DAB set. I've grown into the rhythm of bringing her coffee before midday and tea after midday, always in a cup and on a saucer with a thin biscuit on the side, always on a tray and pretty much on the hour every hour. If I am 5 minutes late, she will appear at the kitchen entrance and say wearily, "I don't suppose there's any chance of a cup of tea, is there?" As if nobody had ever brought her a hot drink before. "Sun's out," I say to her now. "I was thinking, the old Jeep, out front, what's the deal with that? Does it still run?" She looks at me disdainfully. "I have absolutely no idea," she says sniffily. "It was my husband's." "Well," I say, "I know my way around a car's engine. I could take a look if you like, take it for a spin. If it's still in working order, you could maybe even think about selling it. I reckon it's worth a bob or two." "Feel free," she says with a dismissive twitch of her head. And then she tips her head slightly and says, "Any chance of a cup of tea?" "Coming right up, Your Majesty," I say, and go back to the kitchen. I Google the Jeep and find out that it is a 1967 Kaiser Jeep, a light American military truck. And what the hell it is doing in the front driveway of a cottage on Hampstead Heath is a total mystery to me. Apparently it's worth about 10k in good nick, and I think surely this would be a positive note to go out on, freeing them up with some space in front of their home and a cash injection into their impecunious situation. I head into the garage, which is loaded up with boxes and crap. Old ironing boards, bedheads, children's bikes, metal shelving, 3 broken hoovers. And there, on the far wall, the old man's tools. I love tools. I really, really do. And I feel a brief surge of happiness as I pull open metal boxes, feel their ancient hinges give way, open up their insides to me. Their piles of screws and nails and neat bundles of copper wire and bolts and spanners and screwdrivers. Beautiful. There's also some more heavy-duty stuff in there. A jackhammer, a chainsaw, bags of cement. The old man was clearly handy as hell. I find what I need and spend a joyful 3 hours under the bonnet of the Jeep, before my stomach starts to rumble and I head indoors to wash my hands and make myself a sandwich. Jessamine walks in a few minutes later, and I take a deep breath. Now's my moment, I decide. This is it. "Listen," I say, "I got a message from my place. My room's come free again, and I can move back." I don't breathe for a moment, waiting for her to react. "I don't know what you mean," she says blankly. "My room, at the squat. The kid's gone back to uni. It's mine again." "Well, I don't suppose you actually want a room in a squat anymore, do you? Not when you've got this." She passes her arm in an arc around the kitchen. "That's kind of not the point, Jess. This is your house, your place. I have my own place. All my stuff is there. My life is there." She folds her arms across her chest and blinks slowly at me. "Your life is here," she says bluntly. I sit back into the chair and fold my own arms, matching her body language. "That's sweet of you," I say, "but this was only meant to be temporary, like you said." "No, not temporary. I didn't say that. I said it will be an experiment." I bristle, knowing full well that she did not say that at all. "Well," I say gently, "whatever we agreed, The fact of the matter is that I have to go back to the squat. If I don't go back, they'll give my space to somebody else, and then I'll have nowhere to go. You've got £1 million, Stuart, she says. Of course you'll have somewhere to go. I sigh. Why can't I ever keep something back for myself? Why do I have to tell people everything? I explained that, I say. It's for my kids, not for spunking on rent. You don't need to pay rent staying here. I sigh again. Jessamine, I say, I like you. I like it here. I like helping out. I like being a part of your life, a part of Daisy's life. But that's all I can offer you. I can be a part of your life, but not the whole thing. I need my space. You know that. I can't believe you're doing this to us. After everything we've done for you. Her face is set hard, showing those cruel edges to her expression that I have grown so used to. Oh, sorry, I say facetiously. I was under the impression that I had been doing things for you. Am I wrong? You know that's not what I meant, Stuart. I meant letting you stay. Well, I say, yes, and I am very grateful to you for that. But genuinely, I need to go back now. That doesn't mean I won't still be here a lot. I mean, I need to get that Jeep fixed and on the road for a start. And I can help out with Daisy if you need me to, and the dog. I can still be your guy, you know? Just not your live-in guy. I give her a goofy smile, hoping to warm up the chilly atmosphere. But we need you. We need a man around the place. Mum is so much easier to manage, Daisy is so much easier to manage, and I haven't had a drink since you moved in. I know, I say, reaching for her hands and holding them inside my own. I know, and I'm so proud of you. I really am. You've been amazing. 10 days, Jessamine. 10 days without a drink, which just shows how strong you are. And now you need to prove to yourself how strong you are by doing it alone. She snatches her hands away from me. I can't, she says, pressing her fists against her mouth and staring at me beseechingly through wide eyes. I can't. Yes, I say softly. Yes, you can. She shakes her head, a tiny twitching movement. No, she says. I can't. I sigh. Jessamine, listen, I am here for you, okay? Anytime you feel yourself slipping, call me. I'll catch you. I can be like your AA sponsor. How about that? But I can't live here. I need to go, okay? She shakes her head again, but doesn't say anything. I take her hands in mine once more and squeeze them. So, since it's my last night tonight, how about I make us something really special to eat? And then we can put a film on. I'll get some popcorn, make a really nice night of it, okay? Again, she shakes her head and doesn't say anything. I pick up the remains of my sandwich and finish them quickly, put the plate in the dishwasher and flick on the kettle to make Annie a cup of tea. When I turn round, Jessamine has left the room. It takes 2.5 days after I move back to the squat for everything to come off its wheels, completely, horribly, sickeningly. It's 3:45 on Monday afternoon when I get the call from Annie. Stuart, it's Jessamine. She needs you. You have to come right now. I was in the middle of a haircut. The lady next door has male pattern balding and likes to have her hair cut by a man because they know how to deal with it. She's a sweet woman. She gives me £25 and something she's baked. This time it's a pair of vanilla cupcakes with rainbow-striped toppings. Annie, I say, I'm really sorry. I can't come now. I'm busy. She's been arrested, Stuart. What? I walk away from the lady and towards the window. Arrested. Drunk and disorderly. She was causing a public nuisance down the back of Heath Street. Annie tuts and sighs. I knew this would happen. But where is she? Which station? Can you get her out? I'm with Daisy. I had to collect her from school. I was hoping you could go and get her. They've taken her to Kentish Town." I sigh heavily. My heart feels like a rock in my chest, weighty and disproportionate. "Fine," I say. "Give me some time to finish with my client and then I'll head over." "Thank you, Stuart. She'll be very glad to see you. As will I." Her skin is grey. There is vomit in her hair. Her eyes are wild, and she has wet herself. "Jesus Christ, Jessamine," I say as she walks into the front desk area. "Jesus, actual Christ." "Fuck off," she says. "Don't say anything. This is all your fucking fault anyway." "That," I say, "is entirely untrue. Just take me home, for fuck's sake." I order an Uber and we sit on a bench outside the station while we wait for it. "What were you drinking?" "What do you think I was drinking?" "But how much and where?" "Too much and everywhere." "Fuck me, Jessamine, it's Monday afternoon. I only said goodbye to you on Saturday. You were fine. What the fuck happened?" She nails me with a narrow-eyed stare. "You left me. I told you not to, and you did." That's when I feel it, pulling its many arms around me, tightening its grip all over me. My breathing becomes restricted and a sense of panic rushes through me. All my life I've been free to do whatever the damn hell I wanted. Nobody has ever asked me for more than I can give. Not my children, not my children's mothers, not my family, not my friends, and certainly no woman I've ever been with. There's always been this deep, beautiful level of respect and understanding between me and everyone I've ever loved or let into my life. But now there is this woman who is sitting in her own urine, breathing stale vodka all over me and telling me in a voice that chills me to my very core that I am no longer allowed to be free. Or at least, that my freedom will be at her expense and that I cannot just pretend that none of this ever happened. It has happened, and it is still happening, and it will, I fear, continue to happen for a long time to come. The Uber appears and I help Jessamine into it. "She's not feeling too good," I tell the driver, "but she'll be fine. I'll give you a great tip, okay?" I see him eye us both unhappily, but I also see his need for extra money override his distaste. "Fine," he says, "but make sure she's not sick, okay?" "Scout's honor," I say, hoping for the best. I spend the next couple of days at the cottage, tending to Jessamine's 2-day hangover, getting Daisy to school, doing laundry, walking the dog. Back to business as usual, in other words. But on Wednesday afternoon, after a morning spent tinkering with the Jeep and folding sheets, I pick up my rucksack and stick my head around the door into Annie's study. "I'm heading off now," I say. "I'll be back tomorrow to check in on her." Annie turns slowly and I see her purse her lips. "You'd better be," she says. I narrow my eyes at her and cock my head to one side. "What do you mean by that, Annie?" I ask. "I mean that Jessamine is a girl who is used to getting exactly what she wants, and for some reason she wants you." I look at her curiously. "Her father," she says, "my husband, he spoiled her. If she asked for it, she got it. He spoiled all of us. We didn't have to think about anything, do anything, worry about anything. He was like a god to us. Do you understand? Like a god. And we have never, ever recovered from losing him." A chill passes across the flesh of my forearms, and for a moment I don't know how to respond. So, I deduce, Alan is dead. I say, "I'm so sorry to hear that. And I know how you feel. My father was a wonderful man too, and I miss him every day of my life. But, you know, we're all grown-ups now. Life goes on. It sucks, but it goes on. And I do think that Jessamine is strong enough to deal with the real world. I really do. I mean, if she was strong enough to bring a child into this world, to raise a great girl like Daisy, then she's strong enough to quit drinking, get a job, live a real life. I watch Annie's face as I talk. It is impassive, unmoving, steely. "Well," she says crisply, when I finish talking, "I suppose you should go and say goodbye." She's holding the blade of a small knife next to her wrist when I walk into her bedroom a moment later. She's in a nightgown and thick socks. Her hair is hanging loose on either side of her face. Her eyes are wide and her skin is pallid. I see her press the blade of the knife harder against her pale flesh. "Jesus Christ," I say, leaping towards her. "Get away from me," she cries. "Just let me do it. I want to do it. I want to fucking die. And don't pretend you care, because I know you don't. You couldn't give a shit about me. Everyone will be better off without me, and you know it." "Jessamine," I say, softly but with meaning. "Jessamine, please, just give me that knife. Nobody wants you to die. Nobody." "I thought," she says breathlessly, "I thought you were different. I thought you cared. I thought maybe finally I'd met someone who wanted to take care of me, who enjoyed being with me. But no, you're just like all of them. Everyone leaves me. Nobody stays." A strand of spittle accompanies her enunciation of the word stays and lands on her chin. It sits there, refracting the weak January light from the east-facing window. Meanwhile, the blade is pressing ever deeper into the skin of her wrist, and I am stupefied into inaction. I don't know what to do, what to say. I just know that I cannot bear to see her hurt herself. And then I see a droplet of scarlet blood ooze from the underside of the blade. Another, and another. "I will stay," I find myself saying. "I will stay. Just please, please, Jessamine, drop that fucking knife. Jesus, please." And she does. The knife falls to the floor with a soft clatter against the floorboards, and she pulls her thin arms in towards herself, like broken wings, her furled fists against her chin, and she falls into my body, into my embrace, and I hold her for dear life, thinking, fuck, what the hell have I done?
Chapter 38. Annie. I remember that day clearly. The children were at a nice age. Jessamine was 18. Jasper was 2 years younger. Jessamine was a dreamer. She wanted to be an actress. She'd been at one of the best private schools in North London, yet had managed to fail all but 4 of her GCSEs, including English and maths, which we had to pay handsomely for her to retake at a grammar school the year after. The year after that, she went to stage school where she just about scraped a pass. A few weeks later, after graduating, she would leave, make a film, have a stupid affair, get her heart broken, get an office job, fall in love with her married boss, move back home and never leave. And Jasper, well, we could never have imagined the path his life would take. But on that warm summer's day back in 2005, we knew none of that. We were happy at last, and we were blissful in our ignorance of all that was to come. I just sliced into a quiche. Or was it a pork pie? I can't remember. I just know that I was holding my slicing knife when it happened. The sound of a small, friendly female voice over the fence at the side of the garden. "Excuse me?" We all stopped and looked at each other. "Hello? Excuse me?" Alan put down his napkin in that slow, measured way of his and got to his feet. He stood and turned to the fence and said, "Can we help you?" "Well, maybe. It's just, there's a cat out here and it's stuck and I wondered if it was yours." I saw Alan's expression change to alarm. "Is it grey?" he asked. "Yes," came the voice. "Wait there, I'm coming round." "Actually, it's okay," came the female voice. "I've got him free. Shall I pop him over?" "No," said Alan. "Come to the side, just to your left. There's a gate." And then a moment later the gate opened, and a girl walked in carrying Alan's cat in her arms. She was pretty, with long, dark, wavy hair, dark eyes, a pale denim jacket, a spotty dress, white Converse, a canvas bag with badges on it, scruffy, but artfully so. The cat jumped down and ran towards the back door of the house. "His collar was caught on a tangle," the girl explained. "Her?" said Alan. "She's a girl, and thank you. We're very grateful to you. Would you like to sit down? Have a glass of water? Something to eat?" There was a gleam of sweat on the girl's forehead. "Yes," she said thankfully. "Actually, a glass of water would be amazing." I could tell then that she was enchanted, tantalized, could barely believe that she had entered this secret corner of this magical enclave. People peer over walls and fences and gates in the Vale. They want to know what's behind them, who lives here, what secret universe we inhabit. And now this gorgeous, fresh-faced girl was on the other side, and there was a table laid with a French linen cloth that had been in my mother's family since the early 1900s, and two lovely teenagers, me, my handsome husband, and his precious cat, the sun shining through trees and rose bushes, the sense of being somehow a part of the heath itself here, right at the very furthest tip of the Vale. I could imagine her telling her friends about this later on, this magical interlude. Alan had not brought a girl home for a long time at that point in our lives. I thought that phase was over, but I could feel it in the air that afternoon, smell it even, and my smile was brittle. My voice was flat. My husband pulled a chair out for her. I poured her a glass of iced water. She sat down.
Chapter 39. Back at Seven Dials, Jane searches her email contacts for a man called Tobias Wilson. Tobias is retired now, but was once Tony's security consultant, and of course, when she was Tony's wife, he'd been responsible for Jane's safety too. He's everything you'd imagine a private security manager to be: plainly handsome, low-key, gently spoken, and hugely discreet. A former assistant commissioner at the Met, he's married with twin daughters who are both lawyers, and he lives somewhere in a place that's near London, but not London, and that's as much as Jane knows about him. But he was very helpful earlier in the year when Jane was trying to track down the marriage scammer, and now she is hoping that Tobias Wilson might be equally helpful with information about the missing person investigated by police at Thornwood in 2020. Dearest Tobias, I hope you are well and that your lovely girls and lovely wife are all flourishing. I'm back with another request for information. I know, anyone would think I was a private investigator, but I seem somehow to have stumbled upon another wrong-un. This one lives in Hampstead and appears to have had something to do with a missing person investigation. And now there is another person missing from the same address, and that is who I am trying to find. Anyway, the family name is Black, and the house address is Thornwood, the Vale of Health, London NW3. Police visited this address during the early weeks of the first lockdown in 2020. Do let me know if you can uncover anything. I can pay you for your time, or if you've still got that lovely retriever, I'd be happy to board her for free with me down in Dorset. Or wine. I can always send wine. Thank you, Tobias. I am always in your debt, and so very grateful to you for all your help over so many years. Yours, with love, Jane. After the email is sent, Jane spends some time Googling local restaurants that might be able to deliver food for her get-together with the stepchildren on Saturday. Then she Googles the weather and sees that Saturday is the last day of the current hot spell, and that means she can move the lunch party onto the roof terrace. But then wonders if it's childproof up there and goes upstairs to check it out. Establishes that only a very acrobatic child would be able to breach the walls, and then she calculates how many chairs she can get up here and decides it might need to be a sit-down picnic, in which case the food will need to be simple, and thinks, pizza. Yes, pizza on the roof, lots of cushions, blankets, champagne. It will be wonderful. And then, and only then, does she stop and think about Daisy Black. That poor girl. Where is she? It's been at least a week since she disappeared. A week and no sightings, no developments. Jane thinks again of those slight possessions, the unpretty underwear, the basic toiletries, the old school sweatshirt, her stressed texting as she passed by the front of Bill Newsom's cottage. Jane sighs heavily. Her phone buzzes 5 times in a row, and she picks it up to look at the screen. It's photos of the dogs, sent by Shannon. "They can't wait to see you," says the accompanying message, and Jane replies with a string of love-themed emojis and dog faces. And then she checks her email and sees that there is something from 192.com, the report on Jessamine Black that she'd ordered. She opens the attachment and quickly scrolls through it. There are the names of the residents of Thornwood: Jessamine Black, Annie Black, Alan Black, Jasper Black. But there is no mention of Daisy and no mention of Stuart. Jane returns to the email she'd sent Tobias earlier and replies to it with a copy of the report and of the land registry details. Jane's phone rings the following morning at 9 a.m. on the dot. It's Tobias. "Sorry to call you so early," he says in that soothing, personable way of his. "I was about to type up an email, and then I thought it might just be quicker to talk on the phone." "Oh, that's fine," says Jane. "I've been up for an age." It's not entirely true. The rubbish trucks woke her again at 7 a.m, as they have every morning since she got here, but she had managed somehow to drift back to sleep and has only been up for 15 minutes. "I've been down a rabbit hole and a half with this one," Tobias continues. "So much doesn't add up. This guy, Alan Black, he used to work for John Lewis, department head at the Oxford Street branch, left in 2006 when he was 48. No record of employment anywhere after that, and no sign of him since, but also no death registered. There is a record of a police visit to the house in 2004 to inquire after a woman called Destiny Trent, a working girl, it seems, reported missing by her mother, but she turned up safe and sound a few days later. And Jessamine Black, there is an arrest on file for her, drunk and disorderly in Hampstead in January 2017. She's registered as being born in the Royal Free Hospital in 1987, but there's no birth registered for a Daisy Black, or in fact anyone else at that address. And the police visit that was carried out on the 3rd of May 2020 was, according to my contact at the Met, part of a cold case investigation into... Are you ready for this, Jane? "Yes," says Jane, briskly. "Yes, I am." Tobias clears his throat and continues. "The disappearance of a young woman called Claire Connolly in 2005. She was last seen on the Heath on a hot afternoon that June, heading to meet her friends at the Spaniards pub on Spaniards Road. She did not turn up, but her friends left it a full 5 days before trying to find out what had happened to her that day, as she had a habit of changing her plans at the last minute and going out of contact. The last CCTV sighting of Claire was just around the corner from our friends, the Blacks, on a path that passes from the front of their cottage to the main road leading to the pub. But of course the police didn't discover that until 5 days too late. Everyone in the enclave, including the Blacks, was interviewed around the time of her disappearance, but there was nothing to suggest anything untoward. The investigation ran out of gas and was finally closed down in 2010. But in April 2020, someone in the cold case team at the Met got bored and fished it out. A female police detective called Yasmin Brooks took it upon herself to retrace Claire Connolly's last known steps on the day she disappeared. She walked from Claire's apartment in Kentish Town across the heath, following the exact route that Claire took, and then, as she turned onto the Vale of Health, Detective Brooks noticed a young girl in the front garden of Thornwood. She looked at the reports from the initial investigation and saw that there had been no child registered at that address at that time, just a young woman called Jessamine Black, her brother, Jasper, and her parents, Alan and Annie Black. But what really drew the young detective's attention was that at first she thought she was looking at Claire Connolly herself. The girl in the garden looked, according to Detective Brooks, exactly like her. Jane's breath catches. Obviously, there was nothing to be done in the moment, but it set Detective Brooks on a mission. She went back through the notes taken during the initial Black family interview back in 2005, but couldn't find anything out of place. The family said they had been eating lunch in their back garden on the day in question because it was such a beautiful day. They said they hadn't seen or heard anything. They had not seen Claire. They had not seen anything suspicious. The original investigation team had asked to look at the garden and noted that there was nothing strange. A beautiful garden, according to their notes, well tended, but... Tobias clears his throat again. There was something that caught Detective Brooks' eye when she was rereading the original interviews. A neighbour, a lady called... Jane hears Tobias tapping a key on his laptop. Sarah Alto is recorded as having said she saw someone behind her house that afternoon in the scrubby section of the heath that runs between the houses at the end of the Vale of Health. She said she didn't catch sight of the person, couldn't have said if it was a male or a female, just saw a blurred figure beyond her hedge. And then she says she heard a voice. She said it was a woman's voice. She said it sounded as if she was saying, "Excuse me," but she couldn't be sure. And then she'd heard laughter and chatter coming from the Blacks' garden and realised it was just the family eating their lunch outdoors. So our intrepid lockdown detective went back to the Vale of Health and explored the back end of the last few properties and found a loose panel in the back fence of the Blacks' property. She noticed that the well-kept garden was now overgrown and neglected. She saw a scruffy woman sitting in the sunshine, a scruffy man pegging up washing to dry. She thought of the description given by the original investigators of a vibrant, happy family, a well-maintained home, lunch in the garden. She felt something was off. She performed a fine tooth search of the heath on the other side of the Blacks' garden fence, and she found, after 2 hours, Jane stops breathing again. A small package, nestled into the fencing, just behind the Blacks' property. It contained a small packet of guitar strings and a purple plectrum. According to the friends that Claire Connolly had been due to meet on the day in question, she had spent the morning in Soho, perusing guitar shops. She was, in fact, a keen amateur guitarist. That was enough for the case to be reopened, and Detective Brooks was given permission to interview the Black family again. 3 teams of detectives spent half a day at the property, interviewing the residents, searching the grounds, and found nothing amiss. Detective Brooks was not able to extend her investigation into the Black family or property, and tragically she passed away just over a year ago, of ovarian cancer. "Did they not find the outhouse?" Jane asks frantically. "The room, attached to the back of the house, with the metal rings on the wall. Is there anything about that in the report?" She hears more clicking, then, "Ah, yes." There was a room attached to the back of the house. When questioned about the purpose of the room, Annie Black told Detective Brooks it was where her husband had stored his ride-on lawnmower, that the rings were there to secure it. Jane scoffs. Who on earth secures a ride-on lawnmower? That's clearly nonsense. I imagine it might be something to do with insurance. But whatever, when Detective Brooks and her colleagues were on the premises in May 2020, they were reassured by the explanation. But you have enough there to be legitimately suspicious about this family, without doubt. But please, Jane, promise me you'll be careful, won't you? Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 40. Jane heads back to the Vale of Health, her head spinning with all that Tobias has just shared with her. She knocks on the door of Spencer's cream stucco cottage, and the tall boy called George opens it, holding his open laptop in front of him. He gives Jane a look that says, "Give me a minute," and she hears him talking to the laptop. "Guys, I'm just going to mute myself. There's someone at the door. Yeah, I'll be right back." Jane catches a glimpse of the screen as George places the laptop carefully on a console table behind him. He appears to be on a Zoom of some kind. "God," she says, "I am so sorry. I didn't mean to disturb you." "Oh, no," he says. "It's fine. It's really boring. I needed a break." "What is it?" Jane asks. "Studying or?" "Kind of. I'm doing an industrial placement as a part of my degree, working in marketing." Jane nods encouragingly, but really has no idea what he's just told her. "I wonder," she says, "if you wouldn't mind giving me a few minutes of your time, just about Daisy Black?" He nods. "Sure. Do you want to—" He steps to one side to let her into the cottage, and she follows him through into a widely extended kitchen at the back, filled with sunshine and potted plants. She takes a seat and says she won't have a coffee, she doesn't want to keep him, and he makes a dismissive noise to suggest that he's perfectly happy to miss the rest of the meeting. "Okay then, an espresso would be great." He makes it for her and joins her at the table, and she says, "I realised after my last visit that I didn't ask you what Daisy looks like. I mean, how would you describe her? Do you have any photos, selfies, social media stuff?" He drops a sugar cube into his coffee and stirs it. "I don't think so, no, but I can check. Hold on." He pulls his phone from his back pocket and starts to scroll. "I would say she was kind of pretty, small build." "Small?" "Well, average height, slim." "Not chubby?" "No, I mean she used to be a bit when we were at primary, but not when we were hanging out. And her hair is kind of dark." "Oh," says Jane, "not blonde?" "No, definitely dark, though she might have dyed it, I guess. I haven't seen her for so long." "Was it long? Short?" He squints. "I mean, I can't really remember." "Both? Or, I mean, sometimes it was long, sometimes it was shorter, and I don't know what it was like the last time I saw her, but—" "Oh." He looks up from his phone. "Hold on, I do have a picture. I'd forgotten about this. It was one night when she was over and we were playing Fortnite, mucking about with the characters, like cracking up. I was taking a photo of the screen of my laptop, but she was in the shot too. Here." He turns the phone to face her. There's a strikingly pretty girl with dark hair cut to her chin, big eyes, a sweatshirt with some kind of graphics on it, a nose ring, her mouth open in the throes of laughter. She looks cool and cute and fun, and everything that the girl described by Helen Yaxley and old Bill Newsom was not. "That's her?" Jane asks. "That's Daisy?" "Yeah, that's her." Jane blinks slowly. Her head spins. Do you mind if I send this to myself from your phone? Sure, he says. Use WhatsApp. She sends it to the app and puts in her number, presses send. Then she knocks back her coffee, thanks George for his time, and leaves him to go back to his boring marketing Zoom. As she walks back up to the tube station, Jane forwards George's photograph of Daisy Black to Helen Yaxley. Is this Rose White? Then she takes the Northern Line from Hampstead to Angel Islington and heads back once again towards the Waterside Academy. It's too early for the lunchtime rush at the school, so she meanders for a while, drifting in and out of boutiques and interior shops, touching beautiful things reverently, remembering the days when she had access to rich men's money and could buy herself anything she wanted. And she did. In both her marital homes, or, in fact, multiple homes, she'd had walk-in wardrobes, special places to store her shoes, drawers full of top-end cosmetics. And was she happy? No, she was not happy. Is she happy now? No, she is not happy now. And she feels very strongly that a nice summer dress, or a vase, or a golden necklace with a solitary turquoise bead might lift her up for a moment, bring her the feeling of fullness and happiness that she craves, but she also knows that it won't last. So she leaves the shops empty-handed, takes management of her own sense of emptiness, carries on along the way, her bank balance intact. At midday, she positions herself outside the academy and scans the trickle of kids leaving the front gates, looking for anyone who is the right age to have been here when Daisy was. The children in the sixth form wear what is known as business attire, which is, Jane has often thought, a very warped concept, suggesting as it does that there is only one mode of attire for work, and that it must always involve tailoring, when of course so few people have cause to wear tailoring in the real world these days. Her phone buzzes as she waits, and she sees that she has a reply from Helen Yaxley to her earlier message asking about the photograph of Daisy. I think so, says the response, or at least looks very similar, just different hair, and maybe a little lighter. A mixed group of sixth-formers emerges, and Jane approaches them. The boys look at her curiously from under their matching haircuts, and she gets their attention. I'm looking for a missing girl, she says. I think she went to this school. Can I show you a photo? Sure, says one of the girls. Jane turns her phone to the girl with the photo of Daisy Black on her screen. The girl squints, and the two boys peer over her shoulder. Oh, says one of the boys. Yeah, that's Daisy Black. Yeah, I remember her. She left, in year 8, 9. She was in my brother's year. She was really pretty, I remember that. Really pretty, but also, really, really weird. She didn't have any friends. I remember my brother, he was, scared of her. He said it was like she was possessed by demons or something. Do you remember? He turns to his companions, and they both nod. The girl says, Someone once told me that her mum and dad were brother and sister. What? Jane claps her hand to her chest. No, obviously they weren't, but I just remember someone saying that once. Not true, but she was the sort of person that made people make stuff up about her because she was so mysterious? Yeah, says the girl. That's right, mysterious.
Chapter 41. Claire. It was one of those days, one of those perfect days. I felt pretty, I felt on, I felt as if I had the city at my feet. I'm not a Londoner, I'm a northern girl, but it's taken me a long time to feel as though I belong here. But that day I felt like a native. I did my yoga on the tiny patch of grass outside my Kentish town flat that is laughingly called a garden. I made myself a smoothie. No hangover that day as I'd stayed in the night before updating my CV, watching music documentaries and playing the guitar. The sun was shining. I was shining. I put on jeans and a smock top, a loose denim jacket and my Converse. I tucked sunglasses into my bag and I walked all the way from my flat into Soho, my feet instinctively knowing how to get me there without once having to consult my A to Z. I went to the guitar shop on Denmark Street where the cute boy worked. I flirted with him in a way I'd normally feel too shy to do, but like I say, I was on that day. Fully. I bought some new strings for my guitar and a purple glitter plectrum. The cute boy put them in a paper bag for me, which he folded neatly at the top before passing it to me with a smile. I walked home and changed out of my jeans and into my favourite Topshop dress. The temperature was rising and I wanted to be in something loose, something that let the air circulate. My friends texted me to tell me they were meeting up for drinks in Hampstead. I replied that I would join them there later. I wasn't in a hurry. I wanted the day to sweep me along in its perfect arc. I've always been what I call spontaneous, but what my friends and family might refer to as Claire doing a no-show. I like to keep my options open, my phone at home. Sometimes I like to disappear. I made my bed so that it would be all nice and fresh for me when I returned, and I lifted the window just a crack, enough to keep it aired during the day, but not enough to allow some murderous monster to get in and hide under my bed awaiting my return. And then I walked to Hampstead. The Heath fascinated me. How, I always wondered, did this exist? In the middle of a city? How could I feel that I was cut off from the world, miles from anywhere, nothing around but rustling treetops and dusty paths, when I was a 10-minute walk from a tube station? I stopped that day at the point on the Heath where the shiny silver towers and spires of the city suddenly loom into view on the horizon, and I caught my breath. It's miraculous, I thought. London is miraculous. And then as I passed the edges of the Vale of Health, I heard the sound of a cat crying. I followed the pathetic noise to the fence at the back of someone's property. I crouched down in the tangled undergrowth to pull away some weeds, and there was a beautiful grey cat. Its collar caught on a spiny branch, its body contorted into an uncomfortable position. I put down my bag and tried to free the cat, but it fought and struggled. And then I heard voices floating dreamily over the top of the fence. It sounded like a group of people conversing sociably. A party, maybe? I called out, "Excuse me, hello? Excuse me?" A man's voice responded.
Chapter 42. The first one to arrive at Jane's party on Saturday afternoon is Dexter. He's wearing a dark blue t-shirt from Ralph Lauren that, of course, used to be hers. Jane had left tons of stuff in her walk-in wardrobe when she and Tony had split up 5 years ago. She'd been heading off to Spain to help run a dog rescue centre and couldn't at that point in her life have imagined ever again wanting to wear anything nice. She was so over it all back then, the whole lifestyle. It makes her happy now to see Dexter making use of the lovely things she left behind. The next to arrive is Jane's oldest stepchild, 41-year-old Wilf, with his wife Carlotta and their small daughter, followed by Wilf's younger brother Charlie and baby sister Isla, plus partners. And then lastly, Dexter's sister Romy and her boyfriend Fred. And soon the roof terrace is jam-packed with people considerably younger than Jane, and as she pours drinks and answers questions and moves from soul to soul, taking in their faces, their foibles, the way Wilf still holds his hand flat against his chest whenever he laughs, just like he did when she first met him as an 8-year-old boy with dark, suspicious eyes. Romy's fat curls that Jane used to tie into sensible plaits every morning before school. Charlie and Isla, still a little distant, still a little unknowable, just as they'd been as 6- and 5-year-olds, but now with a manufactured sparkle plastered on over the top. Jane feels her heart swell and blaze. She knows these people so well. She knows where they came from, what hurt them, what made them. She knows their eccentricities, their inter-sibling dynamics, their strengths, their weaknesses, and their quirks. She loves them all so much, and here they are, all together in one place. She raises a glass of champagne into the chaos and taps it with a fork handle. "Thank you for coming out to play," she says. I know how busy you all are, and the fact that you are all in the country at the same time as each other is a miracle. So here's to miracles, and I love you all." Everyone raises their glasses back at Jane, and the sun beats down, and the champagne softens her corners, and she feels it like a punch in the gut. This, here now, this is another fork in the road. There have been many in her life, so many, all dramatic, bells and whistles, deafening klaxon moments, when she knew everything was about to change again. She has reinvented herself so many times, and now it's happening again, right here, right now. She knows, suddenly and without a doubt, that she cannot have Rosebery Hall and this, that she cannot grow old without giving herself another chance at something, and that the only way she can have a chance at something is to cut herself free, finally, from the tattered ropes that bind her to her blighted family home. Then, and only then, can she be the woman she knows she needs to be for the next chapter of her life. Socially available to her stepchildren, financially stable and independent, free of the hold that her traumatic childhood still has on her. Wilf comes to her while she sits with these thoughts. He is a thin man, straggly-haired, prematurely aged, but still as pretty as he was as a child, to Jane's eye. "I hear you've been doing a bit of amateur detectiving," he says, topping up her champagne glass. "Dexter told you, I presume?" "Yup, some missing girl you're looking for? So who is she? Someone you know?" "Ha," Jane responds. "No, gosh, no, not at all. Just a stranger." "Right." Wilf tips his beer bottle to his lips and takes a sip. "So, what's the deal then? Why are you so involved? Dex says you've been knocking on doors, snooping in gardens." "Gosh," she says, "that makes it sound very grubby." Wilf tips his head and looks at her as if to say, "Explain." "It's just," she begins haltingly, "there's something about the way it unfurled, on my land at Rosebery, just minutes after an estate agent left, when I was feeling so emotional, so aware of needing something to focus on instead of my bloody house, and then this dog appears, and..." She pauses. "Did Dex tell you about the man? The man I met when I was 29, who almost kidnapped me?" Wilf shakes his head, and Jane tells him the story yet again. "And then there was this old boy," she continues, "Bill Newsom. He lives near Rosebery, and he said he'd seen the missing girl, Daisy, seen her walking down the path in front of his house in the days before she disappeared, and he said how he used to see me walking down that same path when I was the same age as Daisy, and it hit me in the gut, you know? That echoing through time, two young women walking the same path at different times, but maybe, just maybe, with the same trauma." All 5 of her stepchildren are aware of the mess of her upbringing. They know that her parents were both raging alcoholics who neglected her and her brother, that she was feral, that she was malnourished. And as children, they'd seen her tragic backstory as if it was just another dark fairy tale. But now, as adults, they are aware that it was anything but. Jane exhales and nods. "Exactly. Yes, that. It felt like maybe if I could save her, I could possibly, save myself." She throws Wilf a small, tight smile, and he nods, just once, to acknowledge the rawness of what she has just shared with him. Then he raises his beer bottle and clinks it gently against her glass and says, "Well, if anyone can save a lost soul, Jane Trevally, it's you, after all." He gestures around the roof terrace at her many stepchildren. "You saved all of us." The following morning, with a slight headache, Jane packs up most of her stuff from Tony's house, sets the dishwasher to run, checks that everything is locked up and switched off, and heads out into the suddenly fresh weather of the May morning. The heat wave is done, and this city sojourn is over for now. It is time for Jane to return home to her broken, crumbling house and her smelly dogs, and enforced solitude. Her conversation with Will for the afternoon before repeats on a loop through her consciousness. The gentle thrill of it, his understanding of what she is trying to do, the beautiful gut punch of his closing words, that she is not a loser, that she is a saver of souls. She is possessed even more strongly now by a need to find Daisy Black. She exits the station at Little Belmont 2.5 hours later and messages Shannon as she walks towards the car park. "Just getting into my car. See you in 15. Shannon replies immediately. "We're all ready for you," with 4 dog face emojis at the end. It suddenly occurs to Jane that she needs cash to pay Shannon, and she doesn't have enough on her, so she takes a detour towards the high street on the other side of the station and heads towards the convenience store that has a machine inside. As she walks along the slightly down-at-heel high street, her eye is caught unexpectedly by a shut-up retail unit. She's not sure what it used to be. A key-cutting place, she thinks, or maybe a dry cleaner. It closed ages ago. But it's not the building that catches her eye, it's the thick layer of posters that have been pasted onto its neglected front windows, the sort of thing that Jane has walked past 1,000,000 times before and would never normally have given a second thought to, but that jumps out at her now. She moves closer to the shop front to read the fine print. Martello's Circus, Waterfowl Meadow, Bank Holiday Weekend, Thursday, the 30th of April, to Tuesday, the 5th of May. The poster is a standard circus poster, brightly coloured, with a montage of trapeze artists, elephants, burning circles of fire, and there, just at the furthest edge of the artwork, a clown, a painted-on face, a head of blue nylon curls, a ruffed collar, a harlequin checkered overcoat, and a lurid plastic flower held grimly between 2 white-gloved hands.
Chapter 43. Stuart, 7 years earlier. It's a bright February morning, and I should be feeling that swell of hope and anticipation that this time of year can sometimes bring. Those little pinpoints of light when the sun feels warm for a moment against your skin, when the daffodils push through. I've always loved the changing seasons, the cyclical rhythm of things happening in the same order at the same time. It keeps me grounded, but it also inspires me, makes me feel as if anything is possible. But I'm feeling none of those things today, 2 years after I first moved into this house. As the sun tentatively touches the bare branches of the trees in the back garden, I feel the weight of every recent decision I have made bearing down on me, like a cartoon anvil, casting me in shadow. Jessamine is in bed, sleeping off the night before. I've given up trying to guide her towards sobriety, and I've given up trying to guide myself towards sobriety. Drink, it seems, is all we have left. I call up the stairs to her. "Tea or coffee?" "Tea," comes the reply in a pained, reedy voice. "And toast." I make the tea and toast and bring them slowly up the stairs, my breath caught in my chest. The smell in the room is metabolized rum, garlic burps, stale sheets. Jessamine drags herself up to sitting and stares at me wanly. She looks horrible. Her skin is sallow and drawn. She has grey circles beneath her eyes, and her hair is tangled and greasy. She's been wearing the same nightdress for weeks. I've put a fresh one out for her, but she refuses to wear it, as though it's a matter of principle. "Sun's out," I say, laying the tea and toast on the bedside table next to her. I pass her 2 painkillers and a glass of water and watch her down them. "Has Daisy gone?" "Yes," She left about 40 minutes ago. Jessamine nods, passes me back the water glass and then turns to pick up a slice of toast beside her. She doesn't ask how her child is. She hasn't got up to see her off since her first week at secondary school last September. Hugo appears and jumps on the bed. Jessamine frowns, so I snatch him up and put him on the floor. You should get up, I say. It feels like spring out there. Daff's coming through in the garden. She throws me a withering look. Do I look like I'm about to get up to admire daffodils? No, I say softly. No, you don't. But you should. It would do you good. Clear out the cobwebs. Clear out the cobwebs, she mimics me in a horribly camped-up estuary accent. It's all right for you, she snaps. You're not fucking ill. I blink, slowly. She's playing the ill card again. She says she's got some kind of post-viral thing. She's had a bad cold just before Christmas, and ever since she's stayed in bed all day. But she miraculously gets out every afternoon to the little shop on Grove Place and buys herself 2 bottles of organic wine and half a litre of dark rum, which she somehow manages to carry all the way back to the house, come rain or come shine. The wine is opened at 4 p.m. By 5 p.m, when Daisy returns from school, Jessamine has had half a bottle and is reasonably together, relaxed enough to ask Daisy about her day, express an interest in her schoolwork, in what she might want to eat for her dinner. By 6 p.m, she has had a full bottle and likes to pretend that she has finished drinking wine for the day and says something like, "It's happy hour. Who wants a rum and coke?" Nobody will want a rum and coke, but she will pour herself one anyway and make noises suggestive of a special treat, an earned reward. When dinner is ready, she will open the second bottle of wine, pour a small glass for her mother and a large glass for herself, and she will sit and talk loudly and unpleasantly, complain about the food, push it around her plate, pretend that everyone is against her, start an argument, tell everyone maybe they'd prefer it if she just killed herself, then storm off to bed with the rest of the wine, telling everyone to fuck themselves on the way. At some point, she will come downstairs with the empty wine bottle and pour the rest of the rum into a tumbler, neat, and take the rum up and drink it until she sleeps. Often the sleep will need assistance. Annie gives her things that her own GP gives her. I wait until she's asleep before I come up. If it's been a particularly awful night, I'll just take a duvet to the sofa and sleep in the living room. But usually I'll walk into our room to find her slack-mouthed, rancid with drink, comatose, snoring, drooling, the monster quelled for another day. You should see the GP, I say now. Maybe it's something serious. You need to get yourself checked out. I haven't got a fucking GP, Stuart, she says. You know that. I've told you 100 times. Well, sign up for one then. But seriously, it's been nearly 8 weeks since you got ill. You shouldn't still be feeling like this. She knows, and I know that she's not ill, that she's hungover. But this is the stupid game we play because I am not, under any circumstances, allowed to refer to Jessamine's drinking. If I refer to Jessamine's drinking, then I am the enemy. And if there's one thing I've learned over the past 2 years, it's not to be Jessamine's enemy. Find me a GP who hasn't got a 3-year waiting list and I'll sign up. Okay, I say then, I will. She sighs and drops the toast back on the plate. It's cold, she says. I don't tell her that of course it is, that if she wants hot toast, she needs to come downstairs and eat it quickly straight out of the toaster while the butter is still melting on it. What? She asks me pointedly. Nothing, I say with a sigh. Then I say, listen, my daughter's coming over next week from Australia. I'm going to take her out on the town, have a few drinks, a fancy dinner. I lick my dry lips. That's nice, she says acidly. I've known about this for weeks and have been putting off telling her. Yeah, I say lightly. Yeah, it'll be great. When? She says petulantly. Wednesday, probably, just finalising. She only wants to see you for your money. I sigh again. She's obsessed with the money thing, thinks everything is about the money constantly. She's just a money-grabbing little bitch. You know she is. This is based on me giving my daughter £500 about a year ago to help towards her puppy's vet bill. Blaze offered to pay me back, but I wouldn't let her. The only reason Jessamine knows about it is because she goes through all my paperwork and emails. I let her because it makes for an easy life. And if there's one thing you must have worked out about me by now, it's that I like an easy life. I give her a tight smile and then tell her I'm going down to make coffee for her mum. Well, she shouts after me, aren't you going to say anything? I'm right, aren't I? You know I'm right. Your choice to see her, but don't come crying to me when she gives you some sob story about dying dogs and you end up giving her half your money. I slow as I approach the door, swallow down my fury, and quietly close the door behind me. She sits across the kitchen table from me later that day, staring at me with icy eyes. I have made spaghetti with a slow-cooked cherry tomato and basil sauce. There are curls of hand-shaved parmesan on top of it. It's one of my specialities. Daisy, in particular, loves it. I'm drinking a cold lager, my third of the day. I will have 2 more in front of the TV, and then I will stop drinking. Not least because if I drink any later than 9 p.m, I'll be up half the night peeing. Jessamine is usually on her first rum and coke by now, but I see that she has already emptied the bottle and is making her way swiftly through the second bottle of wine. I have a bad feeling. What have you done to your hair? She snaps at Daisy. Daisy shrugs. I just cut some side bangs, it's no big deal. Jessamine shudders lightly. It looks terrible. You should have asked Grandma to book you a proper hair appointment. Daisy narrows her eyes at her mother and then looks at me as if to say, what the fuck? Well, I say, as a professional hairdresser, I can truthfully say you've done a lovely job. Really suits you. Daisy has blossomed in the last couple of months. She turned 12 last October, but looks older. She cut all her girlish hair off last year into a bob that skims her jawline, and she wears edgy makeup and wants to get herself pierced. She's cool, striking. We get on really well, and she is, as it's probably clear, the only reason I'm still here. She tells us about her day at school, about some girls who are giving her a hard time. Jessamine slops another serving of wine into her glass and says, You make yourself stand out too much, that's the problem. I throw her an admonishing look. Jess, I say, that's a terrible thing to say to a young girl. I turn to Daisy. You can never stand out too much, okay? Remember that. All your life, just remember that. A darkness descends over the table. It feels like winter. I hear Annie clearing her throat. I hear Jessamine's fork clank against her plate. Then I hear the sounds of the feet of Jessamine's chair grinding against the tiled floor and the swoop of both of her arms, hands turned outward, heaving her plate of pasta across the table and straight towards me. It tips into my lap, warm and red. The dish drops to the floor and smashes into 2 pieces. Annie makes a shrill, panicked noise. Daisy yells out. I don't say a word or make a sound. I simply grab my paper napkin and scoop up the spaghetti from my lap and from the floor, get to my feet, put the napkin in the bin, put the 2 halves of the broken plate in the bin, and quietly leave the room. She's after me in seconds. I feel her fist around my ponytail, yanking my head back. I grab hold of my hair and try to pull myself away from her, but she yanks back harder. What is it with you and her? She hisses in my ear. Her breath is sour and hot. Are you a pedo? Is that what it is? Do you fancy her? Jesus Christ, I snarl, freeing my hair from her grip and turning to face her. Jesus, what the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck are you talking about? The horrible mimicry again. You know what I'm talking about. Her words are slurred, her eyes are wild. You and her, Daisy. You can't get fucking enough of her. Always complimenting her, telling her how great she is. Well, I'm sorry, Jessamine, but someone has to. Left to you and your mother. The minute the words are out, I know what I've done. Left to me and my mother, what? Her voice is ripe with madness and fury. Nothing. Just that she needs a bit of building up, that's all. Why? She asks. Nobody fucking built me up. What makes her so fucking special? I pause. We're here, having the conversation that I've been wanting to have for so long. But Jessamine is so drunk, and so close to the far edges of reason and sanity that now is not the moment. But suddenly I find myself not caring. She's not so fucking special, Jessamine. She's just a girl who needs a nice mum and some TLC, needs to be told she's good and important, needs, Jessamine. I pause, inhale, and then continue, not to end up like you. The palm of her hand is like flicked elastic against the skin of my cheek, stinging and raw. I clasp my hand to my face and sigh loudly. Fuck's sake, Jessamine. She goes to slap me again, and this time I grab her wrist inside my fist. She pulls my hand towards her mouth and tries to bite it, but I pull away from her. And then she comes for me with everything, every bit of her, nails, teeth, fists, feet. And I curl into myself and I take every last bit of it. Afterwards, she collapses against the wall, on her haunches, panting. You're a fucking loser, she says, wiping drool from her chin. A loser, all of you are, especially her. She jerks her head towards the kitchen. Then she sighs. Ah, well, who cares? She's nothing to do with me anyway, is she? I cock my head, let myself sit down on the arm of the sofa. What? Nothing, she says. Nothing. Daisy finds me on the sofa an hour later. Jessamine has crashed and burned in bed. She perches gently on the other end of the sofa. Are you okay? I nod. I'm fine. Are you sure? She points at the scratches on my forearms. I look down at them and smile. I'm a big boy. I can take it. Yes, but you shouldn't. You shouldn't have to take it. You do everything for her. You do everything for all of us, and then she treats you like that. I sigh. It is what it is. She is what she is. She's very damaged, your mum, for whatever reasons, and my job is to make sure that you don't get damaged too. Bit late for that, I'd say. Well, okay then, any more damaged? She smiles. I'd really like to meet your daughter, she says. Well, you should come with us. Blaze would love that. Mum would lose her actual shit. Daisy used to talk like an Enid Blyton schoolgirl. Now, 5 months into secondary school, she sounds like all the other London kids. Well, yes, she would. But she's going to lose her shit whatever I do. So we may as well go for broke. What's she like, Blaze? She's cool. Like you. Except with an Aussie accent. Is she pretty? Yes, of course she is. I'm her dad, after all. I smile at her, and then I think about what Jessamine had said earlier. Do you think you look like your dad? I say. I guess. I mean, Sort of. How well did you know him? She shrugs. Not very. He used to come, like, every other weekend, take us out for lunch, and then it got less and less and less. Last time I saw him was just before Christmas, 2 years ago. Why did he stop coming over? She shrugs. It was around the time you came, so I guess he didn't like you being around very much. Do you ever contact him, like text him or speak on the phone? No, she shakes her head vehemently. Mum wouldn't let me. Apparently he hates us both. But you have a number for him? Yes, it's his office number, not a mobile number, so I can't text him on it. I nod. Do you miss him? She shrugs again. Not really. I mean, I like him, but he never really felt like my dad. You know, I say, if you wanted, I could try and talk to your dad, find out a bit more about what happened between him and your mum. She looks at me and nods. But seriously, she says in a tiny whisper that I can barely hear, be careful. Don't make things worse than they already are. I pat her hand. I'll go carefully, I say. Don't you worry.
Chapter 44. According to Helen Yaxley, Daisy Black had arrived in Little Belmont at the beginning of May. Is it possible, Jane wonders, that she had come to find her uncle at the circus? That the clown pictured in the poster was in fact Jasper Black? Jane pulls her phone from her bag and finds the photo that Helen Yaxley had sent her of the Black family posing on the sofa. She looks from Jasper's face to the image on the poster, looking for similarities, but the artwork is low-res, over-brightened, and the photo on her phone is old and faded, so it's impossible to tell. But surely, she thinks, surely it can't be just a coincidence that Daisy would have been here in Little Belmont the very same weekend that the circus was in town. Jane takes a photo of the poster and another closer one of the clown's face. Then she heads into the convenience store, takes out £300 in cash, and walks back to her car. Shannon leaves an hour after Jane gets home, and after the intensity of the joyful reunion with the dogs and Shannon's non-stop commentary, Jane is suddenly alone. It's lunchtime. The weather has turned grey and cool, and a heavy drizzle starts to fall, leaving a mist on the window panes and making the pert boughs of hawthorn and apple blossom beyond droop and wilt. She's tempted to turn the heating on, but it will take hours to warm up in here, and she can't really afford it. So instead she lights a fire and turns on a blow heater, and then, ignoring the crumbling ceiling in the room across the corridor, ignoring the sound of something dripping somewhere else in the house, ignoring the empty growl in the pit of her stomach, she flips open the lid of her laptop and Googles Martello's Circus. It transpires that Martello's Circus has now moved on to a village called Runnydown, only 40 or so miles from Little Belmont. It had arrived on Friday and is there for a week, according to their website. The clown pictured on their poster is one of 3 possible clowns, named Raimondo, Patch, and Mickey. There are photos of all 3 of them on the website, but under so many layers of oily makeup, it is impossible to discern their facial features. They all look the same to Jane, no matter how many times she stares at each image with the photo of Jasper Black held next to it. There's no phone number on the website, just a registered address somewhere in Essex. Jane glances at the time in the corner of her screen. Just gone 1:30. Shannon has already walked the dogs today. Jane has nothing better to do, not really, so she puts the location into her app, pulls on a raincoat, gets into her car, and sets off for Runnydown. The circus is set up in a field about half a mile from the village centre. As Jane pulls up on the lane opposite, she sees people moving around in waterproofs and under umbrellas. She turns off her engine and watches for a moment. Jane doesn't like the circus. She was taken once as a child and found herself faintly terrified. She liked the horses, she remembered, the flare of their nostrils, their pretty feathered heads, but the people had unnerved her, the atmosphere, the noise, the theatrics, the makeup. She takes a breath and leaves the car, pulling up the hood of her coat against the rain. There's a woman with a young child standing in the shelter of a tree just outside the area where their trailers and caravans are located. She's looking at her phone, and the child is standing with his hand in hers and staring out into the middle distance. "Excuse me," Jane says, approaching her slowly. The woman looks up from her phone. She doesn't acknowledge Jane in any way, merely maintains neutral eye contact with her. "Hi," Jane babbles. "Sorry, I don't want to disturb you, but I'm looking for someone, and I think he might be part of your—" She struggles for the right word for a moment, and then says, "I think he's one of your clowns?" The woman nods at her. "His name is Jasper. Jasper Black? In his 30s. Do you know him?" The woman gestures at the child to head back towards the caravans, then takes a step towards Jane. "Jasper," she says. Her accent is hard to place. "Yes, we know Jasper." Jane feels her heart race with anticipation. "Oh," she says, "great. Why'd you ask?" Jane taps into her gut feelings about this woman. Is she pro-Jasper or anti-Jasper? It's impossible to read her body language or facial expressions. "I just need to know if he's here." "Who are you?" Jane pauses, searches for a neutral response. "I'm a friend of his family." She narrows her eyes at Jane. "What family?" "His sister?" The woman nods. "Well," she says, "Jasper is not here." "Do you know when he'll be back?" She looks at Jane slightly pityingly. "I mean, Jasper is no longer here, with Martello's. Jasper left over a week ago." "Do you know where he went?" She shakes her head. "No," she says. "We do not know where he went. Jasper has—" She bursts her fingers into an approximation of a small explosion. "Disappeared."
Chapter 45. Stuart, 7 years earlier. Daisy has given me permission to speak to her father, Harvey Moore. He has apparently retired and no longer works at the family business, but I am hoping that if I can't talk to him directly, I can talk to his son, Jason. My call is answered within a couple of rings. "Hello, Jason Moore's office." "Oh, hi. I was wondering if I might be able to have a word with Mr. Moore, if he's there." "Yes, he's right here. Who shall I say is calling?" "Could you tell him it's a friend of his father's? My name is Stuart Tucker." I can hear the woman talking with her hand over the receiver of the phone in a hushed whisper, and then a man clearing his throat. "Jason Moore speaking." "Oh," I say, "hi, you don't know me, but I know someone who is a close friend of your father's, and she's desperate to talk to him. Her name is—" The man sighs. "Don't tell me. Jessamine Black." "Yes." I swallow down my surprise. "Do you know her?" "No, I don't know her, but I know who she is." "Oh," I say, "right. And—" I peter off. "And she is a total nutter, and my father has made it very clear that he wants nothing more to do with her, so please, can you tell Ms. Black that—" I cut in over him. "I'm not calling on Jessamine's behalf. I'm calling on her daughter's behalf." There is a brief pause. Then Jason says, "Her daughter? What's she got to do with anything?" "Well, I assume you're aware that Jessamine's daughter is—" I stall. What am I doing? Am I about to launch a hand grenade into the heart of this family that I know nothing about? But before I can form the end of my sentence, Jason resumes talking. I know who Jessamine claims her daughter is, but I also know that my father had a DNA test carried out 2 years ago and established categorically that Daisy is not his daughter. I trail off again. She's not. No. If you want, I could email you the results certificate from the lab. Jessamine has been in receipt of a copy, and there is a copy lodged with our solicitors too. My father has been told that there is a 0.01% chance that he is the child's father. That woman strung him along for years, took him for his money and took advantage of him in so many other ways. She kept him from his family with emotional blackmail, threatened to kill herself, threatened to report him to the police, threatened to destroy his family, and all the while it was a lie. The relief to my family since we found out that my father has no connection to that child has been overwhelming. So please, I'm sure Daisy is a lovely girl. I know my father was fond of her, but she is no longer a part of our lives, and neither is her insane mother. I approach Jessamine as she returns from her daily walk to the local shop. This is probably the best moment of the day to have a civil conversation with her. When her hangover is lifted and her urge to drink has kicked in, but she has the wine in her hands, so knows she is only moments away from her first drink. It's the sweet spot in her day, the only time I see a chink of light in her eyes. I take a beer from the fridge and open it, showing nice, showing sociable, showing my intent to sit with her for a while, share her space instead of keeping my distance as I normally do. I watch her lift a clean wine glass from the cupboard and turn it onto its base. There's the tinny click of the lid being screwed off the bottle, and the thin glug of the wine as it pours. I look at her back, at the tense arch of her spine, the flattened hair at the back of her head, her roots visible through a gap. I notice a slight tremor in her hand. I know this woman is on a path to self-destruction. I want to stop her, but I can't. And what I'm about to do is likely to only make things worse. Listen, I say as she comes to the table with her wine. I was talking to Daisy yesterday. She said... I pause and lick my lips. She thought she might be adopted. She was only joking, but then I remembered what you said on Monday about Daisy being nothing to do with you, and my mind started... I windmill my forefinger around my temples. Racing, you know? Started wondering, because she doesn't look like you, and she doesn't look like that photo you showed me of her dad. And I did a bit of investigation, Jess, and, well, you know what I'm going to say. Obviously you do. Jessamine's face is drawn and hard. She gulps her wine and bangs the glass back down on the table. No, Stuart, she says, I don't know what you're going to say. Pray share. I turn my beer bottle around between my hands. Daisy's not his daughter. The old guy, Harvey, the guy you told me was her father. He had a DNA test done 2 years ago, and it came back conclusively that he was not Daisy's father. She sniffs. Obviously that's not true. Obviously he just sent the DNA of some random person in a test tube. Obviously he is Daisy's father. He just didn't want to be in her life anymore. Wanted to be swanning around with his stupid fat wife instead. I would say that actually none of that is obvious. I would say that you knew that Harvey wasn't Daisy's dad, and that you know who Daisy's dad is. And, Jessamine, if you want me here, in your life, if you want me looking after everything, taking care of Daisy, taking care of your mother, taking care of the dog, this house, all of this, if you want me to stay, Jessamine, I need you to be honest with me. I need you to tell me who Daisy's dad really is. Okay. There's a strange smile twitching at the edges of Jessamine's mouth. I've seen that smile before, many times. I catch my breath. Will I end up with wine in my face, a black eye, or an emotional meltdown involving wrists and knives? You are such a fucking moron, Stuart. You are literally the stupidest man I've ever met. You would believe anything anyone told you, wouldn't you, Mr. Nice Guy? Mr. Oh, I'm so fucking lovely and so fucking patient, but actually, you're just a stupid moron. I sigh loudly and pick at the label on my beer bottle. Ah, Jessamine, I say. Jessamine. You know, I do not have to be here. I'm here because I choose to be here. Every morning I wake up in that stinking bed up there next to you and your filthy, dirty body, and I can smell your hair, you know, the stench of it. I have to hold it all back down and get out of bed as quick as I can so I can breathe properly. I look after this house for you. I buy you food with my money. I cook you food. I am single-handedly keeping that daughter of yours sane and in one piece. Then, for my efforts, I get to watch you drink yourself into putridity every single day. Watch you alienate your daughter, humiliate your mother, blame everyone for everything, and yet here I am, still here. And I make that choice every morning, Jess. Every single morning, because I care about you. And that is what makes me stupid, Jess. That choice. That's what makes me a moron. The fact that I choose to stay here with you when you do not deserve me. And in fact, you do not deserve anything. Not Daisy, not this house, not that dog, none of it. So don't fucking push me, Jess, because I will go. I will fucking go, and I will take your daughter and your dog with me. I fucking swear it. I stare at her. Her eyes gleam with a demon delight. But still she doesn't yell. Still she doesn't move. Her fingers caress the narrow stem of her wineglass, but she doesn't lift it and throw it. She just stares and smiles. I don't know who Daisy's dad is, okay? I have no idea. As far as I'm concerned, Harvey is her dad. And if he isn't her dad, then who cares? It doesn't matter. It's irrelevant. I nod, amazed by her civilized response. But, she says, leaning across the table towards me, her eyes flashing as she speaks, if you ever tell Daisy about this, I will kill you in your fucking sleep, Stuart. Okay? I will fucking end you. Chapter 46. While Jessamine is still sleeping the next morning, and after Daisy has left for school, I knock gently on the door of Annie's study and offer her a cup of tea. Yes, please, Stuart. Thank you. She doesn't look up from her laptop to say this. I am absolutely Annie's butler. When I bring the tea into her a few minutes later and put it down next to her, straightening the cup on the saucer so that the handle faces the right way, I say, Annie, do you have a minute? I see her shoulders freeze slightly under the soft fabric of her smart blouse. I imagine her to be fixing her face so that when she turns to look at me, I will not be able to see her impatience or her distaste. Of course, she says, smiling blandly at me. What can I do for you? Is it okay if I take a seat? I catch my breath as I ask, knowing how far out of Annie's range of comfortable interactions I am suggesting we go. I have never spent longer than 30 seconds in her study before. Her existence in this tiny, claustrophobic room, with its worn, velvety furniture, piles of paperwork, shelves of clutter, untended pot plants and ancient paperbacks, is a mystery to me. While the tapping of her keyboard is, she tells me, correspondence with an old friend who moved abroad, and the rustle of papers is, she tells me, her attempt to sort out Alan's affairs which he left, it appears, in something of a mess. It sometimes feels as if she is trapped in this room, forced to undertake pointless activities just to have a reason to stay in here. It feels, I sometimes think, as if she is guarding something. I wonder, maybe, if this is the room where Alan died, but I know better than to ask. She blinks and nods, and I sit down on the small velvet armchair in the corner of the room. I wanted to ask you about Daisy, I begin. It's been brought to my attention that the man Jessamine told me was Daisy's father is not her father, and Jessamine tells me she has no idea who her father actually is, and so, I guess, I was just wondering if you had any theories, any ideas. Annie's eyes grow wide. Her fingers go to the chain around her neck, and she says, "Oh, my goodness, no. I have no idea. No idea about anything like that. That is Jessamine's business, and nothing whatsoever to do with me. Nothing." No, of course not. And I hate to ask, I hate to pry, but it's Daisy I'm worried about. I mean, she already feels abandoned by the man she thought was her dad, and she'll be a teenager soon. She's so grown up for her age, and she's asking questions. And Jessamine, well, you know, it's hard to know how to handle her. She's difficult. So I thought maybe that you, as Daisy's grandmother, you might be able to provide some kind of answers, some kind of support. Daisy's such a wonderful girl. She deserves to know. She deserves to have some answers. I can hear the ominous clunk of the old-fashioned clock on the mantelpiece as it ticks through the next 10 seconds of my life. Annie nods, almost in rhythm with it, and I wait, my breath held, to see what she will say. This woman with whom I have lived for 2 years, yet know no better than I did the first time I met her. Where her daughter is emotionally incontinent, Annie is entirely constipated, trapped in some long-gone moment when she was the trophy wife to a man who put her on a pedestal, when she was the queen of this dark house, when she was young and beautiful and felt in control of everything. She has not, I suspect, evolved one iota since the day her husband died. I watch her fingers work at the pendant on her necklace, and then she says, "Stuart, I simply do not know. My daughter is as much a mystery to me as she is to you, and as for Daisy..." I swear I see a slight shudder run across the surface of her flesh. I hate to say this, Stuart, really I do, but quite frankly, I have more important things to worry about than that child. I really do. And then she turns her back on me and very delicately picks up her teacup with a perfectly manicured thumb and index finger. I sigh and am about to leave the room when I realise that I can't go without saying what I really need to say. "You know, Annie," I begin, "this family, this house, you, your daughter, it's all totally fucked. You're living in a bin fire. You do know that, right?" She stiffens but doesn't turn. "You do know that, right?" I say again. I watch Annie place the cup carefully back on its saucer. Her hand is shaking very slightly.
Chapter 47. Claire. I'm lying on a bed. The mother is in here with me, sitting on the side of the bed. She says, "Drink some water. You had a funny turn." The light behind her looks strange, soft and peachy, not bright and blue as it had been earlier. What has changed? I try to sit up, and the woman, the mother, lays a hand on my arm and says, "Don't move too quickly. Take it slowly." My gaze goes to the window. It's evening? Dusk. It's June. Dusk comes late in June. I sit up fast then, feel blood rush to my head and make my vision blur. What time is it? I ask. And my voice sounds wrong. Thick. Slurred. It's 9 o'clock. Am I in your house? Yes, you're in my house. I don't remember. No, you don't. You had a turn. You passed out. We brought you in to cool down. You slept. We thought maybe. The woman purses her mouth into a moo of disapproval. Maybe you'd taken drugs. I blink. What? I don't know. We just theorized. We couldn't think why a perfectly healthy young woman would suddenly collapse like that in a stupor. I touch my cheek. It's hot and sticky. I'm about to say I don't take drugs, but that's not true. But on that day I had not that day. That perfect June day when I'd woken up in such high spirits, seized it, done the things. I had already planned what I was going to say when I got to the pub, about my special day, about meeting the weird family in the amazing house, with the huge garden right on the heath, being invited in and given lunch and even a slice of homemade cheesecake. And the boy with the t-shirt with a squirty flower on it, and the mum, who had definitely had a facelift, and the daughter, who was kind of cool. I had so much I was going to share with my friends about my little adventure, and I knew what they were going to say. They would say, "That could only happen to you." Because it was the sort of thing that only happened to me. The sort of experience that I somehow always invited onto myself. I don't know why or how. My friends would say that I'm an open book, no sides, no corners. And maybe that's it. But now the thing feels soured, curdled. The moment at the table, my fork in that cheesecake, thinking, this is it. This is the one life, the beautiful gift. This is everything. I'm here. I'm in it. That moment has gone bad. Really bad. I need to go, I say, searching for my bag with my eyes. I was meant to meet my friends. They'll be wondering where I am. I think, says the woman, you should take it easy. Drink some more water. Wait until you're feeling properly better. I am, I say. I'm feeling better. Where's my bag? I can hear my blood pounding in my ears. It's downstairs. Don't worry, please. Her voice is wheedling, childlike, annoying. Her smile reveals tiny white teeth, but no warmth. Just be a good girl. Just stay. Be a good girl. Stay. I'd love to, but I can't, I say. I have to get home. There is a gentle knock at the door. The woman turns and says, "Come in." I watch the handle of the door turn slowly. The man walks in, the boy in front of him, his hand on the boy's shoulder. The boy looks awkward, a rosy flush on his cheeks, his gaze averted from mine. He is still wearing the weird clown t-shirt. But now he is also wearing clown shoes and a sort of tailcoat in black with a lime green lining. His face is made up with oily paints, red circles on his cheeks, a blue line around his mouth. "Go on then," says the man. The boy smiles shyly. He has a big fabric bag slung over his shoulder, which he unhooks and lays on the floor by his feet. Then he crouches to his haunches and puts his hands inside the bag. He brings out a piece of rope, and my breath dies inside my lungs. But then he puts his hand back and pulls out a set of stacking plastic tumblers, some colourful rubber balls. He pulls out a small horn and squeezes its bulbous bottom. It emits a piercing squawk that makes me jump. Then he pulls the rope through his hands once, twice, 3 times, all the while performing a strange dance. Behind him, his parents stand watching, his mother impassive, his father entranced. The fourth time he pulls the rope through his furled hand, it reappears as a string of multicoloured silk handkerchiefs.
Chapter 48. Jane narrows her eyes at the woman in the park behind the circus and says, "He disappeared. Jasper. Yes, gone. Vanished. Everyone is very angry." "Has it been reported to the police?" "Psht," she rolls her eyes. "Of course it hasn't. Why would it? A grown man, a strange man, a travelling man, they would have no interest in him." "But where do you think he might have gone?" "Nobody knows. Nobody really knew him. A very quiet man, and, like I say, a very strange man. He left after the last performance of the bank holiday weekend. 1 minute he was there, the next his caravan was empty. His things packed. He'd gone. No note. Nothing." "So he didn't have a family? A girlfriend?" "Ha!" She laughs dryly. "No, he most definitely did not have a girlfriend. He has been here with us for nearly 20 years, and never in that time has he even had a friend." "A loner?" "Yes, a loner. And you know, his persona, this Patch, he made it too real. We had to call him Patch, even when we were not at work. He would mime, even when he was not wearing his makeup, his costume. The children, they didn't like him. Nobody really liked him. But he was a very good clown, so we kept him." "And now he's gone?" "Yes, now the clown has gone. Maybe he'll come back, maybe he won't. First he runs away to the circus, and now he has run away from the circus." She sighs. "You could talk to the others, they might know." "The others?" "Yes, the other clowns, Dave and Steve. Raimondo and Mickey." "That's correct. They're in that blue and white caravan, just behind the showers." She gestures behind her. "You see? And it's okay for me to—" The woman nods. "Say I sent you. My name is Morea." Jane knocks gently against the plastic-clad door of the caravan. A man's voice says, "Come in." Jane breathes in, uncertainty racing through her nervous system. Then she pulls down the handle and peers into the unit. She sees 2 men sitting on the sofa area at the back of the caravan. Both are in sportswear. One, wearing a baseball cap, is eating a wrap and watching the other, who is wearing pink Nike slides, play a video game. "Steve?" she says. "Dave? Maria sent me." "Yeah," says the guy with the wrap. "I'm Steve." The other guy doesn't take his eyes from the TV screen. "Come in," says Steve. "Excuse the mess." She steps into the unit. It's not messy, but it does smell overwhelmingly of whatever is inside Steve's wrap. "Thank you." The other guy makes a noise of annoyance at something that has just happened in his game and then slams down his console. He looks at Jane and says, "Hi." "I'm really sorry to disturb you," she says, "but I'm looking for your colleague, Jasper? Or Patch?" "Yeah," says Dave, "aren't we all?" His accent is pure estuary. Steve's is a little more West Country. "I was just talking to Maria out there. She said he'd disappeared on the bank holiday." "Yep," says Steve. "That's right. Did a runner. Left us in the shit." "She said he was a bit of a mystery man. Is that how you think of him?" Steve moves across the seat and gestures to Jane to sit down. Dave says, "Yeah, Jasper, total freak, but kind of innocent, if you know what I mean." "Yeah," says Steve, "like a child, really." "So, him being out there in the world, is that unlikely?" Dave nods. "Totally. That man has only known this place, this world, since he was virtually a kid, you know? I can't see him out there, fending for himself. In here, you see." He gestures through the window. "He had us to look after him, to make sure he didn't just, spiral into his weird fantasy world. You hung out? Yeah, we hung out. He liked a drink or two. He liked playing games with us. He liked reading books. Yeah, Steve agrees. Always reading. What sort of books? They both shrug. Facts, says Steve. Yeah, non-fiction. And what about family? Did he ever tell you about them? They glance at each other. Then Steve says, Not really. I mean, I know he left home when he was quite young, and I did get the impression that something bad had happened, that maybe his family life was a little bit dysfunctional, Dave finishes. Yeah, dysfunctional. Where was he from? London, I think. Jane nods. Hampstead? Yeah, I think so. And did he mention a sister or a niece? They glance at each other and shake their heads. He didn't talk much, says Steve. He said his family was a bad memory. Yeah, says Dave. I remember him saying that once. So, do either of you have any idea at all where he might have gone? Was he doing anything unusual? Did he seem different? Talk about anything new? They both look at each other again and shake their heads. Nah, says Dave. He was totally normal. Well, says Steve, as normal as he ever really was. Which wasn't very, says Dave. And they both laugh, wryly. You didn't see him with a young woman, a girl with a white dog, here. She shows them the photo of Daisy on her phone, and then a photo of Hugo. Nope. I'd definitely have noticed if I'd seen him with a girl or a dog, and I definitely didn't. Me neither, says Steve. Jane sighs and puts her phone back in her pocket. So what happened to his stuff? His caravan? Well, it's not his, is it? It belongs to Martello's, so it stays with the circus. Did you want to have a look? Jane widens her eyes and nods. Yes, please, she says. That would be amazing. Jasper's caravan is a one-berth unit in a pale lemony yellow. Dave opens it up and then stands back to let her in. It's small and cosy with a cream seating area at the back and a tiny, well-maintained kitchenette. Could I have a snoop around? Go for it. We'll just be over there. Take your time. The unit appears to have been cleared out completely. Everything is clean and shiny, no personal effects on display. Jane goes through drawers and cupboards. She finds utensils and cutlery, packets of tissues, of batteries. She finds tins of grease paints and pots of brushes. She also finds a wodge of printed flyers of Jasper in full clown regalia, smiling unnervingly into the camera, with the name Patch in curly graphic printed in the corner. She takes a couple and slides them into her bag. She goes to the built-in wardrobe next to the seating area and finds a denim jacket, 2 red ties, a pair of rubber boots, a pair of sandals, a couple of folded t-shirts. She pulls one out and sniffs it. It's from Marks & Spencer, and it smells of detergent. She searches the pockets of the denim jacket and finds nothing but a scrunched-up tissue. There's a drawer at the bottom of the hanging cupboard, and she pulls it out. Inside is a cagoule folded into its own pouch, and a red nylon wig with a small hat stitched onto it. She pulls them out of the way and then recoils slightly at the sight of an old plastic mask. It's a clown face, similar to the one that Jasper was holding in his lap in the spooky family portrait that Daisy had brought with her to Little Belmont. Jane pulls it out and holds it at arm's length. It's horrible, really, quite horrible. The clown's face more of a devil's rictus than a jolly buffoon. 2 white light flares painted into the centre of each eyeball, a snarl at the corners of its lips. Jane turns it round to look at the back, and then recoils again at the sight of what looks, without the benefit of her reading glasses, like 4 bloody fingerprints, but could just as easily be dirt. Ew, she says, dropping the mask back into the drawer. She shudders, then picks it up again and very gingerly pops it into her shoulder bag. She pulls the cushions off the sofas and lifts up the wooden hinged seat. Inside is bedding, a floral patterned duvet, 2 floral pillowcases, and a soft fleecy blanket. Jane groans. This is pointless. She lets the hinged lid shut heavily, and as she does so, something is dislodged and comes floating towards her feet. She picks it up and sees that it is a torn corner from a piece of paper. It looks as though it might have been left behind by accident when the rest of the letter was ripped away. It displays a section of a letterhead, a date, and the first line of a name and address. The date is this time last year. The name is Jasper Black. The first line of the address is care of someone called Stella Madden, who lives at number 21, Dresden Close, but the rest of the address is missing. What remains of the logo shows the letters Dr. A.J.T.W. and then a partial address of Dove, and a postcode with a W and 2 A's in it. Jane slides it into her shoulder bag alongside the terrible clown mask. It's almost nothing, but it will have to do. She goes back to Steve and Dave's caravan before she leaves. "Did you have a phone number for him?" she asks. "For Jasper?" Yeah." Steve feels the pocket of his joggers and pulls out his smartphone. "Yeah, I mean, we've tried calling him a ton of times. Called and called. Never picks up. But, yeah, here it is." He turns the screen of his phone towards Jane, who types the number into her phone. "Amazing," she says. "Thank you. Did you find anything?" She shakes her head. "He cleaned it out pretty comprehensively." "Yeah, he definitely intended to go. It wasn't some last-minute decision. He'd obviously been planning it, I suppose," he says. "That's why none of us have been worried about him. He wanted to go, you know? And in a lot of ways it doesn't surprise me because he always seemed like he was running away from something. Always seemed like he was looking over his shoulder. You know what I mean?" Jane climbs back into her car and opens up her Maps app. According to Street View, Dresden Close, where Stella Madden lives, is a small turning off a mini roundabout just outside Winchester, and number 21 is a neat 80s-style house with a red car in the driveway and a very healthy-looking palm tree outside the front door. There are no photos of Stella Madden on the internet, but Jane can get a feel for her from the jauntiness of her little red car, the happiness of her palm tree, which must make every day feel like a holiday, and the fact that she is on the board of governors of a primary school about half a mile away. The small car suggests either no children or grown children. The tidy frontage suggests some free time or a green-fingered hubby. Stella Madden, in other words, and on the basis of Googleable intel, seems to be a normal, possibly even nice person, probably retired. So what is her connection to Jasper? And why has his mail been coming to her house? There is only one way to find out. But that line of investigation will have to wait now until tomorrow.
Chapter 49. Stuart, 7 years earlier. On the day that I am to take my daughter, Blaze, out for dinner, Jessamine becomes suddenly very ill. She thrashes in her sleep the night before, and when I awake at 7 a.m., she is silently sobbing in the bed next to me. "I think I might be dying," she says, in a whispered girl's voice. "I really think I might." I put my hand to her forehead, which is cool to the touch. I peer into her eyes, which are as cloudy and dead as they are every morning of her life. "You seem okay," I say kindly. I see a flash of rage pass across her face. "I'm not okay," she hisses. "I've been awake all night. My arms and legs feel like there are needles running all through them. My head—" She puts a hand to her skull. It pounds and it pounds like a sledgehammer going up and down. My eyes are burning hot, and I can't feel my feet, Stuart. I can't even feel them. The rage passes, and her eyes fill with tears again. One falls from her tear duct down the side of her nose, and she flicks it away with her finger. "What's wrong with me?" she asks, her voice a sweet girl's again. "Nothing is wrong with you, is what I want to say. You are just trying to stop me taking my daughter out for dinner tonight, but that is not going to happen. Not even if your eyes fell out of their sockets and your feet exploded into mincemeat, nothing will keep me from seeing my girl." "It's probably just a killer hangover," I say. "You know how that happens sometimes, especially to women." "It's not a fucking hangover, Stuart. I'm really ill. My God, I just told you. I think I'm dying." "Well then," I say, "shall I call for an ambulance? Or I could take you to A&E, but you'd have to wait until I've seen Daisy off for school." I know that she won't want to take up either of these options. She is terrified of medical experts, of their questions, of the lies she would have to tell them about the way she lives her life. "No," she says. "No, I just need you to stay with me. Look after me." I sigh and run my hands down my face. "I will be here all day, Jess. I will take care of you all day. I promise." "And what about tonight?" "Tonight," I explain softly, "your mum will be here. She can call me if you get worse. I'll come straight back, okay?" "No," she gasps. "No, she won't know what to do. She's hopeless. She'll just pretend she didn't hear me, and you know what she's like. She's selfish, Stuart. She's not like you." I sigh again. It's 7:10, and I need to wake Daisy up. "Listen," I say, putting my hand on her knee and then pulling back the covers. "We'll talk about this later. I need to take care of Daisy now. I'll come back and check on you in a minute, okay? I'll bring you some tea and toast." "I don't want toast. I'm too sick to eat." I nod sympathetically. "I'll be back in a minute." In the kitchen, my heart feels heavy. I knew this was going to happen, yet that still hasn't prepared me sufficiently for how helpless I feel about it. The whole day hangs heavy over me now, the endless ticking minutes of it taking me to the point in the day when this is all going to explode and erupt into a magma-hot mess of screaming and tears and physical violence, and I can't bear it. I just can't bear it. But for now, I have a packed lunch to make, a kettle to boil, a child to send to school in the most functional way I possibly can. Daisy looks up at me from the kitchen table, where she is putting on the makeup she is not supposed to wear to school. "Is she pretending to be ill?" she asks. "Well, yeah," I say. "I mean, I don't know, maybe she is ill. But either way, the timing is a bit suspect." I nod. "Yeah," I say, "maybe a bit. I don't want this house turned into a battlefield with teams and sides. I don't want Daisy to hate her mum. But equally, I have to acknowledge that Daisy is not a little kid anymore, that she is perceptive and bright and entitled to her viewpoint." "Can I make a suggestion?" she says. I look at her and nod. "Go out now. Seriously, don't go back to her. Put your phone on silent, leave the house. Don't let her get into your head today." She's right. I know she's right, but I also know I won't do it. "I can't," I say. "I have to walk the dog." "Walk him now, then bring him back. Don't take your phone, don't talk to anyone." I nod. I mean, I guess I could do that. I could swing by the old squat, see my old friends, then I could go into town early, buy something nice for Blaze. Just take a whole day off from this place, from that woman, from the life into which I found myself subsumed. I hand Daisy her packed lunch. I make it for her every day, even though she rarely eats it. There's always chicken nuggets after school or a tube of Pringles. She takes it from me and says, "Walk me to the station with Hugo." I was I glance up at the ceiling. I said I'd be up in a minute with her tea. She never even drinks the fucking tea. Just leave her. My heart races with anxiety at the thought, but I know that the minute Daisy goes, I'll surrender, submit. I'll take her tea. I'll be pulled back in, and all I want today, all I want in the whole world, is to have a nice dinner with Blaze. I nod. Okay, yeah, I say. Let me just get my jacket. You get the dog. I leave a note for Jessamine when I return to drop Hugo home. I'm heading out for the day. See you tonight. And then I go. It's like a dull, metallic ringing sound all day in the back of my head, the reality of what I have done. My phone is on silent, but I keep imagining it to buzz or trill. I have to resist the urge to pull it out of my pocket and look at it. I head over to the squat and have a cup of coffee with Drew and his current girlfriend. I feel the rawest ache of nostalgia as I look around the once familiar kitchen, feel the echoes of the happy times I spent here, see the shadows of the person I was when I lived here, a person who had options, who laughed, who sang. I was the freest person I knew. I mean, I used to pity my brother for having to go to work every day and go home to the same house and see the same people. I thought that was a prison. And now, God, I would give anything for that benign imprisonment. Absolutely anything. How are things? Asks Drew. You look well, but maybe... Have you lost weight? I smile. Probably, I say. I've got myself in a bit of a complicated situation with a complicated woman. Life is very... Complicated? Suggests Drew's girlfriend. Yeah, I laugh wryly. Yeah. When I leave, I walk towards Camden Town and meander for a while through the incessant crowds, the wide-eyed tourists. I take the towpath down the side of the canal all the way to King's Cross and stroll around Granary Square for a while, which is virtually deserted on this fresh February morning. I mooch around the Bohemian designer shops, looking for something weird and beautiful for Blaze, and buy her a steel ring set with a black crystal rose, something small that won't take up too much room in her rucksack. I buy a sandwich and a cup of tea at a coffee shop in the station, and then, and only then, do I dare to look at my phone. It shows 23 missed calls. It shows 18 new text messages. I have notifications for numerous voicemails. I turn the phone face down on the table and breathe in hard, trying to control my heart, but I can feel panic gnawing at the edges of my consciousness. I pull myself back from it. Fuck no, I think. Fuck no. This is my day. This is for me. When I'm an old man and I look back on my life, I want today to shine in my memory like a burnished star. I want to remember this precious day with my one and only daughter, this remarkable young woman who I have spent a total of less than 10 days with over the 19 years of her life. And I want to think of a beautiful walk through London, the pleasure of handing over my card to pay for that ring, the sun just blotting through the cloud overhead as I, younger now in this moment than I ever will be again, head through this remarkable city, free, joyful, and fully fucking alive. No, I think to myself, fuck you, Jessamine Black, fuck you. This day is for me. Chapter 50. Blaze eyes me across the table of the super cool restaurant on the top floor of the Standard Hotel, where I've brought her for dinner. Her eyes have been on stalks all night, soaking up the beautiful young male waiters, and she loves the food. I chose well. She has told me about her life, about the uni course she's starting when she gets back to Sydney next week, about her Bondi lifestyle of evenings on the beach, surfing on Sundays, and, God, I envy her life. I try not to show it as she speaks. To be 19 again, I think. To be this beautiful, this young, this free. My God, I'd give a kidney. But I've just done the thing I told myself I wouldn't do. I've shared the car crash of my life with my daughter. Stay with me, she says now, her eyes wide with horror. Seriously, there's like a sofa bed thing in my hotel room. Please, don't go back there. I have to, I say. The dog needs feeding. Daisy needs me. They all just need me. Please, she says. I hate this for you. They'll live without you, just for one night. But every time I start to give the idea genuine thought, bam, there, like a dropped breeze block in my consciousness, is Daisy. I picture her in the kitchen tomorrow morning, running late because nobody woke her, leaving without the packed lunch that she never eats, entombed in the terrible rage of her mother, who will not have me to take it out on, and therefore will take it out on her. And I shake my head and say, "You are so sweet, but no." And then I say, "I promise you, by the next time I see you, I will be out of that mess. I swear. I just need to get Daisy out of that house. Make sure she's safe." Blaze looks at me then, half affectionately, half skeptical. "Okay, dude," she says, "if you say so." We leave at 9 p.m. I catch a taxi to get me home quicker. My earlier resolve is diluted, and my head keeps filling up with the pictures of Daisy dealing with her drunk, insane mother. The taxi drops me off into the tawny darkness that exists almost uniquely at the bottom end of the Vale of Health. "Don't think I've dropped anyone down this end before," the driver says, looking around him. "Didn't even know the road went this far." I pay and get out, and I eye the house in front of me, the aged Jeep, still not fixed, still a work in progress, the lights on in 3 windows, the air all around of encroaching rage. I hear Hugo barking and then go quiet again when I call out, "It's me, mate," into the darkness. I take out my keys, unlock the front door, pull it open, and then the darkness that has been chasing me all day fully descends with the weight and agony of something heavy against my skull that makes my brain feel as if it is loose in my head for a moment, and then, a second later, I am gone.
Chapter 51. Jasper. Claire is allowed to keep her name. She's allowed to keep her hair and her spirits. Unlike the other girls, she is treated almost as one of the family. She eats with us. She watches TV with us. We laugh together at Ali G and Catherine Tate. She loads the dishwasher after meals and sings along to music on the radio. She plays the guitar with Jessamine and practices clowning with me. In many ways, she is our first true au pair girl. But of course, we all know that she is not, and I can see the dark shadows under her eyes, the way she flinches, even when she's smiling, when Daddy goes anywhere near her. I can see the machinations of her mind, the way her eyes dart around the room, looking, I know, for her way out of here. And I want her to escape. More than anything, I want her to go, because she does not belong here with us. She really, really does not. I leave doors unlocked deliberately, and will her with the force of my consciousness to go to the door, to test the handle, to run. I make guarded comments to her during the time we spend together about the fact that I would be prepared to help her. But she is scared, and I am scared. We are all so scared all the time, and I cannot bear it. And what is so strange is how quiet the monster is that keeps us trapped in this house. It smokes cigarettes in an open collared shirt and cuddles its cat and calls it his best girl. It buys us gifts and tells us we're beautiful. It smiles and laughs and looks around its home as if it cannot believe the gifts that it has been given. This monster calls me baby boy and kisses the crown of my head. This monster makes his wife a cocktail every night and arranges a glacé cherry on a wooden stick as if it were a work of art. This monster sits in the bosom of his family, radiating calm and love. but it is all an illusion. Smoke and mirrors, sleight of hand, like the tricks that I perform when I'm being Patch the clown. Because however quiet and peaceful we all are, however much we laugh at Catherine Tate, all of us know, each and every one of us in this blighted, terrible house, that he could kill us in a flash. And none of us wants to die. After a while, something changes, and Claire is taken downstairs into Daddy's study. I don't see her again for nearly another year, but I hear her, all the time, just like all the other girls. And then, at some point, I hear something new. A noise I've never heard before. A noise that makes me realise that this has all gone too far, that I have to do something. And then, the next day, when the monster is at work and Mummy is at the shops, I take a tiny knife from the very back of a kitchen drawer, one I'm sure nobody will notice is missing, and I tuck it up my sleeve. Somehow, I think, I will find a way to get it to her.
Chapter 52. The following morning, Jane puts the journey to Dresden Close into her app. It will take an hour and 40 minutes if she leaves her house now, and she should be back home with the dogs in 4 hours if she doesn't spend too long there. She puts on some smart jeans and a pink cashmere jumper. Unthreatening is the look she's going for. No red lipstick today, just a touch of something peachy, and her hair tied back in a bun. She stops at Helen Yaxley's on the way to collect the photograph that Daisy had left in her suitcase and slides it into a plastic folder alongside the shred of letter-headed paper found in Jasper's trailer. Patch the clown's headshot photo and the photographs of the circus poster that she printed off. She spots the fan palm the moment she turns on to Dresden Close 90 minutes later. It's quite the feature, and she breathes a sigh of relief when she sees the shiny red car parked on the driveway. She collects her small document case and her handbag, checks her face in the rearview mirror, and then gets out of her car. A woman who looks so much like the woman that Jane had pictured in her mind's eye that it almost makes her gasp, opens the door on a chain. "Hello? Oh, hi. I'm looking for Stella Madden." "Yes?" "So sorry to disturb you. My name is Jane Trevally, and I'm She pauses just a beat. "I'm making inquiries into a missing girl in Dorset, and I wonder if I could ask you a few questions. Nothing to worry about, I promise you." "I don't understand. What would I know about a missing girl in Dorset?" "Good question. It's possible you won't know anything. It's just that I found a piece of paper, part of a letter, when I was looking for evidence yesterday, and for some reason that letter had your name and address on it. It had been sent care of you." Jane sees Stella's eyes open wide. "I mean, gosh," she says. "No, I can't think of anyone who would use my address like that, apart from... You don't mean Jasper, do you? Jasper Black?" Jane flushes with delight and triumph. "Yes," she says, "yes, that's exactly who I'm looking for." "Oh," Stella says softly. "Right, I see." There is a long pause, and then Jane sees the chain lock being pulled back and the door opens, and there is Stella Madden in red corduroy trousers, a black polo neck, and black socked feet. "Come in," she says. "Come in." She leads Jane into the living room and seats her on a grey felt sofa, brings her water, and introduces her to her cat, Mabel. "So," says Stella, pulling her hair back into a low ponytail, "what do you need to know about Jasper?" "Well, everything," says Jane with a dry laugh. "All I know is that he used to live with his family in Hampstead and disappeared when he was a young man, and now works for Martello's circus as a clown called Patch." Stella nods. "That's right, yes, apart from the bit in between, which is when I met him." She pauses and sighs. He was our lodger for about a year and a half. Here. Yes, here. Our son had just moved in with his girlfriend. They'd bought a flat together, and we knew that his bedroom wouldn't be needed anymore, so we redecorated it, put a little kitchenette in there, built ourselves an ensuite so that the other bedroom had its own bathroom, and advertised it on an app. This young man replied, very well spoken, told us he'd just left home, was about to start at the clowning school in Winchester, needed somewhere to stay for a few months. So we offered him the room. And how did it go? Fine, at first. He kept himself to himself, caught the bus to school in Winchester, stayed in his room. Always very polite when our paths crossed. Neat boy. A little bit strange. I did try to talk to him about himself, about his life, because, as I say, he was very well spoken, and not necessarily the sort of boy you'd imagine wanting to run away from home to join the circus. I was curious about him, but he wasn't very forthcoming, anyway. Stella picks a cat hair from her trousers and sighs again. His clowning class is finished, and I thought he'd be on his way. But it took him a long time to find a job, about 6 months. And during those 6 months he became, she sighs again, he became quite dark and brooding. He didn't leave his room very much. Some nights he'd wait until John and I had gone to bed, and then he'd leave the house in the middle of the night. We never heard him come back, but he'd be here in the morning, and I don't know, Jane. I just had a bad feeling about him. I can't put it into words or explain it, but I just felt that something wasn't right. I felt uncomfortable being in the same room as him. He had this aura. You could feel it leaking out of him, like his initial charm was a veneer that was chipping away, peeling off, and under it was this festering child, this desperate man. I felt quite often as if he hated me. She rests her hand against her breastbone when she says this, and her voice cracks slightly. I did not feel safe, Jane. That's the bottom line. I did not feel safe. And there was one night when I was lying in bed and I was looking at the local news on my tablet, and there was a story about a young woman, not far from here, who'd been followed at night through a local park, harassed, verbally abused, and intentionally terrified by a man wearing a clown mask, and also, playing with himself. Jane gasps, her hand going unthinkingly to her mouth. Oh my God, she whispers. My husband and I both said the same thing at the same moment. We looked at each other and we both said, "You don't think..." So, really, whether it was Jasper or not, the fact of the matter was that we couldn't have someone in our home who made us feel that way. It was unthinkable. We made up a lie about our son splitting up with his girlfriend and coming home and needing his room back. Jasper took it very well. He'd just found a job at Martello's, so he moved out a couple of weeks later, left his room in good order, asked if we could forward any mail on to him, and left. And John and I, as the door closed behind him, both breathed this huge sigh of relief, like we'd just marched the devil out of our own home. I can't explain it. We had no proof of anything, no way of knowing anything, but on a fundamental level, we knew Jasper simply wasn't right. What was the name of the girl in the news report? Jane asks. The one he harassed? Oh, gosh, I'm not sure I can remember. It was such a long time ago, and it was such a small story. This was before social media, you know, where things proliferate. But I can remember when I read about it because it was my mother's 70th birthday, the day after. My mother was born on the 12th of June, 1938, so this must have been the 11th of June, 2008. And it had happened the day before the news report came out, so the 10th of June? And I remember where it happened because it was right next to the school that my son went to, and where I'm still a governor, in fact, Cherrywood Primary. There's a small park just around the corner where the children used to be taken sometimes to do activities. I still shudder when I walk past it to this day, just thinking of what happened to that poor girl. Her gaze goes to the photos on Jane's phone, and she sighs. I should have said something. My husband and I both should have said something because we knew. We just knew. Jane reaches across and covers Stella's hand with hers. Stella, honestly, you did what anyone would do. Imagine if it turned out it wasn't him, that you'd sent the police to question an innocent young man. But listen. She puts her hand into her document case, pulls out the torn piece of paper and pushes it across the coffee table towards Stella. This is what I found in his trailer that led me to you. He clearly ripped it when he grabbed it and has taken the rest with him. But do you happen to know anything about it? Stella picks up the shred and gazes at it. Well, yes, I did forward something on to him about a year ago. I'm not sure what it was. It was the first time anything had come for him in years. I'd almost forgotten about him, you know, almost. And then there it was on my doormat. Jasper Black. Blast from the past sort of thing. Stella sighs and passes the piece of paper back to Jane. So, she says, what's your role in all of this? Are you official? No, entirely unofficial. An amateur sleuth. Just got this bit of grit in my head that I can't shift, and frankly, I've got nothing else to do. You know, says Stella, tapping her finger against the abbreviation, Doctor, next to the sender's initials. He did used to tell me that he was seeing a therapist. For some reason, I assumed it was a physical therapist, something to do with his clowning. But now I think about it... Jane picks up the torn piece of paper from Jasper's trailer and looks again at the remaining chunks of text. Could that be the clinic of the therapist Jasper had once visited? Could this in fact be a clue to someone who knew about the darkest, inner workings of his freaky mind?
Chapter 53. Stuart, 7 years earlier. I wake up in a room I don't recognise. I'm not even sure I'm in Thornwood. The first thing I'm aware of is the terrible, clotted feeling of dulled pain and a slight deafness in my left ear. I put my hand against it and flinch. It's bandaged. The bandage goes all the way under my chin and appears to be tied in a knot at the back of my head, where I can feel it digging in slightly. My vision on that side is blurred too, as if there is gauze over it. I run a finger across my eyelid and flinch again. It feels as though there is something in there, something sharp. My body aches all over, the way it does when I have flu, but mostly it is the left side of my face that feels broken, unhuman. I want to see it. I need a mirror. I look around this room that I don't recognise, and it's only when I spy the chimney stack of the house on the other side of us, through the low dormer window, that I know that I am still here, at Thornwood. I must be in the locked room on the attic floor. I slowly swing my legs out from under the thin duvet and pull myself up to sitting. Blood shifts from place to place in my head, clouding my vision, forcing a sudden rush of dull pain all through my sinuses and the back of my head. I say a quiet, ow, to myself, and then look around again. A dresser with a bowl and a jug, a small armchair, some books on built-out skirting, a tiny fireplace with nothing in it, an old wooden mantel over it built into the wall, but no mirror above. I see that someone has placed 3 plastic bottles of water on the floor next to my bed and a box of tissues. I recognise them as the brand I buy for the family when I do the big shop. It takes me a minute or two to find the strength to stand, and when I do, I immediately sit down again. My head spinning, my legs weak. I call out, "Hello?" My voice is a puny rasp. I open a bottle of water and glug from it, and then I try calling again. "Hello?" The house seems silent, empty. I pull myself up again, and this time I stay on my feet. I go to the door and lift the old-fashioned latch, pull the door towards me, pull again. It's locked from the outside. I bang my fists against it and shout louder now, louder and louder. My voice has found itself. A moment later, I hear soft, slow footsteps on wooden stairs. Then I hear something clicking, and a thin, fearsome face appears in a crack in the door, followed by 2 small hands clutching a knife. Then I hear the words, "Stuart, get away from the door and get back into bed, right now. Or I'll cut off your other fucking ear. Okay?"
Chapter 54. Jane gets back from her visit to Stella Madden 2 hours later and takes the dogs straight out for a walk. As they run ahead of her through the dark mounds of dead bluebells, she uses her phone to search for the mysterious therapist for whom she has only 5 letters and 6 numbers to work with. She also has no idea what kind of therapist she is looking for, but she Googles every single possible combination of letters to make words out of them, surnames, street names, anything, and adds the word therapist to all of them. She's pretty sure it's Dover Street in Mayfair, but it's the doctor's surname that is eluding her. Dr. T.W. something. She's tried Twining, Twig, Tweedy, and nothing. The dogs have started running circles around her now as they approach the brook beyond the woods, and she knows they are expecting her to throw sticks for them. She finds a handful and hurls them one by one through the air until all 4 of their wagging tails disappear below a dip for a moment, which she uses to run another search before they all return. By the time they all make it to the brook, she has thrown sticks roughly 30 times, and the dogs are panting and ready for a short rest. There's a small bench here. Her grandfather had put it in place for her grandmother, for whom this was a favourite spot. The bench is green now, a touch slimy, and Jane pulls her waterproof coat down low before she seats herself. How lovely it would be, she thinks, if someone could give the bench a jet spray, give it some love, bring it back to her grandfather's dreams. And she finds herself for the first time feeling the responsibility for this job falling to Rosebery's potential next owner instead of her. While the dogs tip-tap around on the cool, wet pebbles in the brook, she Googles surnames beginning with TW. And there it is. Twist. Dr. Anthony Twist, to be precise, of 26 Dover Street, London, W1. Dr. Anthony Twist, according to Google AI, is a renowned London psychotherapist specialising in the practice of EMDR. Jane immediately Googles EMDR and discovers that it stands for eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, and is a therapy designed to help individuals process traumatic memories and reduce their emotional distress. She goes on to Dr. Twist's website and sees that he works in a very rarefied environment. Absolutely the type of environment that both Tony and the Viscount had allowed Jane to grow very used to during her years married to them. Plants, sofas, a smiling receptionist behind a walnut desk. What now, she wonders. Dr. Twist will be bound by patient confidentiality. He won't be able to tell her anything about his sessions with Jasper Black. But maybe she could find another way in. Let's face it, she thinks. She has enough of her own traumatic memories to deal with. She is damaged and distressed. She could do with some EMDR, she's sure she could. She goes to the contact page and finds the phone number for Dr. Twist's clinic and presses it in. 5 minutes later, she has an appointment for 10 a.m. on Wednesday. It's going to cost her £250 for an initial consultation, but she pushes the discomfort to the back of her mind. That's one Botox appointment, she thinks. She can live without Botox for a few more months. It's not as if anyone would even notice. She turns off her screen and puts her phone back in her pocket. "Come on, boys," she says. "Let's go back and get you all hosed down." Jane has lentil soup for dinner and a glass of Prosecco that Shannon had left at the bottom of a bottle in the fridge. It's virtually flat and far too sweet, but it gives her the gentle release she's looking for before she can face ending the day. The boys follow her up to bed and take their usual places on her bed, Reggie in his own bed at the side, sighing heavily. It's barely 9 p.m. and still light at this time of the year, but she can't bear to eke the edges of the day out in the gloom of the kitchen or the morning room. She pulls up Dexter's last message to her on WhatsApp and starts to type. "Hi, beautiful. Guess what? Jasper is a filthy flasher. He's also run away from the circus and nobody knows where he is. The circus was in, guess where, when he disappeared, Little Belmont. Latest theory, Daisy came down from London to meet up with him. But Daisy, of course, thinks Jasper's her uncle. Strong possibility, according to other sources, that he might not be. Jessamine's ex, the cheese-making actor, says she told him she was infertile. In other words, Daisy might have been lured down to meet her uncle Jasper, who might not even be her uncle, but is, it seems certain, a pervert and an incredibly damaged, possibly dangerous individual. Anyway, I'm back in town on Wednesday for the day. Want to meet up? Dexter replies immediately, "OMG, OMG, OMG, yes."
Chapter 55. Stuart, 7 years earlier. Jessamine didn't take the whole ear off, apparently. Just a chunk. "I didn't do it on purpose," she says now, sitting on the edge of the bed, twisting a tissue between her thin fingers. "It was an accident." "An accident," I say with a sigh. "Right. No, honestly, I only wanted to scare you, to hurt you. I didn't mean to injure you. It was horrible, really horrible. There was blood everywhere, Stuart, literally everywhere. We had to clean it all up." I close my eyes and shake my head just once. "Jess," I say, "I think maybe I need to go to hospital." She shakes her head firmly. "No, it's fine. Mum stitched it up. It's fine." "It does not feel fine, Jessamine. It feels far from fine." My hand goes to the bandages and she slaps it away. "Leave it," she says. "Mum's done a lovely job. Just leave it to heal." I stare at her imploringly. "Jessamine," I say, "this is insane. You know that. I mean, what is this room? Is it the one with the big cabinet blocking the door?" She nods. "It's the old au pair girl's room. We blocked it off after the last one left." I feel a bolt of darkness pass through me. "Why?" She shrugs, twists at the tissue again. "I don't know. It wasn't my idea." "So, you attempt to slice off my ear, knock me out, stitch me together at home, then what? You decide to unboard a weird, blocked-off bedroom and lock me in it from the outside. Jessamine, what the fuck?" She tuts and shakes her head. "You make it sound so weird," she says. "It wasn't like that. I got myself into a lather. I accidentally hurt you. Mum said not to take you to hospital because, questions, so she looked after you. She was like an angel, actually, and then we decided to put you up here so you'd have your own space to recover in. I know I'm a handful, and I know sharing a bed with me can be a pain, so we decided to give you your own space. So this is yours now. Stuart's bedroom, just for you. What do you think? I sigh. She makes no sense, but then Jessamine never does. What time is it? I ask. It's 10 o'clock-ish. You've been asleep for nearly 36 hours. So it was the night before when I got home, when you attacked me. She shakes her head and purses her lips. Yes, if you want to put it like that. And Daisy, she's been getting off all right to school? She has. I've been seeing her off. Jessamine doesn't look hungover, I notice, and this, coupled with the fact that she's been up with Daisy in the mornings, suggests that she hasn't been drinking. Could this be the beginning of a new era, I wonder? Could it be that we have reached rock bottom and now might be crawling our way back to the surface? I find a smile for Jessamine. Good, I say. Thank you. Now, I'm going to have a shower. I can smell myself. No, she says, pushing my shoulder back gently with the heel of her hand. You mustn't move. I'll wash you. Let me. Please. It's the least I can do after what happened. Her eyes are wide and sweet. What happened? What did happen? I had dinner with my lovely girl, Blaze. I got home. Whack. 36 hours later, here I am. Jessamine is sober, apologetic almost. Should I be doing something? Or surrendering to it all? I'm tired. I'm hurt. I like the idea of someone taking care of me, for a change. Okay, I say. That would be nice. She smiles, squeezes my wrist. I'll be right back. I'll bring you something nice to eat, too. Then she gets up and leaves the room, and as the door shuts behind her, I hear her turning the key in the lock. When I close my eyes, I remember the flash of the small knife in Jessamine's hand, her hard words through tight lips. I'll cut off your other fucking ear. I try to shake the image, the words from my mind. I try to rest. But then I think about the au pair, the one whose departure had brought about the blocking off of a whole room. The air in here feels sour. It feels violated. Jessamine returns. Why did you lock the door? Did I? Yes, you know you did. She waves her hands around vaguely, then busies herself with dunking soft flannels into the bowl of hot, soapy water she brought up with her. And the knife. What was with the knife? What knife? The one you had in your hand when you came up before, when you threatened to cut off my other ear. Oh, don't be silly. I was only joking. It was just a bloody butter knife. She squeezes out the flannel and then helps me pull off my t-shirt. Oh, she says, Stuart's lovely chest. I haven't seen your lovely chest for a while. It's true. We haven't had sex in months. I'm always clothed in her presence nowadays. Arms up, she says. I do as I'm told. I'm so tired. I let her clean under my arms, behind my bandages, the back of my neck. I pull down my underpants and let her clean my penis. I don't respond to her touch. It just feels nice. She puts my feet into the bowl and cleans them too. I stare down at the top of her head, at her greasy parting, the tips of her ears, the bony clavicles at the top of her loose-fitting jumper. I feel a surge of affection for her, for this scrappy, stupid, broken woman. I put out a hand to touch her crown and give it a gentle squeeze. Thank you, I say. Chapter 56. I've been stuck in this room for 4 days and I can't take the quiet anymore. I want to go for a walk, hang out with Daisy in the kitchen, cook nice food, go for a pint in the village with Hugo. I want to watch TV. Jessamine likes having me up here, trapped behind a locked door, but I'm working on her. You know, I say, we should go out for dinner, you and me. We've never done that. She throws me a sideways look. I don't think you should be going out, not yet. You're still in a bad way. I am in a bad way. My ear throbs and burns. Annie has redressed it a couple of times, but I think I need antibiotics. I want to see my GP. I already know what I'll say, how I'll word it, how I'll swerve the inevitable. Why didn't you go straight to hospital? I just need to get it sorted. I need to talk to Blaze. I need to make sure she got back to Oz okay. It's my brother's birthday next week. I need to send him a card, give him a ring on the day, like I always do. I need to start getting the garden ready for spring. I need to check Daisy's got enough clean uniform, that there's enough decent food in the fridge. I want to wash my hair, shave. But Jessamine, she's on edge. Her sobriety is killing her. She shakes. She's down, gloomy, no wild mood swings, just one flat line. I have to get out of this fucking room. I'm feeling so much better, I say. Honestly, I just want to get back to normal, and I want to spend some quality time with you. I give her a hopeful smile. It's fake as fuck. There is no quality time with Jessamine. Any time spent with her is fraught, brittle, frustrating, infuriating, terrifying, depressing. I don't want to go out for dinner if I can't have a drink, and I can't have a drink, so there goes that. She makes a puffing noise and shrugs. Well, I say, a walk then, around the village. Or I could try and get your mum's car running. We could go for a drive, maybe into the countryside. It's just you and I. We got into a bad place, I think, a rut. We forgot that we're great together. Remember, I say, taking one of her dry hands into mine, when we first met, when we laughed, when we had sex all the time, when we really enjoyed each other. Remember that? It's a horrible exaggeration of the truth. We were drunk all the time. We had a lot of sex, but it was weird and meaningless. Jessamine taking me through the paces of some kind of quasi-BDSM litany of weird positions and stage directions that it never felt like she was really enjoying, rather that she was enjoying, pretending to enjoy. I see her face soften. A giddy giggle erupts from her. Feels like a long time ago. Yes, I say. It was a long time ago. But how will I know that you won't do what you did again? What I did? Yes. How will I know that you won't leave me like that? Like, you mean having dinner with my daughter? The softness leaves her face and it contorts again. You didn't just have dinner with your daughter. You disappeared all day. You didn't answer my messages, my calls. You literally abandoned me, Stuart. It was one of the worst days of my life. I mean, I know I shouldn't have done what I did. She gestures towards my ear. But it could have been worse. I could have died. I thought about it, you know. I really did. Ask Mum. She had to prise the knife out of my hand. She sets her jaw as she says this. I resist the urge to ask her if her mother put the knife back into her hand when I returned home. Instead, I sigh and say, I'm sorry. I really am. But it felt like I had no choice. I felt trapped, and, you know, Jessamine, I can't be trapped. I'm a free spirit. You can't keep me here at your will. I need to be free to come and go. I give her a hopeful smile. You are free to come and go. Good, I say. So let me out of this room, please, sweetheart. She tuts and says, I only locked the door to keep you safe. You were such a mess. I didn't know what you might do. My mouth is dry with the anticipation of Jessamine's next moves. My eyes don't blink. I swallow dryly, and the sound of the gulp seems to echo around the room. She cocks her head slightly and puts her hand against my forearm. Well, we have missed you. The house is a bit of a mess. I've been trying my best, but you know how hopeless I am, how hopeless we all are. There's that unnerving girlish giggle again. I laugh in response. I know, I say. God bless my girls. If you were watching, you'd never guess. You'd never guess at the hard rock of fear in the pit of my stomach, the throb of dysfunction and darkness running through every word of our exchange. You'd never guess that the sweet, strange woman giggling on my bed tried to kill me 4 nights ago. You'd never guess that she'd kept me locked in here in this secret room like a prisoner. You'd never guess. It's a sick tableau, but it's all I've got to hold on to. Stay sweet. Stay kind. And somehow, I promise myself to get away from here without anybody dying in the process. For the first few days after Jessamine lets me out of the room at the top of the house, I play it safe. I use the time to clean myself, recalibrate. Daisy catches my eye once or twice, but I ward her off with a small shake of my head. No, I say silently, not now. For now, let's go through the motions, minute by minute, day by day. She returns my look with a knowing nod, and we both carry on with our business. But there are things running through my head constantly. That room up there, with the lock on the outside. The knife slicing through my ear. The mystery surrounding Annie's former husband. The au pair. The clown mask. The dead cat. All of it. Jesus. Jessamine returns my phone that first night, and I see that she has deleted every single message and text from before the day I met Blaze for dinner. I go to send Blaze a message, but can't find her name in my contacts. I look at Jessamine, who is sitting opposite me at the kitchen table, and I say, Jess, what did you do with Blaze's number? She shrugs. No, seriously? Did you delete it? I go through my phone then, looking for other contacts. My son, my brother, my nephews, Blaze's mum, my son's mum, all gone, all of them. I feel a roar of fury begin to build up in the pit of my gut, but I tamp it down. Instead, I take a deep breath and then let it out very slowly through my nose before I say, Jessamine? Seriously? My family? My kids? Why would you do that? Why? She picks at the hem of the tablecloth and sniffs. I was drunk, she says. Sorry. Sorry? Yes, it was that first night when I was so mad, Stuart. So mad. I mean, I'm sorry I did that, but you shouldn't have done what you did. You should have told me where you were going. You should have answered my phone calls, replied to my messages. I mean, it was kind of your fault, Stuart, and I know I played my part, but really, you played your part too. I sigh heavily. I can get the phone numbers back, but it will take work and time, and right now all I want to do is get in touch with Blaze. She must be worried about me. So I don't pick a fight. I acquiesce. I'll go into the village, I say. Get something in for dinner. What do you fancy? She twitches. I'll come with you. It's fine, I say. I can go on my own. But, her voice is shrill and dry, how do I know you'll come back? I came back last time, didn't I? Eventually. Eventually. But I came back. You have to trust me. Call me, she says, when you get to the shops. Send me a photo of you at the shop. And if you're not back in half an hour, Stuart, I can't promise I won't do something stupid. I'll be back in half an hour, okay? And I'll send you a photo of me at the supermarket, okay? She nods and purses her mouth. But, Stuart, she says, I'm trusting you. Please don't let me down. The warmth of the early spring sun on my skin as I swing my empty bag for life back and forth makes me feel euphoric. The sight of normal people going about their normal lives, the sound of children screeching in the playground of the local school, dog walkers, Amazon delivery vans, fresh flowers on the pavement outside the florist, a small queue outside the French bakery, all of it fills my heart with joy. I make sure to send Jessamine a photo of myself in the supermarket. I even smile. Appease. I'm in so deep that I can't extricate myself in one fell swoop. Bit by bit, moment by moment, but extricate myself I will. Daisy beams when she sees me at the kitchen sink when she gets home from school that afternoon. "You're back," she says, and gives me a celebratory fist bump. "I am," I say, "and I'm making lasagna." "Oh my God," she says dramatically. "Thank God." "How's school?" "Good," she says, plucking grapes from the fresh bunch I've put in a bowl for her. "You know, okay." "What happened about that girl who was giving you a hard time? Tamara?" "Tamika. Yeah, she's still being a bitch, but it's fine. I've got it under control. And there's a boy." I see an uncharacteristic bloom of heat pass through her pale complexion, and a small smile pulls at her mouth. "Oh, yeah?" "Yeah, Jackson." "And Jackson is how old?" "Same age as me." I raise an eyebrow at her. "Don't tell your mum." "As if! And anyway, it's not like anything's happening. We're just chatting. He's nice, that's all." She stands and watches me drying a measuring jug with a tea towel. "How was Blaze?" she says, biting her lip slightly. I turn and smile at her. She was amazing. It was amazing. We had the best night. But your mum, she deleted her number from my phone, so I haven't been able to message her. Daisy pulls her phone out of her pocket and looks at me over the top of it. "Blaze Tucker?" she asks. "No," I say. "Drummond. She has her mother's surname." "Blaze with an S?" I nod. She taps her phone. A moment later she turns it towards me. "Is that her?" It is. It's my girl, smiling and laughing all over the world, those big white teeth of hers, that sweet open face. I nod again. That's her. Daisy passes me her phone and says, "Send her a message." I take the phone from her and type in a message. "Sweetheart, it's Dad. I've lost all the contacts on my phone. Can you send me your number on here? This is Daisy's account, who I live with. Thanks, love. Would be great to have your brother's phone number too, and your mum. Love you. Dad." I press send and then go back to Blaze's account. Her last post is a series of 10 photos, each taken in a different part of London, and there's me and her in the final shot, our arms around each other, smiling up into the phone camera in our booth at the Standard. I look so happy, so relaxed. I turn it to show Daisy. "Look," I say, "that's us the night we got together." Daisy stares at the image thoughtfully. "She's really pretty. You look really happy." "Yep, right on both counts." "I'm really sorry," she says, taking her phone back from me, "about what happened. I feel like it was my fault for telling you to go." "No," I say. "No, it was not your fault. It was the right thing to do. I'm glad I went. And the only person to blame for what happened to me is your mum, okay?" Daisy nods, fiddling with her fingernails in her lap. Then suddenly she looks up at me and says, "Promise me you won't leave us, Stuart. Please. I know it's a nightmare here. I know Mum is fucking mad and Grandma is a total bitch. I know how shit it all is, but please, please don't leave. I don't know what I'd do without you." I look Daisy directly in the eye and I smile. I will stay here until you're 18, okay? I'll stay here until you're ready to fly. 5.5 years, I think to myself. In 5.5 years, I'll only be 46. I'll still have petrol in the tank. I'll still have money in the bank, a twinkle in my eye. I could start again. Maybe even somewhere new. Amsterdam, Edinburgh. Maybe even settle in Australia to be closer to Blaze. If there's one thing my years in this tainted house have taught me, it's the beauty of everything, of every single thing. Having your wings clipped makes you see the world differently, shows you the extraordinariness of normal lives. Daisy nods. Thank you, she says. Thank you.
Chapter 57. Jane smiles at Helen Yaxley, who is halfway through hosing down her dogs outside her house. Jane, Helen says, pointing the hose towards the gravel and then turning it off at the wall. Lovely to see you. How are you? Oh, fab. Yes, all good. Just, still pottering around trying to find your ex-guest, Rose White, who it turns out is actually called Daisy Black. Gosh, is she really? Sounds like you've been doing sterling work. Funnily enough, turns out she might have been down here to meet her uncle. He works as a... quite funny, actually, but he works as a clown at the circus. I mean, someone has to be a clown, I suppose. And anyway, not only has Daisy disappeared, but so has her clown uncle. And, God, I could go on, Helen. I really could. But for now, Reggie and I... She indicates the German pointer in the passenger seat of her car. We're heading over to the grounds where the circus was on the bank holiday, and we're going to have a sniff around, see what we can find. And I wondered, and... I know this sounds weird, but could I possibly grab something of Daisy's from her suitcase? Something she'd worn, assuming you still have her things. Oh, says Helen. Right. I mean, yes, I do still have her suitcase. It's in the garage. And your dog, he's trained, is he? Well, yes and no. As in, I have not trained him, but someone must have, as he is very good at it. At sniffing. Helen wipes her hands down on the sides of her jeans and hands the dog's leads to Jane. Give me a minute, I'll be right back. The wet dogs collapse at Jane's feet, panting. She's not sure what they are, some kind of poodle mixes, a black one and a brown one. Helen returns a moment later with the scruffy suitcase and passes it to Jane. Knock yourself out. You're a star, says Jane. Thank you. She unzips the case and is confronted once again by the sad array of clothes. She holds leggings, t-shirts, bras to her nose, and she sniffs, looking for that scent of skin and flesh. Then she sees minuscule white flecks of dry deodorant on the edge of a bra cup. That's the one, she thinks, and she waves it at Helen. Got it, she says, and Helen gives her one of her looks, a look that says, I always thought you were a little mad, and now you've just proved it. You may as well keep the suitcase, Jane, to be honest. I really don't think the police are coming back for it, and clearly you have more use for it than me. Good idea, says Jane. Great. She zips it back up and lobs it into the boot of her car. Helen waves her off a moment later, looking slightly dazed. The field is bare. It's hard to imagine that just over 2 weeks ago, this small corner of the Dorset countryside had been packed with cars and people and animals and caravans, and there was a huge tent here, right in the middle of it all. Now it looks a little tired, the grass not as lush as the grass elsewhere, but apart from that, you'd never know a circus had been here. She pulls into the empty car park and opens the door for Reggie, his lead in one hand, Daisy's bra in the other. Here, she says to Reggie, running the straps of the bra across his snout. Find it, find it. The dog understands the assignment and immediately dashes across the field, his nose close to the ground, running up and down in stripes across the tired grass. His snout goes in and out of the undergrowth, the hedgerow, and soon he is changing direction, taking Jane across the field and into a tarmacked area that Jane had not known existed. Here, it is immediately clear, is where the circus performers kept their trailers and caravans while they were in the village. There are large bins at one end, a row of toilets at the other. Reggie makes a beeline for the bins and starts sniffing crazily at the bases. Then he runs behind them and starts scrabbling in the grassy verge, just behind which is a run of 3 wooden benches. Jane approaches the dog. He's got something in his mouth. She gets closer and gently removes it. It's a paper cup with a logo on it that Jane recognises from the coffee shop in the village. An image flashes into Jane's head then. Daisy Black, sitting here, a coffee cup in her hand, watching from a distance. From here she'd have been able to see into the trailers, see the circus performers wandering around, see, Jane assumes, her lost Uncle Jasper, and possibly observe him for a while. Or maybe, Jane thinks, Daisy and Jasper had sat here together and talked. Maybe they had arranged ahead of time to meet on this bench at a certain time. Whatever the truth, the coffee cup proves that Daisy Black has definitely been here at the circus ground. But where on earth is she now? Chapter 58. At Dr. Twist's smart Dover Street office the following morning, Jane smiles at the lady behind the walnut reception desk. Not the same lady as the one pictured on his website, but not entirely dissimilar, and says, "Jane Trevally, here for my 10 a.m. with Dr. Twist." The receptionist directs Jane to a sofa next to a water cooler. Jane has no idea how this is going to go. She has lightly researched how to wheedle information out of a medical professional, but come back with no more than she'd expected. It is only acceptable to divulge a patient's personal details if the patient poses a significant risk to individuals or the public, or where there is immediate danger to self or others. Well, Jane is pretty sure that Daisy Black is currently at significant risk and in immediate danger from her so-called uncle, Jasper Black, so she hopes that Dr. Twist will be prepared to cough up. Dr. Twist is wearing a sky blue shirt tucked into crisp jeans and shiny brown brogues, as if he has Googled how to dress like a modern doctor, but not got it quite right. Miss... Jane nods. "Miss Trevally, lovely to have you here today. Can I get you anything to drink?" "No, thank you, I'm fine." He takes a seat behind a big modern desk and smiles at her. She can't age him because he has so much hair. He could be anywhere between 45 and 60. "So, how much do you know about EMDR?" he begins. "Well, to be frank, not a lot. I mean, I feel I would be a good candidate from what I've heard. I had a very difficult childhood and have made all sorts of terrible decisions throughout my adult life, which have led me to becoming rather insular and, well, very lost. I'm 55, and I have another 20 good years, and I want to make them incredible. But I am so often my own worst enemy. I need recoding, and I think possibly that's what you can offer." He smiles at her and clears his throat. "Yes," he says, "I suppose, in a way, although really I am recoding your trauma rather than you." "Yes," says Jane, "that's right, exactly, that's what I want. I want my trauma recoded, carved into another shape, a better shape. My parents died within 6 months of one another, when I was 19, you see. And then my brother, my only sibling, died 10 years after that. And they were all addicts, all of them, drugs and alcohol. And my childhood was what I'm sure my parents would like to have called benign neglect, but the further I get from it, the more I know it was just neglect, pure and simple. My parents didn't just like a glass or two of Beaujolais at the end of a long day, they liked a glass or two of Beaujolais before the day had even begun. I barely went to school. My father used to piss anywhere he found himself in the house, up against walls, in cupboards. My mother stank. I didn't know she stank because I was used to it, but I heard someone saying that she stank. Social services came all the time. I was put into foster care once for 3 months. My parents cleaned up their acts, got me back. Within 6 months, my dad was pissing in wardrobes again. I had head lice all the time. I broke my wrist once and nobody took me to the hospital. I was 7 years old and I walked all the way into the village, 2.5 miles, to ask the nice lady in the chemist what to do. She took me to the hospital, but it had already half healed. Look. She shows her wrist to the doctor, the strange crick in it. Then she pulls her arm back onto her lap and sighs. I mean, I could talk and talk and talk. Talking about it isn't the problem. The problem is this. She indicates her physical form with gesticulating hands. What's left? This stupid woman, who I hate. You hate yourself? Well, of course I do. I had a horrible childhood. Then I made lots of men miserable. I have spunked all the money I ever had away and refused to sell the hellhole house where my parents neglected me, and now I'm just flailing around looking for meaning and purpose and wishing my parents were still here so I could scream at them and kick them in the fucking shins. Jane feels blood race to the surface of her skin, surge through the veins in her throat, her hands, her heart. I just need to stop rewinding everything back to that. Stop letting that be my reason for everything. Scratch it out. Ugh. Dr. Twist rearranges his legs and leans slightly towards her. Right, he says. Well, thank you, Ms. Trevally. Jane. I'm very grateful for your candour and your articulacy. I'm going to say that normally patients I see in this office have a harder time accessing the roots of their issues. I feel like you're already a long way down the road. I've been this far down the road all my life. I just need to get across this hump. I can see that, yes. And I do think you'd be a good candidate, so what I'd like to do now is to spend a while explaining exactly what it is we do here. I'm sure you've read a bit online and in the pack my assistant emailed you when you booked the appointment, but I think it's helpful to hear it from me, with more nuance, and I can express it more specifically in terms of what you've just told me. Is that okay? Jane nods. Absolutely. I'm all ears. Dr. Twist leans back into his chair 20 minutes later and eyes Jane thoughtfully. Any questions? Jane is fizzing with positive energy. She wants it. She wants all of it. She wants Dr. Twist in her head, in her eyes, bleaching it all out with his dark magic, his mystical powers. She shakes her head enthusiastically. No, she says, no questions. It sounds incredible. You sound incredible. I want it, please. When can I have it? Well, I'm slightly booked up at the moment at this practice. We're looking to at least the end of the summer before I have any slots available, but I could put you on the waiting list for my practice at Charing Cross. It's a slightly faster turnaround. I have more slots. I could get to you quicker that way, and also, obviously, it would be a lot more cost-effective. You mean free? Says Jane. Yes, says Dr. Twist. Free. Jane glances at the clock on Dr. Twist's desk and sees that there are only 10 minutes remaining of their appointment. She pulls her chair closer to the doctor's desk and takes a deep breath. I'm afraid I haven't been fully transparent with you today, Doctor. I mean, everything I've told you about myself and my need for therapy is true, and I absolutely 100% would like to see you again. I would like treatment. But you should know that I'm also here in a semi-professional capacity, that of a, private investigator. She stumbles slightly over the descriptor again, feeling that same frisson of fraudulence. I'm searching for a missing girl called Daisy Black. Her uncle is called Jasper Black, and I believe he is a former patient of yours." She sees a flash of dark recognition pass across Dr. Twist's eyes. Then she pulls out her phone, which she has preloaded with Jasper's photograph. "This is him. He was a little older than this when you saw him, no doubt. And listen, I know you have your patient confidentiality to protect, but this boy, this man, he's potentially an abuser, and Daisy Black is, I believe, in grave danger from him." She pauses and looks at Dr. Twist. She has no idea what he's thinking, how he's feeling about this curveball. He issues a small nod and says, "Ah." She stares at him, waiting for him to expand on the syllable. "Well," he says eventually. "Obviously, I'm not allowed to share personal details with you, but yes, he was my patient, and yes, I believe he might present a danger to young women." She sees his cheeks draw in as he blinks slowly at her. He has a slight flush, as though he is embarrassed somehow. "God," says Jane, blowing out her cheeks with the horror of knowing that her fears were fully founded. "Is there anything else you could tell me? Anything that might help me track him down? I believe you wrote to him about a year ago." "I did," he says gravely. "I'd seen a story in the papers, an attack on a young woman, a similar assault to the ones he told me he'd been carrying out when I first met him, and I was concerned that maybe his old behaviours were breaking through again, so I wrote to him, out of the blue, to see if he'd like to resume his treatment." "And?" says Jane. "Did he?" "No, I didn't hear from him. I wasn't surprised." He pauses. "Look, I shouldn't really be having this conversation with you, but on the other hand, I've been feeling uncomfortable ever since I saw that news article. I've been almost, as it were, waiting for something like this to happen." There is a small, brittle silence between them. Neither of them is moving, or even, it seems, breathing. They are both behaving in ways that are outside their remits. "What shall I do?" Jane asks. He looks at her apologetically and shrugs. "I mean, do you have any idea where he might be? Where he might have taken Daisy? Did he ever mention anywhere that was important to him?" Dr. Twist shakes his head. "No, never. In fact, he barely spoke. The only place he ever told me about was his home, where he grew up. He described it as a hellhole. He told me that he dreamed about his home every night of his life, dreamed that he was back there, trapped." "Trapped," thinks Jane. Just like whoever was once chained to the chair in the outhouse, and as she so very nearly was when she was just 29 years old. Once again, Jane realises, it all comes back to that house, that terrible, impenetrable house. And she knows, more than anything, she has to get inside again. Chapter 59. Jane meets Dexter at his flat in Belsize Park an hour later. He's dressed and wet-haired, a small star-shaped sticker covering a zit on his cheekbone, in high tops, a gigantic sweatshirt, and leggings. He pulls her to him and hugs her hard. "So, how's it going?" he asks, filling the kettle from the tap. Jane fills him in on the details, but doesn't quite wander into the territory of her conversation with Dr. Twist about her childhood. He does not need to know about that. "You know," he says, "we have to find a way to talk to this Stewart guy away from the house. I mean, he must go to the shops, right? He must take the dog out. He must sometimes leave that bloody house. So let's go and stake it out." They buy sugar buns and large coffees from the Swedish bakery on Hampstead High Street and take them to the small hill on the heath opposite Thornwood. It's windy today, white clouds rolling briskly across a blue sky, a sign of nicer weather to come, Jane hopes. Jane has a pair of binoculars, and Dexter is using the camera lens of his phone to zoom down into the vale. All is quiet, all is still. Dexter is telling Jane about a girl at his Tuesday night dance class who twisted a muscle so badly that she had to have surgery to put it back into place. Jane winces and says, "That's yet another good reason not to go to dance classes when you could be sitting in a restaurant eating nice food." They talk about the preceding weekend, about the party Jane had thrown for her stepchildren. They gossip a little about the dynamics, some of the iffy parenting, the things people had said and the way they'd said it, poor fashion choices here and there. After an hour and a half, the harsh wind is starting to get to Jane. Her hair is tangled, her eyes are watering, and she's cold, even inside her puffer. Dexter has run out of steam and is staring mutely at TikTok clips on his phone. Jane is about to suggest giving up when she notices something through the lenses of her binoculars. It's Hugo, attached to a lead, pulling desperately towards the front gate, and followed shortly afterwards by Stuart Tucker. "Dex," she nudges her stepson, who looks at her and then down at the vale and sees what she sees. They jump quickly to their feet and walk back down the hill towards the lane. When Stuart and Hugo have turned the corner, they follow them at a distance onto the heath via the Traveller site, and then turn right past the ponds where ducks float on tiny platforms and the blue and white of the sky is reflected in the limpid surface of the water. Jane puts on sunglasses and a baseball cap. Dexter pulls up the hood of his sweatshirt. After a while, Stuart and the dog turn right again and are facing East Heath Road, waiting for a gap in the traffic to cross over to Well Road. They follow them via the back streets towards Hampstead High Street, where Stuart heads into the tiny covered market next to the post office. Jane and Dexter sit on a bench opposite and watch Stuart sniffing hunks of cheese and collecting small paper bags of produce, which he drops into a canvas shoulder bag. He gives Hugo a piece of something to eat and then crosses back over the high street and right onto Flask Walk, where he heads into the pub at the top of the lane. Jane and Dexter exchange a triumphant look and walk in behind him. He orders a pint of lager and a packet of crisps. Jane regards him from behind. This is the closest she's ever been to him. He looks gaunt, spent. His clothes appear clean, but worn out, faded, shambolic. His hair is also clean, but long and straggly, pale brown run through with grey and silver. His knuckles are red and sore-looking. There is an old bruise on his cheekbone. He has an earring in one ear, but not in the other, and as she looks closer, she sees that his left ear is deformed, misshapen, with a large keloid scar covering most of it. She feels, strongly and surprisingly, a kick of maternal concern for this thin, defenceless man. His pain is hers for a strange, almost sickening moment of kinetic symbiosis. His bruise is the bruise she always had somewhere on her body as a child. His ruined ear is her crooked wrist. His knobbled spine is her scrawny childhood body, emaciated by lack of nutrition. Weetabix eaten with water, cold frankfurters out of jars. She sees it all over him, abuse, neglect, hopelessness. Suddenly she wants to protect him, not confront him. She sees a slight tremor in his hand as he picks up his pint of lager and the corner of his crisp packet. She rests a gentle hand on her stepson's arm and throws him a look. "Wait," she says. "Just wait." But then Hugo turns, brightly, his snout tipped to the air, and moves towards Jane, slowly at first, but then faster when he gets the scent of her, and he is pulling at his lead, pulling at Stuart, who slops beer out of his glass and curses quietly under his breath. Hugo tugs until he is at Jane's feet, and she crouches to her haunches to greet him. She glances up and sees Stuart staring down at her. "Fuck's sake," he says. "Oh," she says. "Hi, sorry, we're not following you. We just came in for a drink." She gestures to Dexter behind her, who is slowly pulling down the hood of his sweatshirt. "Hi," says Dexter with a raised hand. "How are you?" Stuart groans and calls to the dog, but Hugo doesn't want to leave Jane, so he sets his pint back on the bar and leans against it. "What is it with you two?" he asks in a tired voice. Jane pulls herself back to standing and smiles at Stuart. "We just like Hampstead," she says. Dexter nods his agreement. "Listen," she says, "I've been nosing around a little bit, still obsessed with the fact that Hugo ended up on my land, still obsessed with what on earth happened to the girl who disappeared, still got so many questions. I'm worried about her. I'm worried about you," she sighs. "I'm just basically worried, that's all." She sees a flash of something pass through Stuart's tired eyes, then something hopeful but scared. He cocks his head towards the back area of the pub. "I'll be sitting in there," he says, "when you've got your drinks." Jane gets herself a glass of sparkling water and Dexter an orange juice and lemonade, and they take them to the back of the pub, where Stuart and Hugo are sitting in front of a large log fire. Stuart doesn't say anything as they join him at his table, just watches them thoughtfully over the top of his pint glass. He rests it on the table and waits for them to settle. "A couple of days ago," Jane begins, "I realised there had been a circus in my village around the time that Daisy was staying in the holiday rental. Your neighbour, a nice lady called Jane, she'd told us that Daisy's uncle Jasper had left home when he was young to join the circus. I put two and two together, and yesterday I went to the location of the circus while they were in town over the bank holiday weekend, and my dog found a used coffee cup. Scent matched it to a bra of Daisy's from her suitcase, which makes me believe she was there, at the circus ground, looking for him, no doubt. What do you know about him? About Jasper?" Stuart sighs heavily. "Literally nothing. Nobody talks to me about him. I just know that he ran away from home when he was 17. "Okay," Jane continues. "Well, I've been digging around, as you know, and I've got a crazy jumble of things, enough to make my head spin. I know that Jessamine probably isn't Daisy's mum, which means that Jasper is not her uncle, which means that Daisy is likely with an older man who is not related to her and who potentially has a track record as an abuser, possibly even a rapist." She leaves a beat of silence for this word to register with Stuart, and then continues. "I need to go to the police now, okay? And they will come to you, and you will need to answer their questions. You need to report her missing, Stuart, and you need to do it now." Stuart wipes his mouth hard with the back of his hand. His eyes dart around the room. "It's not that simple," he says. "I wish it was, but it's not. Daisy's family. It's complicated. Allowing the police into their world, there'd be questions. It would... No. It can't happen," he says. "It cannot happen." This broken man with dead eyes, Jane thinks. This man who drinks alone in pubs. This man who is trapped in a house full of secrets. Why does this man feel the need to protect the women in that house? What hold do they have over him? Why is he putting Jessamine and her mother ahead of a vulnerable teenage girl? Jane looks at him steadily. "What happened to your ear, Stuart?" He blinks. "Bit of an accident. Should have gone to hospital to have it stitched up. Didn't. It healed badly, but it's nowhere near as bad as it looks, honest." Jane nods. She can tell there's a bigger story behind his deformed ear, but she's not going to push him. She's going to sit quietly and watch him drink his beer and wait until he feels ready to let her in. In stark contrast to Jane's original take on Stuart Tucker, he is, she realises, quite desperate for someone to talk to. But before he has a chance to start, there is a ping on his phone. He glances at the screen, and Jane hears him sigh. "What was that?" she asks. "Nothing," he sighs again, pulling his hand down his face. "Just my partner, wondering where I am." "Jessamine?" "Yes, Jessamine." He pulls himself straight suddenly and stares back at Jane. "Okay, listen. You're right, there is shit going down at my place. There is, like, really bad shit." His voice cracks slightly, and Jane is concerned that he might be about to cry, but he rallies. "I wish I could tell you, I really, really do. But if I tell you, you'll tell the police, and then..." He looks up at Jane. "Then Daisy really will be in danger." "Let me help you," says Jane. "Please, let me help you. I promise I'll do whatever you want. I'll only go to the police if I have to. Just tell me where she is, please." And she sees it then. The carapace starts to crackle and craze, and finally Stuart starts to talk. Things had always been difficult in that house. Volatile, messy, dark. But everything came to a head during lockdown, he says. "Early summer, when it was really hot, remember? I was in the kitchen, clearing up after breakfast one morning, when there was a knock at the door."
Chapter 60. Stuart, 6 years earlier. There was a woman standing in front of the house. She was in her early 40s, with dark hair and a blunt fringe. She waved a badge at me and told me that her name was D.I. Yasmin Brooks, that she was here to ask a few questions about a young woman called Claire Connolly, who went missing in 2005. I looked behind her for evidence of other police officers, anything to offer context to this moment. We were into the second month of a government lockdown during a pandemic. We'd all been indoors for weeks, not allowed to leave our homes, not allowed to mix with other people. I had not spoken to a human being that wasn't Daisy, Jessamine, or Annie since the middle of March. "Claire?" I asked. "Connolly," the DI repeated. "Could I come in, do you think? Ask you a few questions?" Are you allowed, given, the situation?" "Yes, sir," the DI smiled. "I am allowed." Hugo appeared and started sniffing excitedly at the visitor's feet. It had been a long time since Hugo had had an encounter with a new human being, too. "Cute dog," said Yasmin, following me across the driveway. "What's his name?" "Hugo," I replied. "He's keeping us all sane." "I bet." She peered around the house as she passed through, and I knew what she was thinking. She was thinking it was grimy and tired and dirty. Things had gone to seed. We'd all gone to seed. "So," she took a seat at the kitchen table and looked at some notes. "Are you Mr. Alan Black?" "Oh," I said. No, my name is Stuart Tucker. Mr. Black he doesn't live here anymore." She nodded. "But can I just check that Mrs. Anne Black lives here?" "Yes, she's in the garden." As I said this, the kitchen door opened and Annie appeared in dark sunglasses and a black summer dress, a floppy straw hat in one hand. She looked from me to the detective and said, "I thought I heard someone." The detective introduced herself and Annie maintained her composure. "Nice to meet you, Miss Brooks." "D.I. Yes, sorry. What can we do for you?" "I work with the cold case team at the Met, and I'm looking into a missing person case from 2005, a young woman called Claire Connolly." Annie rested her hat on the kitchen counter and joined us at the table. "Yes," she said, "I remember that. The police came and spoke to us then, I recall." "That's right." The DI's eyes went to her notebook again. "And at the time our officers spoke to yourself, your husband Alan Black, and your children Jessamine and Jasper Black. Is that correct?" "Yes, as far as I recall." "And your husband, where is he now?" "Oh," Annie shook her head dismissively, "Alan left here a long time ago." "Left? You mean you're separated?" "Yes, very much so." I inhaled softly. I thought Annie had said that Alan was dead. I wondered if I'd somehow misinterpreted her words. The DI nodded and made a note. "And your daughter, Jessamine, does she live here?" "Yes, although I'm afraid she is rather unwell, bedbound. She's not really in any fit state to be answering questions, I'm afraid." "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. It's not COVID, I hope?" "No," Annie shook her head sadly. "No, much worse than that, I'm afraid." The DI nodded and returned to her notes. "And the child who lives here, I saw her in your front garden a few days ago. She wasn't here when the original case was being investigated, so I assume she is your daughter's child?" "Yes, that's right. Daisy, my granddaughter." "Is she here?" "Well, I'd hope so, given that we're in the middle of a government lockdown. Yes, she's in her room doing schoolwork on her computer." "Right. Would it be possible for me to talk to her?" "What for? She wasn't born when that girl went missing." "I appreciate that, but still I'd like to meet her, if I may." "Now?" "Yes, please." "But she's in lessons. She can't just walk out." "It won't take long, 3 minutes at most." I saw Annie's nostrils flare slightly, her jaw set. Annie did not like being told what to do, but then she nodded and said, "Fine, I'll go and get her." The DI turned back to me as Annie left the room. "How long have you lived here, Mr. Tucker?" "About 3 years." "And you're Jessamine's partner?" I nodded and then shrugged. "I mean, yes, I suppose I am. At least I was, but I'd say we're more platonic now, since she got ill. I mostly take care of her, and Daisy and Annie. And the dog." The DI glanced down at Hugo, who was sitting dutifully at my feet. "Yes, and the dog." "How did you meet Miss Black?" "Oh," I said, "in the pub, actually. She used to go in there with the dog. I saw her every day. I felt sorry for her, I suppose. But then it turned into something more than that, and I moved in here in early 2017. So I don't suppose you know much about the original investigation. Anybody ever mention it to you?" "No," I shook my head slowly. "This is the first time I've heard anything about it." "Who was she, this Claire Connolly?" "She was a young woman from Cheshire. She'd been living in London for a few years, in Kentish Town. She'd been studying music production at a London university. Very popular, very well liked. A bit scatty, according to her family and friends, prone to doing spontaneous things, changing plans, being a no-show. That's why her friends didn't report her missing for 5 days." "And now you're re-interviewing everyone, are you, from the initial investigation?" "Well, no, not everyone. Just this household." "Because?" "I'd prefer to talk to Mrs. Black about that, since she was living here at the time." I shrugged. Fair enough. But my palms were sweating and my heart was racing. All these years I'd known there was something fundamentally sick at the core of this house, and now, here it was. Annie returned with Daisy, who was in her pajamas, as she was all day, every day at that time. I watched the DI's face as she turned to greet Daisy, and I saw something strange flash across her features. "Hello, Daisy," she said. "Sorry to disturb your lesson. This won't take long." She introduced herself and explained why she was there, and then, very slowly, she pulled a photograph out of her bag and slid it across the table towards Daisy. She stared deeply at Daisy, watching her reaction. "This is a lady called Claire Connolly. Do you feel as if you might ever have seen her before?" Daisy touched the edge of the photograph and stared at it thoughtfully. "I don't know. I mean, maybe. She looks like a tiny bit familiar, I suppose. But I don't think I know her, no." "Thank you, Daisy. And tell me, what's your date of birth?" 3rd of October 2006. "So you're 13 and a half?" "Yes." D.I. Brooks sighed and placed her hands together on the top of the table. She turned back to me and to Annie. "So, here's the thing," she said. "I've done some research, and I can see that Daisy is enrolled at Waterside Academy in Islington, and that she attended St. John's Primary School in Hampstead, and that she is registered with a GP surgery. But Daisy does not have a birth certificate or a passport. I could find no record of her birth at any hospital in the Greater London area, and I'm confused, to be honest. Is there any reason, Mrs. Black, that your daughter didn't register Daisy's birth?" I turned to Annie, looking for a flicker of something, but her face was smooth and impassive. "My daughter gave birth at home. There were complications regarding the baby's father, complications regarding Jessamine herself. She kept putting it off and off and off. I offered to take the baby myself numerous times, but she wouldn't let me. And then suddenly Daisy was a year old and still not registered, so we just skipped it and registered her at school using her NHS card." D.I. Brooks tapped her pen up and down twice against her notepad. "Right," she said. "I see. And may I ask, who is Daisy's father? Mr. Tucker and I have already established it's not him." Annie sucked her breath in through her nostrils. "D.I. Brooks, I really do think this is a very peculiar line of questioning, not to mention somewhat inappropriate. I cannot see any reason why you would want to know who Daisy's father was, or indeed what on earth any of this has got to do with the missing girl." I saw the D.I. realise she'd reached the limit of her unconventional questioning and pull back. "Of course, that's fine. You can go back to your lesson now, Daisy. Thank you." When Daisy had returned to her bedroom, D.I. Brooks turned her attention back to Annie. "At the time of Claire's disappearance, when the original investigating team was going door to door, they spoke to a neighbour of yours called..." She consulted her notes again. "Sarah Alto?" Annie nodded in recognition of the name. "Yes, I remember her." "She told the officer that on the day of Claire's disappearance..." "Potential day of her disappearance," Annie interjected. "You did just tell me that she wasn't reported as missing for 5 days, so who knows when she actually went missing?" I inhaled sharply. What was Annie doing? It sounded to me that she was laying out her defence. A chill passed through me. "Well, perhaps, but Miss Alto told us that she was aware of someone at the back fence of your property, of movement, of a female voice. She then said that she must have been mistaken, that it was just you and your family eating lunch in your back garden. But I did wonder why that was never followed up at the time. And I did, crazy as it sounds, spend some time in the area behind your house last week, trying to get a feel for what might have been Claire Connolly's last movements. And, amazingly, I found something. A paper bag containing a plastic plectrum and some guitar strings. And not just that, but a receipt that I had analysed and which turned out to be dated the day she disappeared. So I'm now wondering afresh about that day and the voice that Sarah Alto heard, and I'd really like the opportunity to carry out a proper search of your property and the garden." She looked firmly and squarely at Annie and added, "A full fingertip search." Annie recoiled. "What on earth are you suggesting?" "I'm suggesting, Mrs. Black, that Claire Connolly somehow found her way onto your property that day and then somehow never found her way back." "And you think that we had something to do with that?" "Well, maybe not you, but someone who lived here at the time. Your ex-husband." "He is not my ex-husband. We're still married, just separated." "Fine. Your husband, your son." She consulted her notebook again. "Jasper? Who no longer lives here, is that correct?" "He left home 14 years ago." "And where would I find him now?" "I'm afraid I have no idea. He left quite suddenly, and I haven't heard from him since." D.I. Brooks nodded. "And your husband, how would we be able to get in contact with him?" "Again, I have no idea. He left one day, and that was that." D.I. Brooks paused then, her pen suspended above her notebook, as if trying to piece together a puzzle in her mind. "Was that also 14 years ago?" "Yes," replied Annie. "Then, no, less than that, 10 years, roughly." The D.I. nodded and made another note. "Well," she said, "we'll have to look into that. But in the meantime, with or without your husband and your son, we'll need to access your property. We can get a warrant if necessary, or you could just allow us. I have colleagues waiting around the corner." Annie tuts. "My goodness," she said. "I'd have thought you'd have more important things to worry about in the middle of a pandemic than this bizarre cat-and-mouse chase." "Could I allow them to come in, or will you be demanding a warrant?" "I'll be demanding a warrant, of course." D.I. Brooks's jaw tensed. "Fine," she said. "We'll be back tomorrow, but in the meantime I'm going to request, very politely, that you do not touch anything or remove anything from the property. A police officer will be stationed outside your house, and he will be reporting back any signs of abnormal activity. Okay?" "Oh, really?" said Annie. "This is quite ridiculous. I'll of course be consulting with the solicitor to make sure this is all above board, because I cannot see for a moment how a bag full of guitar strings could possibly give you any reason to come onto my property and touch anything. It's completely ridiculous." "Well," said D.I. Brooks, gathering her things and getting to her feet, "that remains to be seen. We have more than just a bag of guitar strings, Mrs. Black. Much more than a bag of guitar strings. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for your time and have a good day." The atmosphere after the D.I. left was fraught. Annie immediately called her solicitor and made an appointment to talk to him over Zoom later that day. She then disappeared into her study for an hour, and I heard the sound of her small fingers frantically tapping the keyboard as she searched the internet for clues about her legal standing. I kept away from her, lurking in the shadows. From the front window I could see the lone police officer standing outside his squad car, his face turned towards the sun. I headed out and asked him if he'd like a glass of water. He said he was fine and waved a plastic bottle at me. When I came back in a few minutes later, Annie was on her hands and knees in the study, pulling papers out of drawers. "What did she mean?" she barked at me. "More than a bag of strings? What did she mean by that?" "What are you looking for, Annie?" She looked at me frantically. "Nothing," she said. "I don't know. What did she mean by that?" "I guess we'll find out when she comes with the warrant tomorrow." "But she can't possibly. I mean, this is insane. What on earth are they looking for?" I sighed and smiled. The same thing you're looking for, I suppose. Which is what? I have no idea. You tell me, Annie. I've always known there was something suspect about this house, about your setup. And now, I said calmly, maybe I'm about to find out exactly what it is.
Chapter 61. So, says Jane, now staring wide-eyed at Stuart. What happened? Stuart places his pint glass on the beer mat in front of him and leans back. Well, he says, D.I. Brooks got her warrant and they came back the next day. 4 cars parked outside our house, neighbours' eyes on stalks, the works. They were there for 4 hours. Annie's lawyer was present. They found nothing, literally nothing. The DI's face was a picture. She was devastated, you could tell. She'd been 100% convinced she'd nailed it. She'd thought they'd be digging bodies out of the back garden, but no. Coppers back in their cars, DI's paperwork back in a drawer, that was that. But still, I knew they'd missed something. After that, I was on a mission, a total fucking mission, to find whatever the police had missed. And? Did you? Stuart puts his hand around his pint glass and caresses it thoughtfully. Listen, he says. I promised Daisy I'd protect her, always, and I don't know you two from Adam. I get a good feeling about you both, I really do. I'm sure your intentions are sound, but I'm really not sure I want to talk much more about all of this. I'm here for the same reasons you are, Stuart. I'm here to protect Daisy. We want the same thing. I hear you. I know. But in protecting Daisy, we might just lob a grenade into the middle of everything. With all due respect, Stuart, I'm not sure what could actually be worse than Daisy being abused by a pervert dressed up as a clown. Annie and Jessamine are grown women. Whatever secrets they're hiding, they've been hiding them for a long time. Maybe it's time for it to happen, for the sake of Claire's family. But I don't know anything about Claire Connolly, Stuart protests. As far as I'm aware, she never entered the property. Jane throws Stuart a pointed look. But you think she did? He sighs heavily. I really don't know. Jane pauses for a moment and then says, I've been in your house, Thornwood. I've been there. Stuart throws her a questioning look. About 25 years ago, I was picked up in Soho by a man who I now know to be Alan Black. He was very charming, very attentive, very handsome. We had a few drinks, and then he brought me to his house to talk about a potential job. She makes quotes with her fingers and sighs. Anyway, we got there, to Thornwood, and I knew immediately that I'd made a mistake, that there was something horribly off. His wife was there, and I could tell she did not want me in her house. Alan made me a drink, and as he passed it to me, there was a bang and a scream from upstairs that made me jump, and I accidentally knocked the drink from Alan's hand. The atmosphere turned really weird then, and when I looked at him, in that moment, I just knew, without a shadow of a doubt, that that drink had been meant to knock me out. I made my excuses and I left, and ever since then, I felt like that was one of my 9 lives, you know? We all have them, especially when we're young. I always felt that I had dodged something that night, something terrible. So you can imagine how it makes me feel to know that a young woman, not that much younger than I was then, went missing outside that house only 5 years later. There is a taut silence when Jane finishes talking. Then Stuart looks at her with pain in his eyes and says, Fuck. And then he says, All I know is that after the DI and her team left, I felt really unsettled. I knew that they'd missed something, so I started looking. Every night when Jessamine, Annie and Daisy were sleeping, I'd come down. I went through everything. I knew that Annie must have hidden something that day before the cops arrived. I stayed up late into the night and then, finally, I found something. What was it? It was a photo of a girl.
Chapter 62. Stuart, 6 years earlier. On the third day of searching the house, I found an empty packet of photos. I was about to return it to the drawer in the laundry room where I'd found it, but then I noticed 3 strips of negatives tucked into its front pocket. I held them to the light, but could barely make out what I was looking at, so I took them to Snappy Snaps in the village, the one that George Michael once drove his car into when he was off his face on skunk, and I paid for the 1-hour service. I leafed through the photos frantically after I returned to collect them, but most of the shots were blurred or damaged. They looked like they'd been taken with a cheap, disposable camera, maybe. I was about to throw the whole lot away when I stopped. I didn't recognize the girl, but I recognized the setting. It was the room in which Jessamine had kept me locked up for 4 days after trying to cut off my ear. The au pair's room. The girl had short dark hair parted to the side and was wearing a black t-shirt and jeans. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, and next to her was a young Jasper, wearing jeans too, and a white t-shirt with a Stephen King book jacket printed on it. His hair was floppy, and he looked gawky and nervous, with one skinny arm around the girl's shoulders. The girl herself looked shell-shocked, slightly blank. There were some objects strewn around the room, which were hard to identify, but looked like clothing, a hairbrush, some books. But there was something else on the floor, just between the girl's legs. At first I thought it might be a fancy pair of sandals with wide ankle straps. But when I took a photo of it on my smartphone and enlarged it with my fingers, I saw it. It wasn't a pair of strappy shoes. It was a pair of metal leg restraints. Fury and rage surged through me. I ran upstairs to Jessamine's bedroom and shook her awake. Her hair was stuck to her mouth with drool, and she pulled it away with the back of her hand. "Go away," she said. "It's early." "It's not early," I said. "It's 10:30. Open your eyes, Jess. Open them." I shook her roughly. "Fuck off, Stuart." "No, I'm not going to fuck off. I want you to look at something. Look at it now." "Jesus." She pulled herself up to sitting and tugged her t-shirt down over her bare belly. "What?" I showed her the photo. "Who is this?" I hissed. "Who the fuck is it?" She screwed up her face and snatched the photo from me. "It's Jasper." "No." I snatched it back and stabbed my finger against the girl. "Her. The girl. Who is she?" She groaned and fell back against her pillows. "Oh my God, I have no idea. One of the au pairs, I suppose. How am I supposed to remember?" "Jess," I said, prodding her back to consciousness. "Look. Just fucking look." She groaned loudly again and flounced forward. "Look at her ankles, Jess. She's wearing fucking shackles. Metal ones. Look." My heart raced and pounded under my ribs. Adrenaline flowed through every part of me. "What the fuck, Jessamine? What the actual fuck?" "Jessamine, listen to me. I know you know. I know you know, and I know you probably don't want to think about it, but you have to tell me what happened back then, when you were young. What did your father do, Jessamine? What the fuck did he do?" I saw her demeanour change then, a crack in her armour. She pulled her ratty hair away from her face and sighed tremulously. "Okay," she said. "Okay. But please, don't tell my mother I told you this, okay?" I nodded. "My father When we were growing up, he brought sex workers here, to the house, to have sex with them. He called them au pairs, but me and Jasper knew they weren't really au pairs. We could hear things. The shackles? I said. What were the shackles for? To stop them running away, I suppose. So they were prisoners here, these sex workers. Trapped. She shrugged. I don't know, okay? I just know that they were called the au pair girls, that they lived up there, and that my father had sex with them. That's all I know, okay? And what about the girl the police were here asking about? Claire Connolly. Was she an au pair too? She shook her head forcefully. She was never here. They're making that up. It really doesn't sound like it, Jess. It really sounds like... Jessamine flung herself backwards again and growled. Can we stop now, please? My head hurts. You're making me feel ill. I don't think it's me making you feel ill, Jessamine. I think you'll find that's the 2 bottles of wine and quart of rum that you drank last night. Fuck off, Stuart. Let me sleep. I should have gone. I should have left her. I'd pushed her too far already. But I was feeling pumped and brave, and I put it to her, the question that had been haunting me for years. Who's Daisy's dad, Jessamine? She was wide awake again. For fuck's sake, Stuart, leave me alone. No, I'm serious. Daisy's father. Who is he? And don't tell me that your married ex faked the DNA results. I know he didn't. And you know he didn't. And you know that someone out there has to be the actual father of your child. So tell me, who is it? Because frankly, the way I'm feeling right now, the stuff you've been telling me, your father raping those women under this roof, I'm starting to think some really weird and twisted things, Jessamine. I mean, your father, did he ever... with you? I'm sorry, are you suggesting? I don't know what I'm suggesting, okay? It's just, tell me stuff, Jessamine. What happened to your dad? Where is your brother? Who is Daisy's dad? What happened to those fucking girls, Jessamine? Talk to me. I can't stay here and help you unless you talk to me, okay? I can't be here. Oh, there it is, she snarled. There it is. That's what this is really all about, isn't it? Finding an excuse to leave, finding an excuse to fuck off back to your sad, pathetic life and your sad, ugly women. Go on then, fuck off, see if I care. But you do care. You need me. You can't live without me. Try me. I breathed in hard through my nostrils and clenched my jaw. The same circles, the same endless loops. I couldn't do this anymore. I really couldn't. Seriously, Jessamine, I said, I could go straight to that policewoman, show her this photo, show her what you did to my ear. I could tell her about the neglect, the abuse. I could tell her everything. Social services would take Daisy, and the police will be back digging up the back lawn. All of this could happen, Jessamine. But it doesn't have to. Just tell me. Tell me what happened here. Please. I don't know. I don't know, okay? Things happened, but I don't know what they were. I was just a kid. I was just a kid. And then she was crying. Crying so hard it made me hurt to watch. I passed her tissues. I held her in my arms. I waited for the storm to pass through, and when it did, I left her to sleep.
Chapter 63. Jane pulls in her breath hard and lets it out slowly. Leg shackles? Sex slaves? Did you ask Annie, she asks Stuart urgently, about that girl in the photo? Yeah, course I did. Brick wall. Stuart uses his hands to describe a wall falling rapidly from the sky. Said she couldn't remember who the girl was. Maintained she was just an au pair girl. The leg shackles were a little trick of Jasper's, apparently. He'd been practicing on her. And then whoever the girl was, she packed her little rucksack and disappeared back to wherever she came from. But Jessamine told you that her father had been having sex with her. Annie flat out denied it, told me that Jessamine was a fantasist, which isn't entirely inaccurate. Jessamine is a very difficult woman, a very damaged woman. She's an addict and a liar. But I knew, when she told me what she told me about her dad, I knew she wasn't lying. And I knew that Annie was. But how the hell was I going to prove it? The word of a booze-addled alcoholic against the word of a silver-tongued sociopath. It was impossible, so I kept on looking. And what did you find? Well, nothing about the girl in the photo, or about Claire. Jane leans across the table and cuts in. The outhouse, Stuart. What about the outhouse? He flinches. What? It comes out as a whisper. The outhouse, behind your kitchen. He looks at her blindly. I was snooping around a bit last week. You need to fix your back fence. Last week, he repeats. Yes. He seems to relax when she says this. Right, he says. Yeah, it's where Jessamine's dad used to keep his ride-on lawnmower. You know that's bollocks, says Jane. I mean, there's a pair of metal rings in there, Stuart, screwed to the walls. It's clearly been used to restrain someone. Stuart is looking anxious now, and his hand is looped around Hugo's lead as if readying himself to leave. Jane stares at him, and she sees it in his eyes. Pure fear. He takes 2 large mouthfuls from the pint glass and then sets it back on the table. I really have to get back now. His gaze goes from Jane to Dexter, and he says in a voice tinted with desperation, Please, don't go to the police. I beg of you, at least not yet. Let me talk to them again, to Annie and Jessamine. Give me some time. And Daisy? What about Daisy? Where is she? Just let me deal with this, he cuts in. Okay? He downs the last 2 inches of his lager and bangs the empty glass down on the table. And then he tugs at Hugo's lead, collects his shopping bag, and leaves. Chapter 64. Dexter and Jane return to Covent Garden an hour later. There is a heaviness around Jane's heart, for Stuart, for his situation, for the girl in shackles in the photograph, and for poor missing Claire Connolly. A light rain has started to fall outside, and the world seems suddenly oppressive. How the hell are we going to find Daisy? She asks Dexter, without going to the police. Dexter blows out his cheeks. We can't, he says. I mean, I'm sorry and everything. He seems like a lovely guy, and yeah, I feel really sorry for him. But frankly, fuck them. Fuck Jessamine and Annie. Their child, their grandchild, is missing, maybe even dead. And they're just going to have to suck up the consequences of having her found. I mean, whatever secrets they're trying to hide, it's too late now. It's endgame. He casts his eye across the evidence that Jane has collected. The coffee cup, the clown mask, the photos of the school hoodie of the Black family. You have to pass it all over to the police now, Jane. I'm sorry, but I really think you do. Jane looks at the objects too, then up at Dexter. She nods. Yes, she says. You're right. Tomorrow, she says. I promise I will hand this all over tomorrow. Dexter narrows his eyes at her. Do you swear? I really swear. I really, really do. Jane's laptop trills with a notification an hour later. It's an email from Tobias. I've had some luck on the poor girl in Winchester who was assaulted by the clown guy. Her name is Avril Christmas. Easy name to trace. She's a sales assistant at a department store in Guildford. Women's wear section. Photo of her attached. If you do track her down, go in easy. I know I don't need to tell you that because you're a naturally empathetic person, but just a reminder, anyway. Good luck. Jane looks up at Dexter and then turns her laptop so that he can read the email on the screen. He exhales after he's read it. So, he says, I guess we're going to Guildford. Avril Christmas is easy to spot across the rolling sky-blue carpet of the ladies' wear department. She has white blonde hair, braided into a long plait, a bright slick of letterbox red lipstick. She's wearing all black, with the sharp white of a shirt collar peeping from beneath the crew neck of her sweater. She's shuffling party dresses into place on a clothes rail in a slightly officious way that Jane would find off-putting if she were here looking to buy something. Avril? The woman looks up from the dresses and gives Jane the once up and down that she had been fully expecting. Yes? I'm so sorry to disturb you here at work. My name is Jane Trevally. This is my assistant, Dexter Lombardi. I'm a private investigator. For the first time, Jane doesn't pause before referring to herself this way. It feels more natural now. We're looking into the disappearance of a young woman called Daisy Black. We suspect that she's been abducted by a man called Jasper Black, purportedly her uncle, but now we're not so sure. And this man, it appears, may have been... Jane pauses, making sure the next words that leave her mouth are exactly right. May be the same man who assaulted you in a park 18 years ago. Jane holds her breath, horribly aware of the terrible wasp's nest of trauma she is currently poking with a stick. She watches the woman's face for signs of her having crossed a line and is taken aback when Avril tips her head slightly and says, "Ha, that little freak. He's still going strong, is he?" Jane sees nothing on Avril's face. No fear, no pain, no trauma. Well, I don't know. And please feel free to say no, I will totally understand. But I wondered if I could show you a couple of things that might identify him. Bring it on, she says. I always wondered what happened to him. Let's take a seat. She leads Jane and Dexter to a small sofa outside the fitting rooms where they all sit down. This is the first thing, and I really hope this isn't too upsetting for you. Jane licks her lips and slowly puts her hand into her large shoulder bag. I found this in an abandoned trailer for a circus act called Patch the Clown. Can you tell me if it's familiar to you at all? She pulls the plastic mask out carefully and shows it to Avril, with her breath held. "Ugh," says Avril, recoiling. "That's horrible." "Yes, I'm sorry. It really is. I didn't mean to startle you." Avril holds one hand to her chest and prods the mask with one perfectly manicured fingernail. "And here," says Jane, taking the next thing from her bag, the photo of the Black family with Jasper holding the mask on his lap. This is Jasper, when he was a kid, holding a similar mask. And here, she takes out the headshot of Jasper in costume as Patch the Clown. This is Jasper now, in work mode. Do any of these things ring a bell? Do you recognise him, or the mask? Avril takes both photographs from Jane and stares at them intently for a moment. "That's the little creep," she says. "I can tell. And yeah, as far as I recall, that's the mask he was wearing." She shudders. "Gross," she says. "Obviously, Avril, you do not need to answer this question. But what did he do, exactly? The police report says sexual harassment. Did he hurt you?" "Hurt me? No, God no, he didn't hurt me. He just scared the absolute life out of me, followed me round the park in that stupid mask, miming." "Miming?" "Yeah, like bizarre, totally bizarre, doing tricks, and then he came right up close to me, this close." She measures an inch between her fingers. "I could hear his breathing through the mask. I could tell he was getting a massive kick out of how scared I was. I thought he was going to grope me, touch me. I thought he was going to rape me, but no, he Avril pauses, then blinks slowly and shakes her head. He put one hand over my mouth, and with the other, he pulled a silk scarf out of my ear. Then he put his hand inside his trousers and started pleasuring himself. It was all over in about 10 seconds, and then he ran, just like that. I was shaking, terrified. It was horrific. Even now, I'm scared of clowns, but, as time passes, I can look back and laugh. I mean, like, a silk scarf? What the actual fuck? She says. It's turned into my party piece, like, ha ha, let me tell you about the time I was accosted by a tiny clown wanking in a park. Tiny? Yeah, he's small, really small, like under 5'6", maybe closer to 5'3". Oh, right, I had no idea. Yeah, thought he was a kid at first. She shudders again. And he didn't hurt you? No, he didn't hurt me. He was just a pervy, freaky little weirdo.
Chapter 65. Stuart, now. I stride away from the pub, hard and fast, pulling Hugo in my wake. I'm shaking. I can feel the corners of the world closing in on me, this weird world I found myself in with these strange women in this strange house, here at the very furthest ends of everything. The woman, Jane, while I've been sitting in Thornwood drinking tea, she's been out there asking every fucker, every fucking thing, and any minute now she'll take it to the police, and then what? What happens next? I fumble with the front door key as I try to fit it in the lock. I manage to get it open, and then I drop my shopping on the kitchen table and call out, "Anyone here?" I need another drink, but it's not time for another drink, not yet. I only finished that pint a few minutes ago, and I have to leave at least half an hour between each drink. But God, I want one now, right now. I stare at Jessamine's wine in the fridge, her 2 bottles, chilling, ready for the afternoon onslaught to begin. She would murder me with her bare hands if I touched it. But I could take a slug of her rum and top it up with water. I pull it towards me and unscrew the top, pour a double measure into a teacup, add the water to the bottle, screw the lid back on. By the time she gets to the rum, she'll be too drunk to notice anyway. The rum goes down like medicine, and immediately I feel the anxiety start to lift. I want another one, but that's it. I can't. It's probably for the best, because the way I'm feeling right now, I could drink myself into a nightmare that I would never wake up from. I put some fresh water down for Hugo, and then I climb the stairs, slowly, so slowly, putting it off. Jessamine is out cold, as always. She looks old these days, at least 10 years older than her 39 years. I shake her awake, gently. Sometimes when I come to her in here, I think she may be dead. My chest constricts, and my heart races, and I can't breathe until I see the rise and fall of her chest. She grumbles and groans, turns away from me. "Jess," I whisper urgently in her ear. "Jessamine, wake up. Something's happened." "What?" she mumbles. "I spoke to her. You know, the woman who brought Hugo back. She's been watching us, stalking us. She knows so much about us, Jess, about everything. You have to wake up and talk to me." She stirs. "What time is it?" "It's 1:45. God." She rubs her hands across her face, then slowly pulls herself up to sitting. "She's going to go to the police, Jess. She knows about Claire Connolly. She knows about you. She knows about Jasper. She knows everything. We need to do something. We need to fix this. Talk to me, Jess. Tell me what to do." As I say these words, I hear the creak of the old door. I turn and see a face in the crack, pale fingers curled around the edge. "Is that you?" I ask. I see the head nod. "Come in then," I say. "Come in."
Chapter 66. As evening comes to Covent Garden, Dexter unscrews the top from a bottle of wine and pours Jane a large glass, then himself a small one. "I've got a dance class in the morning," he says, passing her the glass. "Need to keep myself fresh." "Well, I have to go to the police tomorrow morning, so I should probably keep myself fresh too, but fuck it, frankly. Anything that can take the edge off the thought of that tiny masked clown pulling a scarf out of a young woman's ear in a park with a hard-on. Jesus Christ." She lifts her glass to Dexter's. "Cheers," she says, "and thank you for being there with me today. Thank you for being such a perfect boy and making this all feel so much less dreadful. I love you." She feels a surge of emotion pass through her system. Tears fill her eyes. Her throat tightens. What is it about all of this that's bringing her into such a heightened state of emotion? But the moment she asks herself the question, she already has the answer. Every step she takes down the path of the Black's life, she takes another step down her own, heading closer and closer towards the core of it all, and she's not sure she can bear it. The neglect, the black terror of being a child, living in a house with addicts, the blurred lines of uncertainty and fear, the weak, bleeding boundaries between the adult and the child, the helplessness and despair. She feels it because she knows it, because she lived it. Brave face, red lipstick, big smile, big laugh, big earrings, big, bright, beautiful Jane Trevally. She feels she's as much a 2D slapped-on persona as Jasper's hideous Patch the Clown. "You okay?" asks Dexter. She nods and turns on the smile. "I'm fine," she says. It's all a lot, isn't it? This whole thing. And soon it'll be out of my hands. I'll be heading back to the crusty old money pit, until someone has to cart me off in the back of a pickup truck to the morgue. What happened to you being a private eye?" Jane sighs. "How can I be a private eye? I live in the sticks with 4 dogs. "Well, bring the dogs to London. Sell the money pit. For God's sake, Jane, it's not that deep." Jane sighs and then emits a strangulated laugh, half filled with unfallen tears. "You think?" Dexter puts his arms around her and hugs her. "I don't think," he breathes into her ear. "I know." Chapter 67. The next morning Jane wakes up at 6. She drinks the stale water from her bedside table, readjusts her sleep mask, turns on her other side, and tries to get back to sleep. But it doesn't come. Of course it doesn't come. Her mind spins with it all. A dark kaleidoscope of worries, secrets, and mysteries. The deep pressure of her promise to Dexter to go to the police today and pass over all she knows. She's not ready, but she knows she must. And then, below all that, the existential stuff. She thinks of her dogs, curled up right now in her big bed with Shannon. She thinks of all the lives she started but didn't finish, the endings she ran away from in pursuit of something she can no longer comprehend. She thinks of lost Daisy Black and lost Claire Connolly and broken Stuart Tucker. And then, when her head feels so full of everything that she thinks it might explode all over Tony's expensive pillowcases, she rips off her sleep mask and gets out of bed. It's another grey day in London, which doesn't help lift her mood. Spots of rain on the window panes blur the early morning scenes. She makes herself coffee and 2 thick slices of toast. As it turns from 6:30 to 6:31, she feels her phone vibrate and picks it up. It's a text message from a number she doesn't recognise. She opens it. "Jane, it's Stuart. I've spoken to Jessamine. We think it would be really good if you could come and speak to us before you go to the police. There's a lot to explain, and it will be better face to face. Come whenever you're ready. I'll make breakfast. Jane's heart races suddenly, quite violently, enough to make her steady herself against the kitchen counter. This is exactly what she wanted. It's what she's wanted since the first moment she arrived at Thornwood with Hugo 2 weeks ago. And now it's being offered to her, and she feels scared. What if it's a trap? What if Jasper suddenly appears from the wings with his mask and his scarves and his scary grease-painted face? What if she's drugged and taken to the outhouse and wakes up 6 hours later with her wrists shackled to the walls? But no, she thinks. She will tell people where she's going, including Tobias, and she will tell Stuart that numerous people, including a former Metropolitan Police Assistant Commissioner, know where she is, and then she will surely be safe. She forms her response to Stuart. I'm on my way. Give me an hour or so. I have told everyone where I'm going, and my stepson is under instruction to call the police if he doesn't hear from me by 9 a.m. So no monkey business. She doesn't give herself time to question her actions too deeply. She necks her coffee, puts the leftover toast in the bin, has a short shower, throws on yesterday's clothes, and heads through the damp early morning to the tube station. Dexter picks up her message half an hour later and replies with a string of shocked face emojis. He says, "Take a fucking knife." She already has. One of Tony's super expensive Japanese chef's knives is tucked into her shoulder bag, and she has a tiny paring knife inside her sock, just in case she becomes separated from her bag. She feels slightly reassured by her preparations as she exits the tube at Hampstead at 8 a.m, but not entirely. And for some reason, as she approaches the back end of the Vale of Health and sees the turning to the Blacks' house ahead of her, the sweep of old fencing, the bulge of the Jeep parked on the front drive, she finds herself knocking on the door of the handsome man called Spencer. She wants to see a friendly face, feel a moment of normality, of wholesomeness. Spencer comes to the door. He looks from her hands up to her face and then registers a look of surprise. "Oh," he says, "I thought you were from Amazon." "Well, no, although I am reasonably tall." She sees her stupid joke percolate through him and end in a wry laugh. She likes him for it. "I'm really sorry to disturb you so early. I just wanted to..." She steps from foot to foot, trying to find the words to make this less weird. "The Blacks," she says, gesturing down the lane. "They've invited me for breakfast, and I know it sounds silly, but I feel a bit nervous, and I just wanted to tell someone I was going in there. I realise I'm being a tad dramatic, but I just needed to let someone know." He looks at a coat hanging from a hook just to his left. "Do you want me to, come in with you?" "Oh," says Jane, no, gosh, no, not at all, but just, if you're around today?" He nods. "I'll come and knock again on my way back. So, if I don't, you'll know that they've killed you." "Well, I mean, yes, I suppose." She smiles at him, wishing she'd worn her red lipstick and a bit of concealer. "But anyway, I shouldn't be longer than an hour or two, and I do appreciate it." The man smiles. "You're welcome, and good luck." He's about to close the door, but then he opens it again slightly and says, "My name's Spencer, by the way." "Yes," she says, "I know. My name's Jane." "Yes," he says with a small smile. "I know." Stuart opens the door to her a moment later, Hugo jumping around at his feet. Stuart looks serious, in an off-white t-shirt and jeans. He looks behind her and then towards her. "Just you?" he asks. "Just me," Jane replies, crouching down to greet Hugo before straightening up again. "I thought I was going to die here that night, 26 years ago. I thought it was the end of me." She leaves this dark pronouncement hanging between them for a second before turning her eye to the detail of the house she's remembered only as a drunken, panic-stricken blur for so many years. It's as she recalls, but also not. It was a smart but old-fashioned home when she was here in 2000, but now it's on the edge of neglect. Its faded elegance riven through with the smell of damp walls, dog, stale furnishings, dust, and sadness. She thinks of her own house. Does her home have this smell too, she wonders? Do visitors notice it when she doesn't? "Come through," says Stuart, leading her into an overcast kitchen with terracotta flooring and elderly, formica-clad kitchen units. "Sorry about the mess," he adds. "I tried to do a bit of a tidy-up, but really we've let the place go to pot lately. Well, for a while." "It's fine," says Jane, looking around at the piles of recycling, the sink full of washing up, the clothes dryer hanging by the back door. "I'm used to it." "Bacon sandwich?" he asks, waving an unopened packet of bacon at her. Under normal circumstances, there's nothing Jane would enjoy more than a bacon sandwich, but right now her stomach couldn't cope. "I'm fine, thank you. I had breakfast at home." She clears her throat and pulls out a chair to sit down. "Don't let me stop you, though." Soon the kitchen is vibrant with the smell of frying bacon and innocuous small talk about Jane's temporary living arrangements in Covent Garden. Stuart is telling Jane that he once lived in Covent Garden in a squat just behind the Strand when he was a hairdresser. She's expressing surprise at his former career while staring through the door of the kitchen into the dank garden beyond, at the wall of the outhouse, where it protrudes menacingly into view. Finally, he returns to the table with 2 cups of tea, one for her, one for him, and his bacon sandwich, cut into 2 pieces and oozing ketchup from its edges. She notices a second bacon sandwich sitting on the kitchen counter, but doesn't mention it. "I'm really grateful you came," he says, lifting the sandwich halfway to his mouth. As he does so, Jane notices fresh scratches along the inside of his wrist. "No problem," she says. "What was it you wanted to talk about?" He puts the sandwich down again and sighs. "Listen," he says. "I don't want to freak you out, but there's something you need to know. And I think, well, we all think, it would be better coming direct from the horse's mouth." He turns then and directs his voice towards the hallway outside the kitchen. "Are you there?" A young woman's voice replies, "I'm here." "Come on then, come in and sit with us." Jane catches her breath and waits. A moment later, a girl walks in. She has badly bleached hair, wide-set eyes, and a terrified look on her face. "Hi," she says to Jane. "I'm Daisy." Chapter 68. Daisy picks at the edges of the bacon sandwich that Stuart has placed in front of her. "Thanks and everything," she says to Jane, "for trying to find me and for bringing Hugo home." Jane stares in awe at the young woman, who she can now see is both the small, quirky, dark-haired girl in Spencer's son's photograph and also the plain, dumpy blonde girl described by Helen Yaxley. She has put on weight, and she is older now, less elfin, but it is definitely her. The same dark eyes, the same slightly protruding ears and fine-boned nose. "You're welcome," says Jane. "It was stupid of me to take Hugo. I don't know what I was thinking. I just had never been anywhere on my own before and I was scared to be alone. But I'm glad you found him. I'm glad he was okay. I was so worried about him." There's a small silence, and then Jane says, "So, how long have you been home?" Daisy shrugs and pulls a piece of bacon out of the edge of her sandwich. "A couple of weeks." "Bloody hell," says Jane, thinking. Of course she has. Right. And what happened with Helen's Airbnb? Why did you abandon it like that? Daisy stirs slightly in her chair and sighs. She looks up at Jane with those liquid brown eyes and she says, "Listen, if you want to know everything, I'll have to start at the beginning. Which is the day that policewoman came here and showed me that picture."
Chapter 69. Daisy. I couldn't get back into my studies that day. Not after seeing the photo of Claire Connolly that the policewoman showed me. It had left an imprint on my retinas, like when you stare at something so bright you can still see it when you close your eyes. Her eyes. It was mainly her eyes. But it was other things, like the shape of her hairline, the way her ears stuck out. I just knew. And it made sense immediately because I'd always known that Jessamine couldn't be my mum. There was no way. She didn't have a mother's bone in her body. I saw the way my friends' mothers were with their kids. The way they took care of them, teased them, ran their hands over the crowns of their heads, folded their clean clothes just so. Jessamine never touched me. She never told me she loved me. Nobody told me they loved me. Until Stuart came. I wanted to run after the detective that day, chase her car down the lane and beg her to leave me the photo. When they all came back the following day, the big search party with the warrant, I wanted to pull one of them aside and say, "The woman you're looking for is my mum. I know she is." But I didn't. I just stood around watching, waiting, hoping, praying that they would find the pretty girl in the photograph. I was devastated when they left, when they said there was nothing more to be done. "Don't go," I wanted to yell out. "Stay, find her." But they left. I watched the last car pull around the corner and I went into my room and cried. I lost interest in my studies after that. Instead of logging into virtual learning, I spent my days in my room scouring the internet for everything I could find about Claire Connolly. Instead of studying, I wrote long, elaborate stories about me and Claire, about how she had become pregnant with me, how she had been trapped here in this house with my crazy, drunk mother and my weird, evil grandmother and Alan, the grandfather I'd never met. I posted the stories on flash fiction forums and got quite a following. I created art too. Pictures and drawings of me and Claire. Me as a baby in her arms, me feeding at her breast. Claire's hand on the crown of my head. I didn't tell anyone what I was going through. Only strangers on the internet who knew me by a pseudonym and as an avatar. When they reopened the schools at the end of the first lockdown, I told Stuart that I wasn't going back. He fought with me about it, but I was adamant. I could not sit in classrooms learning stuff that I would never need to know in the real world. I needed to be at home, in my room, on my laptop. I promised Stuart I would still do my studies. He gave in the end. Told the local authority he'd be homeschooling me, and that was that. Sometimes I thought I was going mad. My obsession with Claire Connolly seemed to override every other element of my existence. It also made me hate Jessamine even more. The smell of her, the look of her drunkenness, her violence. Every time I looked at Stuart's ear, the lumpen mess of it, I hated her. I hated her for her cruelty, her meanness, her sadness, her dead eyes. I hated her for pretending to be my mother for my entire life. I asked her to show me photographs of myself when I was a baby. She told me that Grandad Alan took them all with him when he left. The first photos of me as a baby. I'm around 9 months old and held awkwardly on the lap of Jessamine and wearing an ugly dress. I asked her to tell me more about Grandad Alan. Where did he go? Nobody knows. He must have met another woman and decided he'd be happier living with her. So he took photos of me as a baby but then never wanted to see me again? What can I say? he was a very selfish man. After COVID ended 2 years later, when everything finally started going back to normal, instead of seeing friends, meeting boys, going to festivals, learning to drive, I stayed at home. I felt closer to Claire Connolly here in the house. And Stuart was here, and I felt safe when I was with Stuart. I became a different person over those years. Withdrawn, sullen, obsessive. I ate too much and stopped taking care of myself. I passed a boy from my school when I was walking Hugo on the heath one day. We'd kissed once in year 8, and he'd told me that he thought about me in bed at night when he was touching himself. He walked straight past me that day as if I was invisible. And maybe, in a way, I was. About a year ago, I found a photograph tucked away in a book. It made my breath catch at the back of my throat. It made me almost spontaneously throw up. It was Grandad Alan sitting on our old sofa with Jessamine on one side of him and on the other side, a young boy I didn't recognise. He had floppy brown hair and something on his lap. Plastic mask, I thought, looking at it closely. A clown's mask. I dropped the photo in disgust, then picked it up again. I turned it over and saw the words, "The last one of us," scribbled on the back in ballpoint. This, I realised, must be Jasper. The mysterious missing brother. The one who ran away to join the circus. I'd never seen a photo of him before. I stared deeply at him, trying to absorb him, the shape of him, the feel of him, the particular curve of his eyebrows, the size of his hands, every bit of him. Could he be, I wondered, the missing link? The piece of the puzzle that would lead me to the truth about Claire Connolly. He was there, I thought. He was there when Claire Connolly stumbled into our home. He knows what happened. Maybe he'll tell me. Maybe he'll tell me that Claire Connolly was my mother. Chapter 70. I found a little studio for rent, just outside the village. The lady who owned it was really nice and told me I could give her a cash deposit when I got there and pay the rest later. She said because it was so last minute, there was no need for her to put it on the system. "We'll just work it out as we go along," she said when I told her I didn't know exactly how long I'd be staying. "And we're dog-friendly too, if you wanted to bring a friend." Hugo was at my feet at the time, and a warm feeling ran through me. A few days in the countryside, I thought. He'd like that, and I wouldn't feel as alone. I said yes. I'd bring my dog, and she said she would have bowls and a bed ready for him. The day I left, I didn't tell anyone. I waited until Stuart went out to the shops, and then I quickly packed a case. I wasn't even thinking. Just threw things in from Stuart's laundry pile. Ended up with an old school top, some of Jessamine's leggings and a pair of Grandma's knickers. Then I clipped Hugo onto his lead and we walked down to the station. I felt bad about Stuart, but I knew he tried to stop me if I told him what I was doing. I made myself look nice that night for the circus. I don't know why, but I felt it was important. I put on some makeup and brushed my hair. I even put on some perfume. I left Hugo in the studio and told him I'd be back soon. I walked across the village and out towards the fields where the circus was located. The clowns came on for the first time around 15 minutes into the show, and my breath was held in anticipation. There were 2 tall men, and 1 small, pushing each other about, making noises, pretending to fall over. And it was clear to me that the small one was Jasper. And he was the fool guy. That he was used by the taller men to get the laughs. At one point, one of them held Jasper on his shoulders like a toddler and galloped around the ring with him while Jasper flapped around, exaggerating the flopping of his head on his neck. dropping and catching his hat numerous times, and the audience went mad with delight. But I didn't laugh. This was Jasper's job, I thought, every night of his life. At the end of the night, I headed back to the studio, to Hugo, who was very happy to see me. I felt shaken, unsure, and strangely sad. The following day, I took Hugo for a walk through the local park. After barely leaving my house for 6 years, it felt incredible to be seeing new things, new landscapes, new buildings. I bought a coffee from the village and then headed up towards the circus ground, where I sat on a bench for a while, pretending to be engrossed in scrolling through my phone. There were messages from Stuart from last night and from this morning. I sighed and replied to the latest. "I'm just taking a break," I typed. "Please don't worry about me or Hugo. We're fine." I could see him immediately typing a response, so switched to another app. I couldn't handle his concern. Ahead of me, I could see behind the scenes at the circus. People milling around, coming in and out of trailers with mugs of tea, babies, dogs, the echo of TikTok videos from smartphones, a hint of frying bacon in the air. Somebody laughing, someone else shouting. Behind one of those trailer doors, I thought, was Jasper. Or Patch. Or whatever he was calling himself these days. Behind one of those doors was a person who could tell me about Claire Connolly. It took nearly an hour. But then finally I saw him. Emerging from a small yellow trailer, wearing a white t-shirt, green shorts, and a denim jacket. I zoomed in on him with the camera on my phone. He didn't look like the boy in the photograph anymore. I suppose I hadn't really considered that. He was shorter than me, and closer to 40 than 30. His face was both youthful and old at the same time. A combination I found unsettling. His hair was short at the back and sides, floppy on the top, with a small bald patch just showing at the back of his head. I took some photos and then put my phone down before I drew attention to myself. I noticed that nobody seemed to acknowledge him as he walked around, and the same feeling of sadness passed through me that I'd felt last night watching him being manhandled by the bigger clowns. What happened to him? I wondered. To make him like this? I followed him over the next 2 days, trying to get a feel for what sort of person he was. I followed him into the village, where I watched him buy sausage rolls and a 4-pack of Coke Zeros from the local convenience store. I watched him get a haircut and come out of the salon rubbing the back of his neck uncomfortably. I watched him eat a full breakfast in a cafe where nobody looked at him. Nobody talked to him, not even the server who brought him his food. As time went by, I began to feel an ache about him, an exquisite pitying. I saw his brokenness, his loneliness, and I felt ready. That night, the last night of the circus being in town, I left Hugo in the studio and waited at the circus grounds until there was nobody in sight. Then I slipped through the winding paths of trailers and caravans to Jasper's tiny trailer in the far corner. The curtain at the back was slightly open, and I stood on my tiptoes to peer through. I saw a pot on a tiny hob with a lid on it and an upturned wooden spoon on the counter next to it that had been used to stir whatever was in the pot. I ducked down when he passed the window, and when I looked up again, Jasper was sitting on a small stool in front of a mirror, his hands finding boxes of grease paint and makeup from a drawer beneath, squeezing something white onto his fingertips and rubbing them together. I watched him paint circles of red onto his cheeks, his dead eyes staring at his reflection in the mirror for a moment, before flicking towards me, sharp and quick as a rattlesnake's tail. And in that split second, I saw it. Darkness. I ducked, my breath ragged and harsh in my lungs, and the words, "He was there," pass again through my consciousness. I'd seen that child in the photograph with his wide, innocent eyes, his slick of floppy hair, the colourful mask on his lap, and I'd assumed him to be the victim in all of this too. But at the time that Claire Connolly was trapped in his house, he was not a child. He was a teenager, almost a man. And suddenly I felt the chicken sandwich I'd bought from the village shop at lunchtime start to rise up the back of my throat. I heard the door of the trailer opening. A man's voice saying, "Hello? Is there someone there?" And slowly, I made my way to the front of the trailer. "Hi," I said. "My name is Daisy Black. I think I'm your niece." His face contorted with fear when I introduced myself. He went to shut the door, but I pushed back against it. "Please," I said. "I need to talk to you." "I have nothing to say to you. Just leave." His voice was young and reedy for a grown man. "Please, you're the only person who can help me." "Go away," he said, pushing against the door again. "I don't want to talk to you. Just leave me alone." I sighed and let the door shut between us. "I can tell the police where you are," I said, breathlessly through the closed door. "I'm sure they'd like to talk to you. The case is still open. The police searched the house just a while ago. They were asking about you. I could tell them where to find you." It fell silent inside the trailer, and then a moment later the door opened a crack. "I'll talk to you," said Jasper. "Okay? But not here. Let's meet tomorrow." "Okay. Where?" "Give me your phone number. I'll send you a location." I didn't have time to stop or think or work out if this was what I really wanted to do. And I called out the digits of my number through the plastic door. "Promise me you'll message me?" I said. "I promise you." I dreamed hard that night, and when I woke the following morning, I felt rough and hollowed out. I fed Hugo and looked at my phone while he ate. More messages from Stuart. I felt bad, but I was going to get what I needed here, and then I could go home. I checked my phone constantly for the next hour and a half, waiting for something from Jasper. And then finally, just as I was beginning to give up, my phone vibrated, and there was a set of map coordinates. I put them into my app and saw that it was an area of woodland just behind Waterfowl Park. My stomach lurched and roiled with anxiety, fear, excitement. I knew I was putting myself in danger, but I also knew this was my last chance to find out the truth about my mother. I went to the private subreddit where I'd been posting about my search for Jasper Black and said, "I found him. I'll post afterwards." An hour later, I clipped a lead to Hugo's collar, and we set off. The day was warm, and the sky was blue. The combination of nerves and heat from the sun was making me sweat, so I stopped and took off my hoodie and tied it around my waist. I followed the footpath from the back of the local park and out towards the surrounding countryside. I got multiple notifications as I walked, mostly from Reddit, people telling me not to go, telling me I was mad. I sent replies as I walked. "I'm fine. Please don't worry. I'm safe." The map took me off the footpath a few minutes later and into the cool shade of some woodland. And there was Jasper, sitting on a fallen tree. My heart rate soared at the sight of him. He looked both helpless and terrifying. He got to his feet as he saw me approach. "You brought a dog?" "Yes, this is Hugo." He looked flummoxed by the very concept of a dog. Does he bite?" No, of course he doesn't bite. Are you scared of dogs? No. He stared at me for a few long seconds before abruptly turning his gaze back to the middle distance. You look like her, he said. My breath caught. Claire? Yes. Then Claire, I paused. She was my mother? Jasper nodded. My voice left my body in a desperate wave. So where is she? What happened to her? He shrugged. Don't know. What do you mean you don't know? Just that, He sat down again on the fallen tree, and I sat down next to him. Our family, our home, all of it was wrong. All of it. And one day I just couldn't take it anymore. I just left. You ran away to join the circus? Yes. And when you left, Claire Connolly, was she in the house? He gave a small dip of his chin and said, I think so. And was she... I could barely breathe. Was she safe? What do you mean? Was she safe? I repeated, louder, as in not in danger. He recoiled a little at the sound of my raised voice. Please, don't shout at me. I'm not shouting, I'm just... Please, just tell me what you know. Don't make me drag it all out of you. You were there. You were there! He shuffled slightly, rearranged his limbs, looked up to the sky, then back down to the ground. You need to ask Mummy. Mummy? Annie. Ask Annie. She knows what happened. I don't know what happened. Ask her. I've asked her. I've asked everyone. Nobody will tell me anything. You're the only one left I can ask. His body language was becoming fraught, tense, his limbs twisting themselves together. I felt anxious again. I needed to get him to trust me. I needed him to be calm. I'm sorry, I said. I know this is difficult, I can see that. But my childhood has been difficult too. He snapped his head towards me. In what way? I sighed. I didn't know where to start. Jessamine is an alcoholic. She has a nice boyfriend who she abuses. She hits him, spits at him, tries to kill him, stops him from seeing his own children, locks him in rooms. Annie treats him like a slave. Jessamine lives in bed now. She makes Stuart bring her alcohol and she sits in bed and drinks it until she's comatose. The house is dirty. I left school and nobody taught me. I didn't do any exams. And then 6 years ago, I saw a photograph of Claire Connolly and I knew that she was my mother. And you are the only person who can tell me what happened to her, so please, I beg you, just tell me. I stared at him. I saw his jaw clench and unclench, a muscle in his cheek twitch. There was a fight, he said. A big fight. And I don't really know what happened, but at the end of it, he picked up his hair in his fists and tugged at it slightly as he talked. Something bad happened. That's why you need to ask Mummy, because she's the only one who knows. And I packed a bag and I left because I was scared. I was so scared. I thought the police would come. I thought there would be prison and newspapers and that everything would suddenly explode into a million pieces, and I should have stayed to protect them. To protect my mother and Jessamine. But I was a coward, and I ran away and left them all to deal with it. Deal with what? With all of it! All of it! He was becoming fraught again, his voice high-pitched and catching with the sound of desperate tears. All of it! He began hitting his temples with the heels of his hands. What? I asked urgently. All of what? Ask Mummy! Ask Mummy! Ask her what? About all of it! And then he was on his feet and trying to run, and I could not let him run, I could not. And I chased after him and grabbed his jacket from behind, grabbed it and pulled him back, and he fell, and I fell too, and for a moment we were rolling around in the undergrowth, the dead leaves and twigs of the woodland floor scratching and rubbing at the bare skin on my arms. And suddenly he was on top of me, his hands hard around my throat, and he was trying to throttle the air out of me. Hugo was frantically running in circles around the pair of us, not knowing what to do. And I saw Jasper throw out his left leg and kick Hugo out of the way. I heard a high-pitched yelp and then the scuttle of his paws across the woodland floor, and I tried to call out his name, but no noise came. I looked back at Jasper, and I saw it again. That blade of darkness in his eyes, and I knew that I had to fight back harder than I'd ever fought in my life. My knee made contact with his groin, and I felt what little strength he had in his puny body dissipate. The hold around my throat was suddenly loose enough for me to breathe, and in that moment, I managed to throw him off. I got to my feet and ran.
Chapter 71. Jane sits back and appraises Daisy across the kitchen table. He tried to kill you. Daisy nods. So then you... what? You came home? Daisy nods again. She says, I tried to find Hugo, I really did, but I couldn't be in those woods anymore, not with Jasper close by. So I walked and walked and walked, for miles it felt like. And then I called Stuart. Stuart throws a small look at Jane. I came and collected her. We drove around for ages looking for Hugo, but when it started to get dark, we came back to London. It was... His fingers fiddle with the side of his plate. It was a tough call. I really hoped that someone would find him and bring him home. But why didn't you tell me that first day, when I brought Hugo back? Why didn't you say that Daisy was home? Because I didn't know who the fuck you were. You could have had something to do with Jasper. I don't know. I just wanted you to go away and leave us to it. Jane turns her eyes back to Daisy. So what happened? Where's Annie? Did she tell you anything? Where's Alan? Did you find him? I mean, what is going on? And why are we not calling the police? She sees Daisy and Stuart exchange a look. She sees them nod at each other, and then they wordlessly lead her from the kitchen and towards the outhouse. Jane grips the handle of the knife inside her shoulder bag as she follows the pair out into the garden. She stands well back from the outhouse and watches, her breath held, as Stuart unlocks the padlock. Her heart is pumping blood so hard she can hear it pulsing in her ears. Every muscle in her body is taut, ready for the impact of attack, of violence, and somewhere deep down inside herself she hears a tiny voice saying, "Oh well, you had a good ride. It was fun while it lasted." But then she thinks about her dogs, her stepchildren, and she shouts down the tiny voice. She stares hard as the door opens, and then she gasps, sharply, audibly, when she sees, slumped on the floor of the terrible room, the tiny bird-like remains of Annie Black. Chapter 72. Jane's hands go to her mouth. "Oh my God!" "And this, Jane," says Stuart, "is why I didn't want the police involved. Do you see now?" "Oh my God," Jane says again, panic subsuming her whole nervous system. "What? I mean, how?" "It was me," says Daisy, talking over Stuart, who was about to say something else. "I did it, last week. I pushed her down the stairs. She wouldn't tell me, and she wouldn't tell me, and I was screaming at her that I'd seen Jasper, and Jasper told me she knew everything, that Claire was my mother. And I just saw red because she was being such a fucking bitch, and I pushed her, and she fell down the stairs, and now we don't know what to do. But please don't go to the police. I don't want to go to jail, I really don't." Daisy starts to cry, and Jane feels a strong urge to comfort her, to put an arm around her and tell her that everything will be okay. But there's still a part of her that thinks that Stuart and Daisy might be about to lock her inside the outhouse with Annie's dead body. Her hand is still clutching the knife inside her bag, and so instead she stands helplessly with no idea what to do. "What about Jessamine?" she says. "Does she know what happened to her mother?" Daisy gives a small shake of her head. Stuart sighs. "You have to tell her," says Jane. "I mean, I don't want to sound harsh, but maybe if she knows her mother is dead, she'll feel that she can talk, that she can be honest with you. About Claire, about everything." "It's not that simple," says Stuart. "In what way is it not that simple?" "Jessamine, she's lost, you know, lost in her sickness. She's not there anymore. I think she's too far gone now. She won't remember. And even if she does, she won't be able to frame the memories into anything coherent." "Have you tried?" asks Jane. They both shake their heads. "Where is she?" "In bed, of course." "Let's go," says Jane. "Let's at least try." The smell in Jessamine's bedroom is rancid. Stale alcohol, stale laundry, trapped air. Jane asks if they can open a window, and Stuart says he will. Jane turns back to the bed and tries not to physically recoil at the sight of Jessamine in a dead sleep, her head lolling back against the pillows, her flesh grey, her teeth unkempt, her hair thin and straggly, riven through with grey. She stares at her numbly for a while, thinking of the pretty girl with the Marianne Faithfull hair and makeup in the low-budget movie she made 20 years ago. She thinks of the photo of the sweet teenage girl with a dastardly twinkle in her eye, sitting alongside her father and her brother on the sofa. She thinks of the girl that Oliver Bloom, her cheesemaker ex, had described as sexually voracious, insatiable. The girl that her old friend, Natasha Delage, had described as crazy and wild. She thinks of Jessamine's brief time in a Spartan bedsit with a view of Alexandra Palace, and she thinks of the lemonade lady described to her by the landlord at the local pub, the timer on her phone set to remind her to collect her daughter from school. Then she thinks of Stuart, his mutilated ear, his broken spirit, his utter selfless devotion to this house, to these women, to the guarding of their secrets. All of this passes through her thoughts in the time it takes Stuart to gently rouse Jessamine from her deep, deep slumber. And then, when Jessamine opens her eyes, Jane is unnerved by the tiny glimmer of life still there behind the dull sludge green of her irises. "What the fuck?" says Jessamine groggily, staring at Jane with narrowed eyes. She turns to Stuart. "What's going on?" "Don't worry, love, it's fine. This is Jane. She's been trying to find Daisy, remember? We lost Daisy for a few days. And while she was looking for Daisy, She found out about a few other things, you know, like the police search back during COVID, and Jasper. And she's been talking to people and putting things together. And there are things you don't know, Jess. But even as Stuart is talking, Jessamine's hands are searching her bedside table, the floor by her side of the bed, growing more and more frantic, and then she interrupts him by saying, "Stuart, I need a drink, please." Stuart sighs. "We'll get you your drink in a minute, but what we need from you right now is to really listen, okay? Listen to what I say to you about what's been happening." Jessamine groans and flops back heavily into her pillows, her face contorted with rage and pain. "Please, Stuart, don't muck me about, just get me a drink. Oh, or Daisy, please. I have to have something to drink." "Daisy," says Stuart, turning to address her, "can you get Grandma's meds, the ones in the little blue box, and a glass of water?" Daisy nods and disappears, and Stuart sits next to Jessamine on the bed and tries to soothe her into calmness. "Daisy's getting you some medicine, okay? You'll feel better soon. But listen, you need to know what's been happening. There's been an accident a few days ago, and we didn't tell you because we didn't want you to worry. But we're telling you now because if we don't tell you, then Jane here is going to go to the police and everything could get very messy. So please, just listen. There was a struggle between Daisy and your mother, and during that struggle, Annie fell, okay? She fell and, well, we think she broke her neck." Jessamine sits up again. "So she's... what? She's dead?" "Yes. I'm so sorry, but yes, she's dead. And we haven't told anyone yet. We didn't know what to do." Jane sees tears spring to Stuart's eyes, hears his voice crack, and then she watches in amazement as a spark returns to Jessamine's dull green eyes and her face regains some semblance of what it must once have been. "Are you sure?" she asks. "Yes, I'm afraid so. She is most definitely dead." "Where is she?" "Well, she was in her study at first, but we put her in the outhouse yesterday, just while we decided what to do." Jessamine looks with wide eyes from Stuart to Jane, and back again. "Call the police," she says in a soft but urgent tone. "What?" "Call the police, Stuart. Tell them it was me. Tell them I pushed her. And then let me tell them why." Chapter 73. The police arrive an hour later. Jane sits nervously on the sofa in the living room, unsure about her part here. She feels somehow that Stuart and Daisy appreciate her presence, and so she stays, sending messages to all the people she'd told she would be coming here to let them know that she is safe. Jessamine has had a shower and is dressed in a scruffy blue dress, her damp hair combed back into a neat ponytail. She is so thin that Jane can see her veins beneath her flesh, the marble white of her bones pushing at her skin. Her eye sockets are yellow, her lips are dry and cracked. Jane fiddles inside her handbag, her hand passing over the metal of the kitchen knife hidden in there, and she pulls out a small metal canister of Vaseline lip balm. She passes it to Jessamine, who takes it silently and uses it, then hands it back. A female PC takes a glass of water from Stuart, and a male officer opens a notebook on his lap and clears his throat. "So," says the female PC, "you want to report an accidental death?" Jessamine nods. "Yes, please." "And could you tell us who has died?" "My mother, Annie Black." "And where is the deceased?" She's in the outhouse. Right, thank you. And how long ago did this accident occur? Last week. I'm sorry, but I've been very unwell, as you can see, and I didn't know what to do. It happened, and I freaked out. I dumped her in the outhouse, but Stuart just found her, and now, well, I need to explain. I need to explain everything. Her hands shake, and she is so thin, but still there is something compelling about her delivery of this terrible lie, something believable and real. Jessamine sighs. My mother, she says, was evil. My mother killed my father. My mother and my father, they killed other people. This house, she says, her jaundiced eyes trailing around the four walls of the room, is a house of fucking horrors.
Naomi DeSanto.
Jodie Pinkerton.
Susanna Perez.
Eleanor Yanu.
Jade Paris Smith.
Chariah Kim.
Claire Connolly.
Chapter 74. Beneath the soles of Annie Black's soft, pampered feet, under the floorboards of her study, beneath an antique Turkish kilim, threadbare in places, lies a trapdoor, and beneath the trapdoor lies a small rabbit warren of subterranean rooms. These rooms contain rudimentary furniture, toddler beds, armchairs, a table or two. The team from the murder squad find blankets, underwear, plastic water bottles, 2 old cardigans eaten half away by moths. The girls' remains are embedded down here in cavities and holes made with a jackhammer. Some of them have been chopped up to make it easier to tidy them away in awkward corners. And there, stretched out in plain sight, half on, half off, one of the toddler beds, are the papery remains of Alan Black, still in the blood-stained clothes he died in after Annie Black stabbed him in the throat and eyes with a small paring knife. His long, slim body desiccated to a pile of bones and parchment flesh. She'd killed him in a jealous rage, according to Jessamine, when she realised that he was in love with Claire Connolly. And then she had killed Claire Connolly too, and taken her baby, given it to Jessamine. I wasn't even 20. I didn't want a baby. But what else could I do? We couldn't let the baby die. I was in an on-off relationship with a married man at the time, and Mum told me to tell him it was his baby, and that way he might leave his wife. He might, look after me. But it didn't work out like that. So it was a total waste of time. And thus, Jessamine tells them, her life fell into a steeper and steeper state of decline. Of course it did. What other sort of life could it have been, she asks them, with so much trauma? How else could it have gone? Stuart tried to save me from myself, but he couldn't. Nobody could save me. Not while I lived with that woman, with those poor girls under the floorboards. So you knew, asks one of the police women, about the girls. A terse nod. Yes, of course I did. We both did. Me and my brother. But we were children. Our parents, you have to understand, they were forces of nature in different ways, but equally as powerful, equally as terrifying. We were scared of them. And after my mother killed my father and Jasper disappeared, I went into a state of going through the motions. My life stopped. Completely stopped. I thought that was going to be it for me, that I would drink myself to death, take the secrets with me. These god-awful, evil fucking secrets that have been eating away at me for 20 years, for longer. Eating away at my sanity, my health, my happiness. I was ready to go. But then Daisy went to find my brother and came back with only half the story, and she was screaming at my mother to tell her the truth, screaming and crying. And I saw my mother go to Daisy to slap her, to hurt her, and so I pushed my mother. I pushed her, and down the stairs she went, all the way to the bottom. I heard her neck snap as she fell. And did you not tell Mr. Tucker? I did not tell Mr. Tucker, no. And where did Mr. Tucker think that your mother was? I told him she'd gone to stay with a friend. But then, earlier today, she pauses and looks from one police officer to the other. Well, he noticed a smell coming from the outhouse. It takes the team 3 weeks to recover all the pieces of the girls. The identification process takes another few months. But in those first few hours after the police arrived at Thornwood and Jessamine starts sharing her story, the world feels hollowed out and raw to Jane. That could have been her, she thinks to herself over and over again. It could have been her. The au pairs who came to Thornwood were all sex workers, befriended by Alan Black in various London locales, never the same place twice. According to Jessamine, they would arrive at night, and at first they would be housed in a room in the eaves of the house, the door to which she showed the police had a lock on the outside. At first, Jessamine told the police, she and Jasper were allowed to befriend the au pairs, but then Annie put a stop to that, and the au pairs had to move around the house, doing their chores in silence. The only sounds coming from them, those of Alan Black, forcing himself onto them night after night, the old house riven with creaks and groans and ever-increasing banging, until blessed, beautiful silence, and the sound of Alan clicking the lock and tiptoeing back to the room he shared with Annie. Why, the PC had asked Jessamine, why was this happening? Oh my God, Jessamine threw back boldly. How was I meant to know? I was a child. What power did I have to ask questions, change anything? Children don't. Children just adapt. They survive. Did you ever tell anyone at school, in the neighbourhood? Of course I didn't. I just kept my head down and made sure my parents still loved me. That was all I cared about. I just pretended none of it was happening. I lived a fantasy life, inside my own head. Things were happening, but I blocked them out, blocked it all out. I focused on my drama. I focused on boys, on my looks. I just pretended that I lived in a normal house with normal people, and I blanked out the bad stuff, blanked it all out. Jane returns to Rosebery 2 days later. The Veil of Health is on every TV screen that she passes, on every phone. Images of the banks of police vehicles, plastic ribbon fluttering in the breeze, hatchet-faced people walking in and out of the house, blurry onlookers just visible on the hillocks and slopes around Thornwood. Her stepchildren call her to check in on her, aware that she had just been through a trauma. Shannon holds her in a bizarre embrace that Jane doesn't quite feel she was in need of, but tries to respond to, appreciatively. Once Shannon has left, Jane acknowledges the silence, the blissful, astringent silence of Rosebery Hall that has kept her sane and driven her mad in equal measure all her life. She absorbs her state of aloneness and redundancy. Daisy is safe. Annie is dead. Alan is found. Jessamine is unburdened. Stuart is free. The secrets of that strange house have been thrown like pages of a book into the sun and fallen all around as dark ashes of human depravity. But still, Jane is haunted by something. The lights that went on in Jessamine's eyes when she heard that her mother was dead. Jane's own mother was not a good mother. She made Jane's childhood very dark and very difficult. Her mother had rages and episodes. There was cruelty in her home, not to the brutal extent that there had been in Jessamine's home, but cruelty nonetheless. Yet when, as a young woman of 19, her brother had called her at the restaurant in the village where she was working part-time to tell her that their mother had died, a heart attack, stone-cold dead in under a minute and a half, there had been no sudden lights in Jane's eyes, no sense of rebirth and enlightenment, just sadness, shock, and bitter, bitter grief. The rebirth and enlightenment had come eventually, many years later, when she knew herself to be free of the shackles of her parents' addictions, but not then, not in that very moment of knowing. Why, Jane wonders, why did Jessamine react that way? And it is a terrible thing to think, she ponders, of a woman who has been through the most unthinkable and dreadful trauma for virtually her entire adult life. But for some reason, Jane does not trust Jessamine. She does not trust her in the least.
Chapter 75. Stuart, now. I move around the rooms of Thornwood in a state of numb horror. This house where I've lived now for nearly 10 years. This house that has trapped me, suffocated me, hurt me, and now, I know, deceived me. I'm collecting my possessions, folding them neatly into rucksacks and canvas shoppers. My brother and his family await me in their solid, proper house in a safe suburban backwater. The police have finished questioning me for now, while Jessamine and Daisy are still at the station. A police officer follows behind me as I gather my things. His name is Asif, and I can tell he thinks I'm dodgy, thinks, somehow, that this is my doing, and I cannot blame him, because I have lived here with this horror beneath my feet. I have brought Annie her tea and her coffee and her biscuit just so on the saucer 4 times a day, every day, into the room beneath which those girls lay in their terrible contortions. I have shared a bed with a woman at night whose entire being is formed of the trauma and agony of that to which she bore witness. And every day I allowed her to sink further into addiction and hopelessness. I let her daughter, a child I claimed to love as if she were my own, run away and into the path of a demented man who tried to kill her, and I did not report her disappearance to the police. I found a photograph of a young woman wearing shackles around her legs, and I did not say anything. I would not trust me either. I can hear the equipment down below, the haunting sound of jackhammers and drills, men calling to each other, as I tuck 5 pairs of socks into my bag. I call for Hugo, and when the dog and I leave a few minutes later, followed by Asif out on the Vale, as I thread my way through the vans and cars and clusters of onlookers, I swallow back some tears. I know that I am never coming back to this dark, dark house.
Chapter 76. Dexter braves the wilds of Little Belmont to see Jane a few days later. The late May weather has turned clement again, and they are able to sit outside in the kitchen garden, accompanied by a lone bumblebee floating purposefully around the lavender, and the 4 dogs in various states of repose. They're still looking for Jasper, Dexter says. Yes, Jane replies, a note of uncertainty in her own voice. I feel very strongly they won't find him. What makes you say that? Jane sighs. I think it will have been too much for him. I think he will have, as you young people say, unalived himself. Dexter winces. You reckon? I do. And actually, if he didn't do it directly after he tried to kill Daisy in the woods that day, he'd have done it when all the secrets came out. And maybe he'll never be found. Indeed, maybe not. She sighs again, racked with a deep sense of dissatisfaction. Something is not right. Something is missing. But that, she thinks to herself, is for the police to ascertain now. Her role here is done. It's over. It's time for her to step away and focus on her own existence. And so she turns to her stepson and says, I'm selling it. Selling what? This. She gestures at the rambling mass behind and in front of her. The whole thing. I spoke to Sturrott's in the village this morning. Chloe said it could go for $2 million if I'm prepared to wait for a wealthy buyer who's not looking for a bargain. 1.5 if I just want shot of it. God, is that all? What? Oh my goodness, you spoilt little goose. Oh, it's not that much, is it? Not for all this. My flat's not worth much less than that. Yes, and that's because you live in one of the nicest streets in London. But this house, its value is arbitrary, really. It's worth what someone thinks they can make out of it, because nobody will want it like this. They will want it fixed and changed and added to, and that will cost so much money and take so much time, and you can't expect a buyer to be both brave and stupid. So I'll take what someone is prepared to give me, and then I can... Jesus. She exhales on the second syllable. Escape. Escape? Yes. That woman, Jessamine, she stayed. And why did she stay? Why didn't she escape the first chance she got? I know that's what most people would think, but I get it. I really do get it. Trauma can tie you down, hold you in one position. You think you've moved, you think you're somewhere else, but you're not. You're still there, pinned down in every single moment of it. And it's easier somehow to stay close to the scenes of those moments, not to tug too hard at the pins, to surrender, not struggle. And I can't explain it any better than that. Jasper took the opposite approach. He pulled all of those pins out and dealt with the searing pain and then stumbled out into the world bleeding and in agony and... ugh. She lets her head drop. But there is a middle ground. Leaving slowly, and really, I've been leaving slowly for the last 35 years. Taking the pins out, one by one. And now I'm ready. It feels right. But where will you go? Somewhere quiet and boring in London, with a park nearby, and a big garden for the dogs, and nice neighbours, and maybe a trendy little coffee shop at the top of the road, and somewhere to buy bread and milk, and a tube station, and yeah, just something boring, something nice, something to be proud of, you know? Dexter puts his hand over hers and squeezes it. On the Northern Line, he asks, hopefully. Yes, she says, on the Northern Line. And then we could start the agency. Yes, Trevally and stepson? Or, even better, says Dexter, throwing her a soft smile. How about Trevally and son? Jane sighs and squeezes his hand, a solitary, foolish tear spilling from her eye. Thank you, she says. Thank you. They take the dogs for a walk later. At the spot in the woods where Jane had first seen Hugo, she stops and points. This is where it all started, she says. Just there, that little dog appearing, My God, a small white dog, and then... She makes an explosion with her hands and shudders gently. There is no need for words. What happened to Hugo? He asks. Stuart has him, but I've told him that if he needs me to, I'll take him. Me too, says Dexter. I'll take him. We can share him. Yeah, we can share him. Dexter smiles. And what will happen to Daisy? Jane smiles now. She's staying with the lovely man. The lovely, handsome man who lives on the Northern Line. He gives Jane a playful punch, which she ignores. Men, she thinks, even lovely, handsome ones, are not on her radar right now and won't be for quite some time. Yes, she says, Spencer and George are putting her up. That's nice, he says. Then he winces and says, but still, she's all alone. She's all alone, yes. 19 years old and all alone. Dexter throws her a knowing look. Just like you were, he says. Yes, says Jane, like I was. Except, she adds, she has Stuart, and Stuart, to be entirely frank, is 10 times more than I ever had. The dogs circle them then, waiting for sticks to be found and thrown, and for a few minutes Jane and Dexter lose themselves in the pure, undarkened joy of watching the dogs run back and forth, the skitter of their paws, the heat of their breath, the brightness of their eyes. 6 months later.
BBC Breaking News. The body of Jasper Allen Black, the 37-year-old brother of Jessamine Black and son of Alan and Annie Black, the so-called Vale of Health killers, has been found in woods near the village of Little Belmont in Dorset. Mr. Black had last been seen alive 2 weeks before the discovery of 8 sets of human remains in the basement of his childhood home in the exclusive Vale of Health enclave in Hampstead, North London. Daisy Black, 20, who was believed to be the daughter of Jessamine Black, but has now been proved to be the daughter of Claire Connolly, the Blacks' final victim, traced Black using the online forum Reddit. Upon her confronting him with her belief that he was not in fact her uncle, and that the young woman who'd last been seen outside the Blacks' property 20 years earlier was her real mother, Jasper Black tried to kill Daisy by strangulation before escaping. It is believed that Mr. Black took his own life shortly thereafter. Mr. Black, a circus performer known professionally as Patch the Clown, has also been reported as being behind a scattering of antisocial interactions with young women at night, forcing himself upon them while dressed in the attire of a clown and appearing to be aroused by instilling terror in his victims. The circus that employed Mr. Black for the last 18 years is currently preparing a statement, but a colleague at Martello's told a reporter earlier today that Mr. Black was known as a loner and an oddbod. It is not known what, if any, involvement Mr. Black had with the atrocities that took place in his childhood house of horrors, and his sister, Jessamine Black, is currently hospitalised in an addiction rehabilitation centre in Surrey, awaiting trial for manslaughter charges in the case of her mother's death, and has not been able to comment.
Chapter 77. Stuart, 1 month later. It has been 10 years since I last celebrated Christmas with my brother. I had no idea, of course, when I drove away from his house that day back in 2016, waving and gurning at my nephews from the passenger seat of my brother's car, that I would not come back to his house for a full decade. That I would make excuses, year after year, delivering half-truths and lies about my absences, because how could I? Stuart Tucker, self-proclaimed free spirit, tell my brother that I'd had my wings clipped by a manipulative, abusive woman. On Christmas Eve, I collect Daisy from the house where she is staying with her old childhood friend, George, and George's amiable and slightly dull dad, Spencer. She looks so different 7 months on from the events of May. At some point, while I've been out in the suburbs with my brother, Daisy has had something professional done to her hair and looks suddenly grown up and womanly as a result. She's also bought new clothes, something she hadn't done for years, existing as she did in cast-offs and things she found lying around the house. The dull man called Spencer tells her to have a wonderful Christmas, and, as we leave, we both turn to regard the yellow house at the bottom of the vale. It is boarded up against prying eyes, its front garden still churned up and broken from the police excavation of the basement. I touch Daisy's shoulder reassuringly. "Isn't it weird?" I ask. "Living here, so close." She shakes her head, a tiny, barely perceptible movement. "No," she says. "It's good. It keeps it small in my head when I see it every day. If I couldn't see it, I'd dream about it, have nightmares about it. It would get too big and overwhelm me. And besides," she says, turning to smile sadly at me, "it keeps me closer to my mum. She'd changed her name by deed poll a couple of weeks ago. Daisy Connolly is her name now. She has no interest in the woman who raised her, who now grows stronger by the day in a rambling, ivy-clad rehabilitation centre while awaiting trial. She has no interest in her at all. I don't feel sorry for her, she said to me, just after everything had exploded. She says she's a victim, but I don't feel sorry for her in the least. We turn our gaze away from the house at the end of the road and head back towards the cobbled alleyways, the windows, the sparkling trees, the sense of innocent wonder and joy as Christmas comes to the Vale of Health.
Epilogue. 18 years earlier. "Hello," I say to the woman behind the big walnut desk. "I'm here for an appointment with Dr. Twist. My name's Jasper Black." The lady taps on her keyboard and then looks up at me and smiles. "Please," she says, "take a seat." I settle myself on the smart sofa and look around at the empty waiting area. Water from a cooling machine with clear plastic cups, fruit in a bowl, some magazines. I feel my stomach growl and complain. I've not had anything to eat today. I was too nervous this morning. I look at the fruit and consider an apple, and then shift my gaze away from it when I imagine myself picking it up, crunching into it, the sudden, terrible noise of it, the woman's eyes on me, the humiliation of being caught eating an apple without asking. But I can't ask. That would be too embarrassing. I pour myself a cup of water instead, slightly alarmed by the loud glug of it through the cylinder as it descends towards my cup, and drink it as quietly as I can. Finally, the lady calls my name and directs me to a door where a pleasant-looking man is waiting to greet me with an outstretched hand. "Mr. Black, Dr. Twist. Lovely to have you here. Do come in." I like him. He puts me at ease instantly. He directs me to a nice chair, and he seats himself in his and eyes me kindly through his trendy glasses. "So, Jasper, may I call you Jasper?" I want him to call me Patch, but I know I can't ask him to do that, so I nod and smile. "That's fine," I say, and then I clear my throat. He spends some time talking me through what he does. He's an EMDR therapist. Someone on my clowning course told me about it when I mentioned that I'd run away from home because something bad had happened to me. I told him I'd been having nightmares, that I never slept, and he told me about how EMDR had cured his girlfriend of night terrors and other behavioural issues related to her PTSD after surviving a multiple pile-up on a motorway. I had not survived a multiple pile-up on a motorway, had not been pulled from wreckage by strong, safe hands and taken in brightness to be fixed by brilliant people. I had experienced blinding, deafening, destabilizing trauma in the quietest, darkest corners of my childhood home, and it lived with me every day. My friend told me that a man like Dr. Twist had the ability to reprogram the very essence of me by desensitizing me to my trauma without me having to utter a word, which was ideal, because I could not tell, I could not speak about the things I saw, the way I felt. I know that I will never be able to find the words, not ever. And so this I can do. A silent therapy, like surgery. The doctor's techniques like invisible knives and needles doing their work while I remain silent. I am ready to hand myself over entirely to this man, because not only do I live with this every minute of every day of my life, but now, as a broken adult man, I am becoming a monster not unlike those who broke me. I scare women, deliberately. And then, when I have scared them, I touch myself, and I am disgusting, more disgusting than I can properly contain inside my head. It is not me, and it is not Patch, when I find those women and do that to them. It is someone else entirely. A clown without a name who crawls out of me and takes me over, and I hate him. I want him purged and annihilated. I turn my full attention back to Dr. Twist, who is asking me to do something difficult. So difficult, I feel breathless and nauseous merely contemplating it. But contemplate it I must, before I do something I really, really regret. Dr. Twist tells me I am to put myself, in my mind's eye, back in the moment of my trauma, back in the place where it happened. I must see it as clearly as I can, every inch of it, every second of it, every blade of light and blot of darkness. I do as I'm told. I always do as I'm told. And I put myself there, in that strange dark place beneath my father's study, that strange place where he put girls to live, girls with mothers and fathers of their own, girls with stories and foibles and lives and friends. The au pair girls. My father still called them the au pair girls, even as he was shackling them to beds, locking them in the outhouse, raping them night after night. We all called them au pair girls, but we all knew that they weren't. In my mind's eye, I follow the sound of noises, of muted screams. I pull up the trapdoor under my father's rug, and I step onto those uneven stone steps. My eyes adjust to the pale light from the night lights on the walls. I start to see the outlines of things, the beds, the armchair, the shape of a young woman sitting against the wall. As my vision clears, I see that it is Claire. Claire was my favourite. She wasn't like the other au pairs. She was soft and sweet, naive almost, like me in some ways. And she wasn't scared of Patch the clown. She enjoyed my tricks and my mimes. She could play the guitar, and at first, when she was still in the upstairs secret room, I'd bring her the tiny guitar my parents had brought me when I was a child, and she'd play to me on it, making up songs as she went along. I did desire her, sexually. I did think things and feel things when I was around her. I did touch myself and think about her while I was doing it. But I would never have hurt her, never have scared her. But Jessamine hated Claire. She hated her because, in my opinion, Claire was better than her. She was prettier than Jessamine, cleverer than Jessamine, better at playing the guitar than Jessamine, more special than Jessamine, and, as I think of my sister's hatred towards Claire, I take another step into the basement in my mind's eye, aware somewhere in the background of Dr. Twist's soothing, encouraging voice, and I see her there, in the half-darkness, my sister, holding a small knife in her hand. It is, I know immediately, the knife that I smuggled in for Claire last week, hidden inside my sleeve. I see my father, slumped across the bed, and there is blood still leaking from a hole in his throat, even though he is clearly dead, and my sister has the baby in her blood-soaked arms, and I see that Claire is also dead, that the wall behind her is a scarlet screen of her own infinite blood. "She killed Daddy!" Jessamine cried. "Claire killed him!" I heard noises and I came down and she had the knife in her hand and she'd stabbed him. She was about to escape with the baby. I look at the dead, glassy eyes of Claire rolled up towards the ceiling and hear myself whisper, "Why didn't you let her escape, Jess? Why didn't you let her?" I hear the sound of my mother's voice from the study above calling out our names, a hint of annoyance in her tone. "Where are you all? What are you all doing down there?" My sister, a streak of blood across her left cheek, turns to me with those wild, wild eyes of hers and says, "I didn't have any choice. She was going to escape. I had to. I had to." I say, No, you didn't have to. Daddy was dead. You could have let her go. We could have called the police and Claire and the baby could have been free. We could all have been free. And now you've killed her and we're stuck again. Why did you kill her, Jessamine? Why? The look on her face turns then from indignation to fury, and her voice is ice cold when she says, "She killed Daddy. She deserved it." The sound of the baby crying, my hands over my ears, my eyes screwed shut. In that moment there came the knowledge, blinding, penetrating, all-consuming, that my sister was as evil as my father, that we, this family, were made of bad things, sickening things, that it ran through all of us like a virus, and that I had it too. And even though it was over, and my father was dead, it would never be over. Not while those girls lay down here in this animal pit. Not while my spiteful sister lived and breathed. Not while my mother spent fortunes on her hair and her fingernails and pretended that none of this was happening. It would never, ever be over. In my mind's eye, I turn once more and look at Claire. Beautiful, innocent Claire. "I'm sorry," I hear myself whisper to her. "I'm so sorry." "Are you there?" asks Dr. Twist. "Have you found the place?" I gulp and nod. "Yes," I say. "Yes, I'm there."
This has been a Penguin audio production of It Could Have Been Her by Lisa Jewell. Read by Leslie Sharp, James Norton, Freddie Fox, Joanna David, Ella Ray Smith, Harriet Fisher, Tim McInerney, Elsa Lepecki-Bean, Emilia Fox, and Roy Macmillan. It was produced by Chris Agem, the post-production was by Will Chapman, and the audio proofing by Leanne Coyle. The theme music is by Kyle Gabidon. For more Penguin audio productions, visit us at penguin.co.uk/audio. Text copyright Lisa Jewell 2026. Copyright in recording Penguin Audio 2026. All rights reserved. The moral rights of the author have been asserted. Thanks for listening.
No part of this book may be used or reproduced in any manner for the purpose of training artificial intelligence technologies or systems. In accordance with the DSM Directive, Penguin Random House expressly reserves this work from the text and data mining exception.
This has been a presentation of Simon & Schuster Audio.
The following is an excerpt from Lisa Jewell's Don't Let Him In, a novel. Read by Richard Armitage, Joanne Froggatt, Tamarin Payne, Gemma Whelan, Louise Brealey, and Patience Tomlinson.
The house is spectacular. A huge white stucco villa on 3 floors, plus attic rooms. A direct view of the sea visible through tall windows that frame the vista at the back and the front. I imagine that a wall must have been taken down at some point to offer up that level of open-plan space in a Victorian house. Steel beams put in. Expensive stuff. Just to give the owners more light and space. I feel an uncharacteristic twitch of jealousy. It's not like me to envy others. I rarely, in fact, give a thought to them. But this is a different case altogether. I turn off the van's engine and sit, just for a moment, readying myself. Through the window on the other side of the house, I see the shadows of movement, and as I pull on a baseball cap and open the driver's door, I hear the muted murmur of chatter. There are 4 cars parked outside. Clearly the day is still going strong. I go to the side of the van and pull open the door. There it is, my last delivery of the day. An extra large bouquet of white hydrangeas and roses, no expense spared, in a pink bag. On the envelope is the inscription, Nina Swan and family. I walk towards the front door, peering in subtly as I pass the kitchen window. A small group sits around the table, a mix of younger and older people. They all have wine, are dressed somberly. There is music playing. Candles are flickering. I see art and photography and graphics on the walls. I see a designer kitchen in midnight blue and pink, with flashes of brass and copper, big globe light bulbs hanging at irregular intervals from golden chains, plants on shelves. Through a door at the back of the kitchen, I see huge velvet sofas, a mixing desk, a Gorillaz poster. It's the home of a Gen X man who has made good decisions, made a success of his life, piled his building blocks one on top of the other with precision and care. But also, the home of a man who made one really bad mistake that his wife and his family are going to pay for, over and over again. I keep moving past the window, and then I put my finger to the doorbell.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.